Yeah, this one will work.
Okay. Yeah, he's a bit intelligent.
This is your early warning that we will start at 9.
2-minute warning.
Good morning. The Regional Water Quality Control Board of San Diego will start our November the 13th meeting. It's 9 a.m. We'll call the meeting to order. Anybody who wishes to speak, please fill out these blue sheets at the back of the room. Otherwise, we won't be able to recognize you. You can go ahead and do that. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Blair,
Present.
Dr. Olson. I don't know if she's on yet. She's not on yet. Mr. Strawn,
Here.
Ms. Tu,
Here.
Ms. Warren,
Here.
Chair Cantu.
Here, we have a quorum. So we'll open for the public forum. Any member of the public may address and ask questions of the board relating to any matter not on our agenda or anticipated to be shortly on our agenda that has to do with our region. I have 2 cards here. The first one is on the subject of Demler Egg Ranch, and we have a local resident, Gail Wright, via Zoom. Is Gail ready to go?
Yes,
Okay, please go forward.
thank you very much. First of all, it's been a year, approximately, since the cease and desist order was initiated against Demler Brothers. And the first thing we want to do is thank all of you, because we have been working for a very long time trying to get this to the attention of authorities, and we were not able to get anyone that gave us true response until we got a hold of Christina and Brandon at the Water Board, and then they elevated it to you. And first of all, when I looked at your docket for today, I recognized the vast amount of work that you do. And so we wanted to be sure to add that we so greatly appreciate you, because without you, we wouldn't have a chance of getting this brought to the authorities' mention. And we are sincerely concerned about the environmental impact. Besides what we live with, the environmental impact of the area. The main question, other than thanking you profusely, and please don't forget us. I know you have a lot to do, but we're trying really hard to improve this for all of the Ramona Valley, not just our neighborhood. But the one question I did have, if possible, and I don't know if you know this, but the evaporation ponds that the Demler brothers are trying to institute. I understand that you're going to be doing a review of those items, and you're going to post something. We know it won't be till the summer of 2025. We have to wait for that tentative WDR order. But do you know, or I could not find out from the county, is that require a major use permit and public? I know that you will allow public comment, but does the county consider that a major use permit item? And basically, that's really the only question we have at this time, other than I know you don't do quarterly inspections of the factory, but what other thing would institute an inspection on your part? We do have the Air Quality Control Board people now involved, which are also fabulous people and trying to help us with the air quality and the pollutants and the particles that we see and the dust. They're working very hard to help us with that too. But thank you again. And please, those are the only real two things we wanted to know. Going forward, what inspections, and is that a major use permit item for the evaporative ponds? Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Do we have a quick answer for Ms. Gail Wright on major use permit and inspections?
Roger Mitchell, the branch chief over the groundwater branch here. So as a quick response, for inspections, we do plan on prioritizing our inspections amongst other facilities throughout the region. This one I do believe is on the list to be inspected as a follow-up for the pre-permitting and the follow-up on the enforcement. And as far as for the county, staff will need to go back and contact the county and find out what regulations they have or needs they would do for that.
That would be in their court.
To be in their court.
Very good. Thank you. We also have under the same topic, Mr. Anthony Demler to respond or to speak.
Good morning, board members. My name is Anthony Demler, 25818 Highway 78 in Ramona. I'm the current owner and operator of Demler Brothers Egg Farm in Ramona, alongside my brother and parents. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about our commitment to water management and sustainable practices. Demler Brothers Egg Farm has proudly been a part of the Ramona community for 50 years, ever since my grandfather and father purchased our farm in 1974. Our legacy is built on family values, hard work, and a commitment to sustainable and responsible agriculture. We care greatly about the welfare of our animals and the standard of our farming. Being a certified humane operation, our team of more than 100 local employees uphold high standards for approximately 1.5 million hens. With rigorous inspection protocols and multiple certifications, the farm's practices are designed to meet or exceed all quality, safety, environmental, and ethical standards. We are inspected daily by the USDA, regularly by the FDA, California Department of Food and Agriculture, San Diego Air Pollution and Control District, the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board, among other agencies. In just the last year, we have passed numerous inspections and reviews from more than 10 agencies. And specifically for this body, we have learned from our recent work together on the cease and desist order. Specifically, we have ended all egg wash discharges and removed our composting operation. We are now making significant advances with our water management systems by creating a robust water recapture and recycling program. This initiative allows us to conserve water, reduce waste, and protect local water quality, setting new standards for sustainability within our industry and meeting environmental standards that protect local water resources. We are proud of our high quality, farm fresh eggs and commitment to compliance and deep local roots. I'll leave a set of fact sheets with you about our farm with the clerk, and thank you for your time and opportunity to share our story.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This brings us to our board business. Item number 1 is the consideration of adoption of the minutes of this board of October the 9th. I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Good morning, Chair Cantu. I'll fill in for her
Will
for
you
a
please
moment.
call the roll? Thank you.
Yen Tu,
Abstain.
Stephanie Warren.
Aye.
Celeste Cantu.
Aye.
Betty Olson, are you able to patch in? I understand she's having internet problems. All right. Gary Strawn,
Yes.
Megan Blair.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Number 2 is our board members and state board liaison report and executive director report. Do we have our state board liaison on Zoom? Is she queued up? Or maybe when that's happening, I'll ask our board members, do you have any announcements or things to report for the last month? Okay. Do we have any questions for our executive director at this point in time? Okay. Nicole is not on yet. Let's keep moving. Item number 3 is the executive officer's update on the transboundary flows. We have a lot of advances to report this time, which I know you're all on the edge of your seats for, as we are as well. But we're going to move this item to the end of the agenda nevertheless. But you can anticipate that it's good news and we're happy about that. Progress is always a good thing. Our consent agenda, we have items 4 and 5, which we'll take together unless there's an objection.
Speakers for item 4.
Oh, we do have speakers for item 4. Okay. Thank you. So we'll take item 4. Tentative resolution, consideration of a resolution approving the County of San Diego's local agency management program for regulating on-site wastewater treatment systems. And our speakers are Mr. McDonald. Should we, well, you're on transboundaries. Okay, never mind. You're going to be later. So the next 2, Amber Boone is supporting action number 6. Okay, I'm getting this in order here. And finally, Larry Newcomb seems to be on this topic. So would you like to share with us your thoughts at this point in time?
Thank you for the opportunity. I do not wish to oppose the board's decision. I only wanted to express my dissatisfaction. And also I would like to commend the last 2 years of interaction with various members of the regulatory agencies. They work very hard. We don't always agree. And that doesn't mean that we're wrong. It just means we didn't agree. And with that, I'd like to leave that and thank those who have worked so hard on this particular document. I am very hopeful that there will be no future dilemmas. I'm not at all optimistic, but I am hopeful. And those who know me well can understand. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Do we have any discussion on item 4, the local agency management plan for regulating on-site wastewater treatment systems? So let's take these items separately since we had a discussion. I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve tentative resolution Regional Board 9240130. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Gary Strom. Any discussion? Although, will the clerk please call the roll for this? This is just item number 4.
Ms. Blair,
Aye.
Dr. Olson? No. Mr. Strawn?
Here.
Oh, there she is. Okay, Betty, do you vote, how do you vote on the consent calendar?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Strawn.
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren,
Aye.
and Chair Cantu.
Aye, motion carries. Second item of our consent agenda is consideration of a resolution accepting proposed 2025 board meeting schedule. Has everybody had a chance to look at that? We have 2 meetings that are scheduled outside of this room, which I think is really good to go into the communities, one in Orange County, South Orange County, and one in Temecula, which I know that's a heavy lift for the staff to do, but I think it's very important that we take our meetings as close to the people who are affected by those meetings. I'll entertain a motion to approve our meeting schedule for next calendar year.
So moved.
Thank you. Megan.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, excuse me, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Blair,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren,
Aye.
Chair Cantu.
Aye, motion carries. Under our action items, we have item number 6, and I see we do have one speaker, and let me see if this one is, we have one speaker. Do we have a presentation? Mr. Bushnell? Hello, welcome to the podium. Would you
And-
give us a presentation?
Chair Cantu, if I could, I do believe that Dr. Olson needs to recuse on this and has a statement to that effect.
Of course, that's correct. I'm not seeing her. So, Dr. Olson,
Yes,
you have a statement to read and then
yes.
you will
I'd
be,
like to say, because I'm an elected official on the Santa Margarita Water District Board, and it is involved in this action, I recuse myself, and I'll now exit the meeting.
thank you. We'll miss you.
Okay, now, wait, I just make sure I get off it, okay? I'm having a little trouble. Okay, sign now, okay.
I hope so.
I'll just closing my computer. Bye-bye.
Bye. I think that works. Okay. A lot of people exited the meeting with that statement. Mr. Bushnell, please proceed.
Hello, Board Chair Cantu and fellow members of the board, members of the public. My name is Brandon Bushnell, and I'm a water resource control engineer working in the Water Sustainability and Protection Unit here at San Diego Water Board. I'm here to present on item number 6, which is tentative resolution R9 2024-0131. It's a tentative resolution accepting South Orange County Wastewater Authority's salt nutrient management plan for the San Juan Creek Basin. I'll start by introducing the recycled water policy, which is where salt nutrient management plans originate. I'll then delve into the specifics of SNMPs for short. I'll then give a brief history of salt nutrient management plans in the San Diego region. I'll then talk about how SNMPs fit in with our practical vision. And lastly, I will give a board staff recommendation on the tentative resolution. The State Water Board and the San Diego Water Board recognize the importance of recycled water as a critical water supply for California and the San Diego region. Thus, the State Water Board adopted and amended the recycled water policy to support streamlining permitting for recycled water projects, as well as identifying and funding the highest priority resource needs to ensure the state's recycled water goals can be achieved. The policy also encourages the development of salt and nutrient management plans. The State Water Board adopted the latest amendment to the recycled water policy in December of 2018, which became effective in April of 2019. The amendment includes numeric goals for the use of recycled water, 2 narrative goals to encourage recycled water use in groundwater overdraft basins and coastal areas, and annual reporting requirements statewide for the volume of recycled water produced and used, as well as the volume of wastewater treated and discharged. Lastly, the amendment provided more detail on the required elements of an SNMP and guidance on how regional boards should review and approve these plans. The policy recognizes that some groundwater basins in the state contain salts and nutrients that exceed or threaten to exceed water quality objectives established in the various basin plans. Due to the varied sources of salts and nutrients in a groundwater basin, regulation of recycled water alone will not address these conditions. Not all basin plans include adequate implementation procedures for achieving or ensuring compliance with water quality objectives for salts and nutrients. And the appropriate way to address salt and nutrient issues is through the development of regional or sub-regional SNMPs rather than through imposing requirements solely on individual recycled water projects. Based on these findings, the policy includes that the intent that salts and nutrients from all sources be managed on a basin-wide or watershed-wide basis in a manner that ensures attainment of water quality objectives and protection of beneficial uses through the development of salt nutrient management plans. The policy states that SNMPs should be prepared by wastewater entities together with salt and nutrient contributing stakeholders in a locally driven and controlled collaborative process open to all stakeholders. Once an SNMP is completed, stakeholders submit the final plan to the applicable regional water board for review. The regional board must make a determination on the acceptance of the SNMP via a board resolution within 6 months of receipt. Furthermore, the policy directs regional water boards to identify basins and subbasins within the region that are in need of salt and nutrient management planning to achieve water quality objectives. Every 5 years, regional water boards must additionally reevaluate basin water quality to determine whether SNMPs are effectively addressing sources of salts and nutrients, and whether additional sources of salts and nutrients may be impacting water quality that were not considered in the original development of the plan. Also, it should consider updating the SNMPs based on observed trends, available assimilative capacity, and any identified data gaps. San Diego Water Board adopted Resolution R9 2010-0125 on November 10, 2010, which endorsed the guidelines for salinity and nutrient management planning in the San Diego region. The SNMP guidelines were developed by the Southern California Salinity Coalition and the San Diego County Water Authority. These guidelines were developed due to a lack of detail as to what was required to be contained in these plans in the 2009 version of the recycled water policy. The SNMP guidelines identified priority basins by establishing a tier system for ranking all the basins within the San Diego region. The guidelines also provided an expected level of detail for SNMPs based on the tier designation of the basin. The SNMP guidelines designated the San Juan Creek Basin as a Tier A. Tier A basins are large groundwater basins with significant existing or proposed municipal groundwater use and are of the highest priority in terms of SNMP development. The San Juan Basin was designated as a Tier A basin and is the focus of the SNMP we are considering today. It is important to note that the 2018 policy amendment provided more details on the required elements of SNMPs, which aligned with and built upon the SNMP guidelines endorsed by this board in 2010. The recycled water policy lays out 3 options for regional boards when reviewing SNMPs. If the regional board determines the SNMP submitted does not meet the requirements set forth in the policy, then the board must adopt a resolution stating the reasons why the SNMP is deficient. Another option is the plan does meet the requirements of the policy, but a basin plan amendment is required to implement the SNMP. An example of a basin plan amendment that might be proposed through an SNMP process would be modifying groundwater quality objectives to be more obtainable and less restrictive while still complying with the anti-degradation policy. Or a third option, which is accept the SNMP without a basin plan amendment. Board staff determined that the San Juan Creek SNMP satisfies the requirements of the recycled water policy, and an amendment to the water quality control plan for the San Diego region is not needed. However, the policy calls for reviewing these SNMPs and data collected every 5 years, as I mentioned, and future iterations may propose basin plan amendments based on the success of management measures and monitoring data collected. The tentative resolution is consistent with the San Diego Water Board's practical vision, specifically the Strategize to Achieve Resilient Local Water Supply chapter. The management of salts and nutrients on a basin-wide scale allows for recycled water producers to work collaboratively with other stakeholders to protect water quality while also expanding recycled water availability in the San Diego region. In fact, a subsection of this chapter of the practical vision is dedicated to the review and approval of SNMPs. Additionally, the operational plan, which was approved by this board in August, also includes a project entitled Review and Consideration of Salt and Nutrient Management Plans. The tentative resolution, if adopted, will accept the San Juan Creek Basin Salt and Nutrient Management Plan prepared by South Orange County Wastewater Authority in accordance with the State Water Board's recycled water policy. The San Juan Creek SNMP will serve as a technical document to support the management of salts and nutrients from all sources on a basin-wide scale in a manner that ensures attainment of water quality objectives and protection of beneficial uses, as well as inform future San Diego Water Board actions within the San Juan Creek Basin. Board staff recommends adoption of the tentative resolution, and I'm available to answer any questions, as well as member Amber Boone from SACWA and other staff from the member agencies of SACWA are here as well.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Bushnell? Okay, we have no questions.
Thank you.
Amber Boone, do you have a presentation or would you like to address the board? You've been working hard on this?
I have, yeah, and I do not need another presentation because Brandon and I coordinated and I was like perfectly said. So with that, I just wanted to thank you. I'm Amber Boone. I'm the acting general manager at the South Orange County Wastewater Authority. Also wanted to thank some of our locally driven stakeholders that are here today, Rod Woods and Sarah Boyer from Malton-Nagel Water District, who are here also to support this. And really at the top of this has been a long process, and your staff members here driven by Roger Mitchell really setting the tone of how we were going to engage with staff on this, understanding you are an underutilized or under-resourced agency as it is, and so how we were going to work together in a cooperative fashion was really kind of a driver on the outset and really helped on the progress of this SNNP. Brandon helped, Ben Neal initially at the beginning too on kind of the framework, the interpretation of the regional board's staff on the policy on that outset, as well as their staff members, Masa, and like I said, Brandon, moving this right around. And I also wanted to thank Dr. Michael Welsh, who's in the audience, who provided a lot of the technical basis for this work on the fate and transport modeling, which we didn't have in a substantive way in our last SNNP, as well as Tess Dunham, who was very helpful in the anti-degradation analysis as well, underpinning some of our water quality analysis. So with that, I just wanted to kind of express appreciation and gratitude for all the staff members here. You've got a really great team that have gotten us to really the finish line, and it's quite a great day, and I'm here for any additional questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for your appreciation of our staff. I appreciate that as well. Salt management and nutrient management is of the utmost importance. A lot of people don't do it. It's hard to do. It's good housekeeping from the get-go. And I really applaud that you have an excellent plan and you're going to implement it. And this will pave the way for more efficient use of water going down into the future.
Great, thank you. And thanks you to Dave as well. I know he was in a lot of those conversations on how we were going to work together. So his, leadership at the top really helped get us here. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item from any members of the public? I don't have any cards, so I don't think there are. Very good. I'll entertain a motion and a second to approve the salt and nutrient management plan for the San Juan Creek groundwater basin.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Thank you, Mr. Sean. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Blair,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren,
Aye.
Chair Cantu.
Aye, motion carries. Two things. Do we have is Morgan on the line yet? Okay, and will somebody please invite Dr. Olson back to join the meeting? Very good. So we'll move on to item 7, settlement agreement of administrative civil liability in the matter of the city of Oceanside, April 2020 sanitation sewer overflow as alleged in ACL complaint region 923, number 0015. We'll consider number 7 at this point. This proceeding is not an evidentiary hearing, and the board will not be considering evidence presented by the parties. As a result, no oath will be administered, and the board cannot adjourn to closed session to deliberate on this proposed settlement. The board will hear comments on the proposed settlement from the parties and any interested persons who will not be able to make any changes to the settlement agreement. The board will either approve or reject the proposed settlement. If the board approves the proposed settlement, it would do so by adopting order number region 924-0060. If the board rejects the proposed settlement, the board could direct the parties to consider their ability to come back at a later date with a different settlement addressing the board's stated concerns. Otherwise, if no settlement is approved, the ACL complaint may proceed to an evidentiary hearing at a future meeting. For this proceeding, the staff functions are separated into an advisory team and a prosecution team. The Regional Board Advisory Team includes our executive officer and attorneys from the State Water Board's Office of Chief Counsel. The prosecution team will identify its members during its presentation. We'll start by hearing from the prosecution team. So would you please introduce your members and proceed? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board. My name is Kate Buckley, and with me today are key members of the prosecution team of those listed on the slide presented here. It is my pleasure to introduce to you today item 7, tentative stipulated administrative civil liability order R9-2024-0060 for your consideration. This order is presented to you jointly by the prosecution team and the city of Oceanside and is in response to 2 sanitary sewer overflows that occurred during a large storm event in April of 2020, discharging 988,333 gallons of raw sewage to Buena Vista Creek and Buena Vista Lagoon, and 820,000 gallons to Windmill and Pilgrim Creek in the city of Oceanside. This presentation today will provide information on the city's sanitary sewer system and wastewater treatment regulation, the beneficial uses of affected water bodies, the causes of the April 2020 sanitary sewer overflows that occurred at the Buena Vista Lift Station and the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility, the resulting enforcement chronology, and a summary of the tentative stipulated order and settlement agreement, which includes an administrative civil liability in the amount of $1,537,737. The city of Oceanside will then give a presentation on the corrective actions and preventative maintenance they have performed following the April 2020 sanitary sewer overflows to ensure that these spills will not happen again. The city of Oceanside owns and operates its municipal sanitary sewer system and provides wastewater conveyance and treatment services both to its residents and to tributary collection systems, including Vista, Fallbrook, Rainbow, and Camp Pendleton. The city services a population of approximately 176,000 residents over 42 square miles. The sanitary sewer collection system has over 30 lift stations, including the Buena Vista Lift Station. The collection system is regulated under state and regional waste discharge requirements, or WDRs, which require enrollees to properly manage, operate, and maintain all parts of the sanitary sewer collection system. The WDRs strictly prohibit sanitary sewer overflows. There are 2 wastewater treatment plants owned and operated by the city, including the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility. These treatment plants are regulated under a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination or System or NPDES permit, which prohibits the discharge of untreated waste, waste that is not in compliance with effluent limitations, and or waste to a location other than the Oceanside Ocean outfall from the treatment plants. The Buena Vista Lift Station pumps flows to the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility as indicated by the purple force main line on the map here. The Buena Vista Lift Station is located on the southwest portion of the City of Oceanside's jurisdiction, near the northern boundary of the City of Carlsbad. The lift station is in the Buena Vista Creek hydrologic area and El Salto hydrologic subarea. The lift station is adjacent to Buena Vista Creek and is also approximately half a mile upstream of the Buena Vista Lagoon, which drains to the Pacific Ocean when water levels are high. The lagoon is considered a key area for recreation and aquatic habitats and ecosystems. The Pacific Ocean is also considered a key area for these categories, in addition to fish and shellfish consumption. Both the lagoon and Buena Vista Creek have multiple beneficial uses, including biological habitats of special significance, rare, threatened, or endangered species, and marine, warm freshwater, and wildlife habitat. Untreated sewage typically contains high concentrations of fecal indicator bacteria and can negatively impact these beneficial use categories. Both Buena Vista Creek and Buena Vista Lagoon are listed as impaired water bodies for several pollutants, including indicator bacteria. The San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility is located in the San Luis Rey River watershed in the Mission Hydrologic Subarea. The facility is adjacent to the intersection of Windmill Creek and Pilgrim Creek. Both creeks support multiple beneficial uses, including cold and warm freshwater habitat, wildlife habitat, and recreation. The San Luis Rey River, downstream of both creeks, supports similar beneficial uses and is considered an impaired water body for multiple constituents, including dissolved oxygen and nutrients. Sewage can contain high levels of oxygen-demanding organic compounds and nutrients and potentially impact the beneficial uses of this already impaired water body. In April 2020, record-breaking rainfall swept through the San Diego region while the state was still under shelter-in-place orders due to COVID-19. From April 5th to 10th, 2020, the City of Oceanside received 5.75 inches of rain, which is nearly half of the city's average yearly rainfall. Over 3 inches of this total rainfall was recorded from April 9th to 10th. This is within the frequency range of a 24-hour, 50-year storm event and occurred after most of the area was already saturated from the preceding days of rain. On April 10th, 2020, 2 sanitary sewer overflows occurred in the City of Oceanside, one from the Buena Vista Lift Station and the second from the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility. The sanitary sewer overflow at the Buena Vista Lift Station occurred due to flooding from the adjacent Buena Vista Creek, which overtopped its banks and the berms surrounding the Buena Vista Lift Station. Stormwater entered the dry wells of both the primary and backup lift stations, which flooded the pump motors and electrical equipment and caused the pumps to stop operating. Collection staff had difficulty accessing the site due to road closures, and by the time they arrived, the lift station was nearly submerged. The staff responded by mobilizing trash pumps to pump the mixed floodwater and untreated sewage back to the creek and ordered portable pump equipment in order to bypass the sewage. This resulted in an estimated 988,333 gallons spilled to Buena Vista Creek and Buena Vista Lagoon before a bypass to the Encina wastewater treatment plant was established on April 11th, 2020. Looking at the slide here, the bottom right photo shows the heavily vegetated Buena Vista Creek, which is directly adjacent to Highway 78. Moving clockwise, the bottom left photo is a photo of Highway 78 flooded during the storm event on April 9th and 10th, 2020. Both directions of the highway were closed for nearly the entire day on April 10th due to the flooding. The top left photo shows floodwater from Buena Vista Creek overtopping the 10-foot berm that surrounds the Buena Vista Lift Station and flooding the station on April 10th. And finally, the top right photo is an aerial image of the flooded Buena Vista Lift Station and Buena Vista Creek. Typically, intake flows to the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility are diverted to one of two facility treatment plants, Plant 1 or Plant 2. In April of 2020, Plant 2 was offline and undergoing upgrades related to the Pure Water Oceanside project. As discussed in previous slides, a high-intensity storm event produced heavy rainfall throughout the region from April 5th to 10th, 2020, with the highest intensity observed from April 9th to 10th. The sanitary sewer overflow at the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility occurred due to an increase of intake flows from the rainfall infiltration in the city and its tributary collection systems that exceeded the facility's capacity, which was already limited to one of the two treatment plants. An estimated 820,000 gallons of raw sewage was spilled to Windmill and Pilgrim Creek on April 10th, 2020. The photos included on this slide show that Windmill Creek is located along the northeast portion of the facility and drains to Pilgrim Creek, which borders the facility's eastern and southern boundaries. The primary spill occurred at Windmill Creek and ultimately flowed into Pilgrim Creek. Following the sanitary sewer overflow events, the city submitted a technical report as required by the state WDRs and the city's NPDES permit. On August 5th, 2020, Regional Board staff issued a notice of violation and investigative order for each sanitary sewer overflow. The city provided responses to the notices of violations and investigative orders on April 8th, 2021, providing more technical detail to questions from staff. It was during this time that the case was assigned to the Compliance Assurance Unit, or CAU. CAU staff conducted a thorough investigation of the sanitary sewer overflow events and unique circumstances that led to the spills, and continued to ask the city follow-up questions. On April 3rd, 2023, the prosecution team issued an administrative civil liability complaint to the city in the amount of $1,807,321, applying the penalty calculation methodology of the State Water Board's enforcement policy. This calculator evaluates the unique factors of the violations, such as the degree of toxicity of the discharge, harm to beneficial uses, and susceptibility to cleanup, and also considers the discharger's conduct, such as culpability, history of violations, cleanup, and cooperation. Shortly after receiving the complaint, the city waived their right to a hearing in order to engage in settlement discussions with the prosecution team. The tentative stipulated order presented here today incorporates terms agreed upon as a result of these settlement discussions and includes an administrative civil liability in the amount of $1,537,737. Similar to the ACL complaint issued in 2023, this tentative stipulated order includes penalty amounts for the sanitary sewer overflows at both the Buena Vista Lift Station, which is presented as Violation 1, and the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility, which is presented as Violation 2. However, the following changes were incorporated from the complaint into this tentative order. First, the prosecution team included a revised volume estimate for the Buena Vista Lift Station spill from 1.12 million gallons to 988,333 gallons after the city discovered a calculation error in their original reporting. This decreased the penalty amount for Violation 1 by $98,725. Secondly, the revised total liability amount, which includes both violations and staff costs, was reduced 10% in consideration of the risks inherent in litigation, resulting in a final liability amount of $1,537,737. Third, under the terms of this tentative order, the city also agrees to complete a feasibility study to evaluate long-term improvement alternatives to eliminate or minimize the risk of future flooding from Buena Vista Creek to the Buena Vista Lift Station and present these findings and implementation plans to the San Diego Water Board by January 2027. The prosecution team acknowledges the unique circumstances that led to these sanitary sewer overflows. At the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility, Plant 2 is back in operation, and the facility has the capacity to handle flows such as that experienced during the April 2020 storm event. In addition, we are optimistic that the feasibility study incorporated into the tentative order will serve to provide a long-term solution for the flooding risks at the Buena Vista Lift Station. The tentative stipulated order was sent out for a 30-day public comment period on July 1st, 2024, and no comments were received. Both the prosecution team and the city have agreed upon the terms of the tentative order and recommend its adoption. Before the city gives their presentation, are there any questions from the board?
Any questions for Ms. Buckley?
Is the timeline for enforcement typical or delayed because of COVID or other reasons? It seems like a long stretch.
I'm going to have Kiara come up with this one.
Kiara Clemente, Compliance Assurance Unit. Yeah, the short answer is COVID did have a piece of that. In other words, there was a long time period to get the results of the investigative order back, partly due to COVID. And so that was a factor. It wasn't the only factor, and we can talk about all the other components. There was a lot of discussions that needed to happen to come to a solid penalty calculation. And so that took a little while. And then there were settlement discussions.
I understand the settlement discussion phase. I just think, just big picture wise, I think it's hard if this had not come to the board in a settlement posture and it was this old of a matter, it makes it really challenging. Just again, big picture.
We know.
Dr. Olson has her hand up.
Dr. Olson?
Yes. So I'd like to ask about the timeline too, and sort of the long-term solution being looked at by the city. My question is, since we now probably have more Eric River, and we know the timeline can be as short as 3 years, and perhaps as long as 7 or perhaps a little longer. I wonder about how important this is to both the city to avoid a large fine, but also to the water board as we look forward to this region where so many of our facilities are located downstream, very close to the coast, and will impact a lot of biological areas. So can you explain to me how this exactly is going to be handled? If they come forward with a plan, how long will it be before that plan is enacted? So are we looking, this happened in 2020, we got to a final settlement, I guess the comment period was this July. But now we're looking at 3 years more just for the planning and then additional time after that. I'm sorry, that was long-winded.
You know, I think the city is about to give a presentation. I think it will answer some of these questions. They
Okay,
have done
wonderful. Thank you.
some other work in addition to the long-term, the feasibility study.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll call Lindsay Leahy and Mabel Uyeda from the city of Oceanside.
Thank you, Chair Cantu and fellow board members. My name is Lindsay Leahy. I'm the Water Utilities Director for the City of Oceanside. And with me here today is Mabel Uyeda, our Principal Water Engineer, also for the city. I'm going to be reviewing both of the spills at Buena Vista Lift Station as well as San Luis Rey, or I'll call it SLR for short. So the Buena Vista Lift Station facility, the main point that I want to address here is the lift station capacity and the force main capacity. The lift station and force main had more than enough capacity to handle normal flows and those of ultimate peak wet weather. The ultimate peak wet weather flow for these facilities is 8.3 MGD, and our average flow is about 10% of that. So it's well above the capacity due to other past efforts that the city has done to redirect flows to other facilities and ensure that this facility has more than enough capacity to handle any future instances and flows that it receives during wet weather events. The station, as staff had mentioned in their presentation, remained operational while submerged and continued to send wastewater flows to our other facilities upstream while underwater. It was only once the floodwaters reached the electrical equipment that the pumps stopped working. And so I think this is one thing that we wanted to really point out, that that lift station was able to operate even while under multiple feet of water and handle that flood. As shown in the previous presentation, again, looking at the dry lift station property as well as while it was flooded during that day, you can see on this upper side of the picture the flooded creek and then the berm that stands between those two. One thing I wanted to point out is since this flood, this was the first time that this has happened at that property. Since then, and since 2020, every storm we have had in North County has both flooded the 78, but also has been flooding this property. And we have been able to maintain operation through those storms due to the work that we have done after the April 2020 storm to bring that plant and that lift station back up online. Again, looking at some of the other photos that were previously presented, but I wanted to show another photo of what our staff saw as they accessed the property. So the property was almost completely underwater. At the access gates, there was at least 3 to 4 feet of water and unable to access the other end of the property where the lift station facilities are located. This is a closer photo of the what we call the dry well, and for the reasons it's supposed to remain dry. You can kind of see in that photo that the water line is about 2 feet higher than what you can see in this photo. So the electrical panels on the back wall were almost completely submerged during this flooding event. And as well as presented in the previous presentation, this is looking upstream and downstream of the Buena Vista Creek and seeing the mature vegetation of that creek that has reduced the capacity of that creek and caused the floodwaters to seek other avenues of flow. For the San Luis Rey Water Reclamation Facility spill, as Kate had mentioned, there was a critical upgrade of Plant 2 for us to be able to construct Pure Water Oceanside, the county's first indirect potable reuse project. We issued notice to proceed for that project January 2nd of 2020, so 4 months before this spill had occurred. And the upgrade or the construction of the Pure Water project required upgrade of the wastewater plant upstream of it. As Kate had mentioned, our San Luis Rey Reclamation Facility is divided into 2 parallel but isolated separately plants. Plant 1 sends wastewater flows to our water reclamation facility for Title 22 recycled water, and Plant 2 now directs flows to our Pure Water Oceanside plant for indirect potable reuse. So during the time of the storm, Plant 2 was under construction. These facilities already existed, the concrete basins already existed prior to this and had previously been used to move flows within the plant so that we had other storage capacities because we had the capacity within the plant to hold water more than what we needed to treat it. One of the things that we had with Pure Water Oceanside is we recognized the need to expedite construction. Having that other plant offline did limit our ability to store and move water within the facility. So we offered the contractor an early completion incentive. And for every day that the contractor was able to complete the work before the milestone, they were going to receive an incentive payment of $23,500 per day. So this was something that the city recognized that we wanted to get this done as fast as possible. So we had all of our infrastructure available for our operations. As previously mentioned, the multiple days of high precipitation preceding the April 10th storm meant that most of our storage facilities at that site were at their capacity as we were trying to move water and get water through and out of the plant as quickly as possible while still meeting our water quality requirements. This is a quick overview of San Luis Rey. The highlighted sections in red show that's the Plant 2 portion of work that was under construction during the time of the storm. This is a look at the aeration basins that was actually conveniently taken just before, or just around the time of the storm. And you can see there's literal holes cored into the concrete basins, which would have prevented us from using those basins as storage. I wanted to highlight the improvements that we have completed since the April 2020 storm. The city is very forward-thinking, and we are spending a lot of time and focus on improving our infrastructure. We have completely rebuilt the SCADA systems at Buena Vista Lift Station, as well as rebuilt all of the electrical equipment and replaced the pumps there and moved them to a higher elevation so to prevent future shorting. At San Luis Rey, we've completed Pure Water Oceanside, and Plant 2 is back online, and we have the additional storage capacity within the facility. We've done multiple other improvements, including pipeline replacements and valve replacements. But system-wide, we've completed over 1,000 linear feet of pipelining, 4,300 linear feet of pipeline replacement, upgrades to 4 sewer lift stations, as well as many other repairs throughout our collection system in the last 4 years. This is a brief overview of some of our sewer system planned improvements. So as mentioned, we are working on a feasibility study for Buena Vista Lift Station and an upgrade of that plant. And this includes an alternative to relocate the facility to see if that is a viable option. One thing I wanted to point out, prior to the storm, the city had a completed design to upgrade this lift station, and that was planned to be done in the very near future. That plan and that design did not contemplate some of the things that we learned during the storm. So we have since thrown that design out, and we are now starting this over again to make sure we're addressing some of the things that we witnessed during this 2020 storm into our new plan moving forward. We have major upgrades, including all of our treatment processes at San Luis Rey planned and in the works, as well as a new lift station and force main to replace our aging wastewater plant at the coast at our La Salina wastewater treatment plant. We're planning on installing 5.5 miles of redundant force main, so we are able to move water and have more flexibility to maintain our system, as well as many miles of pipeline replacement, our land outfall upsizing and replacement, and the upgrades of multiple lift stations throughout our facilities. So in conclusion, I wanted to just remind the board that the Buena Vista Lift Station spill was caused due to the storm overtopping the berm and the lowered capacity of the Buena Vista Creek. And again, we have since been able to handle every storm and every flooding event that has happened at that facility. And while Oceanside has no jurisdiction to maintain the creek, we do support all of the other agencies that and their efforts to clear and maintain the growth within that creek. And again, we have had no other spills at that location since. For San Luis Rey, again, the spill was caused due to the exceptional intensity of the rainfall that we've experienced, and our staff took all actions to minimize that spill and redirect water to be able to absorb the flows that were coming into the facility. And Plant 2, again, was offline due to Pure Water Oceanside. And we have accommodated all other rain events prior to and since that storm in 2020. And Oceanside staff are available for any questions if you have those.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Leahy? Very strong.
I'm not sure if this is yours or staff, but have we looked at a SEP in this case for maybe for Buena Vista Creek?
Thank you for that question. We did discuss a SEP, and part of, because Oceanside's really focusing so far in advance of our infrastructure replacement, one, it's very difficult for us to look at projects and other things that we need to do in this area. And then some of the things that we had discussed with regional board staff required the participation of other agencies, and that we did not believe that we would be able to complete those efforts within the time frame that this board would require to do that. So those were part of those discussions, and probably part of the reason some of our negotiations took as long as they did, because we were going down those avenues, and we had to kind of pull back because it required so much other involvement by outside jurisdictions.
Dr. Olson has a question.
Dr. Olson? I'm
That's a
sorry,
real
go ahead.
shame because it would seem to me to be a perfect way used to go clean up Buena Vista Creek.
Dr. Olson?
Yes, thank you. Now, I have a number of short questions. So I'd like to know, you reported your sewer flow capacity, the 0.083 gallons per day. Right.
That's correct.
So first, I want to thank you for the work you've done regarding upgrading your sewer system. But now the flow that you had, well, you're saying that it was due to the overflow of the berm, not of the capacity of your system.
That is
what I
correct.
understand? Okay, great. Then secondly, you changed the location of your pumps. And my question is, now the location that those pumps are in, they cannot be flooded?
We have not changed the location of the pumps. We have elevated some of the electrical equipment above where the water line we did see. We've done other improvements on the site to try to make the dry well more impenetrable and a little bit more resistant to floodwaters.
Can you be specific
Well, that
about
was, I'm sorry.
the change? You said you changed, you raised the elevation. Can you be specific about by how much?
Well, sorry, I'm going to ask our principal water engineer to respond to that.
Thank you. As far as the electrical within the dry well, we did raise it so that if the dry well were to be flooded, I don't know specifically the exact number of how many feet we raised it. We also made it so that there's less chance of water getting into the dry well to ensure that it continues to stay dry. We do have some limitations as far as ideally we would want to look at pumps in the dry pit in the event it does get submerged. We did look at submersible pumps. Unfortunately, that would require a considerable amount of changes, not only to the electrical, but new transformer. So that's why we're looking at a feasibility study, like how much rehab we could do to ensure that if this station were to flood, in comparison to possibly relocating it, what those costs were. So we would have a more permanent solution. But right now, we were able to raise it and ensure that the floodwaters would not enter into the dry pit.
And I'll also add the work that we've been doing over the last couple of years is we understand it's the intermediary work that we're doing in advance of the permanent fix. So we're trying to do what we can with the existing infrastructure and the limitations that we do have on that property while we're working on the permanent fix and the permanent plan, including potentially relocating the lift station if we have that ability to do that.
Dr. Olson?
Yes. So have you can the height of the berm be raised?
Thank you for that question. So My understanding, that is possible, yes, to raise the height of the berm. However, by doing so, we're now going to be required to submit for a CLOMR because we're going to be changing the floodplains and potentially causing another adjacent property to be the low point of the floodplain. And so doing this is potentially a larger impact to those other than the city. So that's not something that we are able to do at this time.
So I'd like to ask a follow-up then of our executive officer. Is that anything that we can help them evaluate during their feasibility study, whether or not this would cause harm to other individuals or it can be carried out?
Good morning, Betty. The answer to your question is I think that it needs more follow-up discussion with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Regional Board 401 certification staff. I believe that short-term, in the moment emergency measures, which were identified as not practicable because of road closures like gravel bags and sandbags that might have raised the freeboard a few inches, maybe a foot, would be allowable under an RGP 63. But in this case, thinking ahead to another project where the floodplain is concerned, I think that requires a more detailed discussion than we can have here today.
Well, I realize that, but are we going to pursue that, or is that beyond our purview? Or
our staff are always ready to work pre-application phase with Army Corps and applicants. So the opportunity to meet with them is certainly on the table.
So I don't know if that's an alternative positive to Oceanside or not, but I guess what I hear our executive officer, Dave Gibson, saying is he's ready and willing to help if we can. I wanted to ask you about the vegetation in the creek. This has been a problem that we've found, but not so, I don't know if exactly it was in a creek, but you have to get a lot of permissions to go in and be able to remove it. Are you getting cooperation on that front?
We are working with the neighboring agency that is responsible to clear the creek, and we have provided our written support for them to obtain those permits, as well as any other cooperation Oceanside can provide to support them through those efforts. I know that they did complete a portion of some work in the concrete channeled area, and again, we've expressed support for further clearing should that come up.
Could I request that you keep our staff informed about how those are moving forward, since it seemed to be part of the issue involved in this occurrence? And I wanted to know, you've done a lot of work looking at pipelines and making sure they're functioning and pump stations. What about restriction to storage, either during storms or during a construction period? Have you made, are you able to make any changes in this regard?
Thank you for that question. We do look at those things during planned construction work. For example, with the San Luis Rey facility, we do have multiple ponds that are adjacent and emergency storage ponds that are adjacent and have been able to handle past flows. In some cases, there's a limitation that staff would be able to add additional storage in case of a storm. In this case, these were unprecedented storms that we had not experienced to this level, and were unable to handle those flows. But it is something that we do consider, and part of why we offered the early completion incentive to the contractor that was completing that project, to try to avoid as many of the storm in the rainy seasons as possible. So again, we issued an notice to proceed and gave the contractor a 2-year completion milestone. So the plant was to be operational by January 1st of 2022. So 2 years. And so that would have allowed only a single rainy period, since we typically see, wet weather events in February to April. So that would have allowed us to only see that in, or 2 rainy periods, I apologize, for the plant. So that was part of our incentive, was to try to get that plant back online as early as possible.
So I know this is a big ask, but we are going to continue to get unusual storm events that we're not used to. And so, is this flow in the sewer that you have designed, have you done an analysis to look and see if you had the same amount of rain or more rain that your system would be able to handle it?
Thank you. Yes, we have evaluated the amount of flow that our facilities did receive. If well, for the instance of Buena Vista Lift Station, that facility was able to operate at the flows we were receiving during that period of time. For San Luis Rey, if that storm were to have occurred today, and if we were receiving the amount of flow that we saw on April 2020, we would be able to accommodate that flow today if we were to receive it again.
And what percentage over that could you accommodate over that rain period? I think, wasn't the flow then 0.85 or?
The 0.85 was at the Buena Vista Lift Station. I don't recall exactly off the top of my head the flow we were receiving, but we were not near the ultimate wet weather capacity that facility is designed to handle. So the Buena Vista Lift Station had more than enough. I would venture to guess double the capacity within the system itself to be able to move water, and that is due to the city's effort previously of redirecting flows to other areas, and removing the flow from that system. For San Luis Rey, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head to be able to get those to you, but I'm happy to send any follow-up to staff and get that to the board for their review of the overcapacity that we would be able to have. I can say that our permitted capacity at San Luis Rey, I believe, is about 13 and a half MGD to be able to treat and send through our outfall. The capacity within the treatment system is over 15 MGD. So we have that extra storage capacity within plant 2. And then we have the emergency storage ponds adjacent to the facility where we can also send flow to store, as well as storage within the system there. So I'm happy to follow up and get you the exact percentage of flow that we could handle with the completion of plant 2 if you would like. But I don't have those numbers at this time.
You know, I would really like if we could have a discussion on this. And the reason why is we're going to see more of these events. And in a sense, your bad fortune, which is you were trying to function the best you could and you ran into a difficult situation. We're going to see more of these rain events. And so if we can use what you've learned from this experience to help other wastewater treatment facilities either be able to be prepared or to better plan ahead, looking at hardening our systems.
I think Dr. Olson may have frozen. We do have a question from Board Member Yun Tu.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And this is kind of follow up with Dr. Olson's comments. First of all, I just want to compliment the fact that City of Oceanside worked very collaboratively with our staff during this whole issue, and I also appreciate the fact that there's a lot of planning to make sure things from increasing the height of the electrical panels and so forth. It sounds like there's a lot of lesson learned from this event as well. One other thing I want to find out is in terms of timing, the feasibility study, I'm assuming there will be built-in climate change and resiliency questions on the feasibility study. And in terms of timing, are you doing a lot of the plan listed that you presented? That's after the feasibility study is done? Or this is even before the feasibility study?
Thank you for those questions. So to address the first portion, yes, we are taking into consideration climate change and other storm events as part of our planning for the utility. And in addition to that, it's a goal of both our council as well as our Utilities Commission to take into consider all environmental factors, including sea level rise because of our proximity to the ocean, as well as future rain events and atmospheric rivers that we are experiencing. The list of the projects that we're working on are all in parallel to each other. They're not, it's not that we have to get the feasibility study done before we do everything else. Those are everything that we have in the works. And honestly, that's a very short list of what is actually being done. Those are things that are just addressing some of the concerns that this board may have. But that is something that we're working on in parallel to the feasibility study. Again, the feasibility study is something that we're working on. We have said to staff that we will provide an update to that. And I do want to assure this board, because we were already planning to upgrade this lift station prior to the storm, we will be doing something, whatever the alternative is from that is recommended. We will be working with our council to present that. It's just that that work couldn't be done within a time frame that we could also include in this tentative order. So that's why there's different timeframes involved with it. Yeah.
Plans are great, but the financial, is there a parallel track of making sure you have the finance to make those improvements?
Yes, thank you. So we already had, again, the original upgrade of that lift station was already in our budget for prior years, so that we were already planning to issue those designs for bid and future construction. So that was already budgeted. Those funds are available within our wastewater enterprise fund, and we do extensive forecasting and planning for future projects. So that is something that's on our planning and our financial docket. Thank you.
Okay. Would any board member like to move a motion to either approve or reject the settlement contained in order number Region 9, 2024-0060?
I will move.
And I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Cantu, could I just check to make sure we have no speakers on this item, either on Zoom or in the room?
Yeah, I have no speaker cards. Are there any speakers without cards who need to fill out cards?
Thank you for the last call.
Thank you. Will the clerk call the roll?
Okay. Ms. Blair?
Nay.
Dr. Olson?
Aye.
Mr. Strawn?
I'll vote yes, but I'm very disappointed that we're not looking at that watershed upstream and rather than just dealing with floods.
Aye.
Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Chair Cantu?
Aye. Did you call Dr. Olson? Did I just miss that? Okay, I'm sorry. Motion carries. We have information item now. If we are to move on to item number 8, do we have our liaison queued up yet?
Our liaison can be brought online. And also, we have moved so efficiently through our agenda this morning to get to these 2 important items. Not all of our speakers are able to join us just yet.
Okay.
At the risk of a little bit of chaos, I would recommend that we go to item number 3, my update on the transboundary flows. I believe we have at least 1 speaker card on that.
We do.
And we can perhaps get State Board Member Nicole Morgan online. She's now available after the Region 6 meeting. And then if you would like, if we still have some time, we could adjourn for the closed session early. That way we can take up the items 8 and 9 at 11:30 or so when the speakers are guaranteed to be able to be here in person.
Very good. We will do that. So why don't you start with a transborder flows update? Mr. McDonald has been coming in and out, but I don't see him. He's outside. Okay. Maybe somebody can invite him in. Tell him we're moving on. We'll do the transboundary flow update now.
Thank you, Chair Cantu and members of the board. You had requested, and it was previously suggested by members of the public, that you have a monthly standing item on transboundary flows. So I am borrowing from the executive officer's report, which you have, which is again substantive, and a few things to add to that. For the public's use, because we intend to post this presentation on the website and direct social media to it, there are a couple of QR codes that the public will be able to use that we're making sure get distributed. Next slide. We have been engaged at staff and at my level and in multiple presentations and organizations. I'm not going to go through the entire list. This is just for your reference, but I will note that we hosted the California-Mexico Border Relations Council here at our board meeting last week. And they decided coming out of that meeting that they will resume twice annual meetings. So this was one. I believe the next one will be in Calexico, and they'll probably alternate back and forth on those. I also represented the board at the State Lands Commission and participated in, but did not speak at the California Coastal Commission meeting on the border issues and water quality. The issue of the Tetra marsh restoration came up during our Southern California Coastal Water Wetlands Research Project, or Wetlands Restoration Project, pardon. And so that is a keystone project for restoring the estuary and addressing historic transboundary flows of sediment. Next slide. Of course, you know already that we have over 55 impairments listed in the integrated report, and that doesn't include the over 272 constituents of concern identified by San Diego State and other researchers recently. I anticipate that we will address those constituents to the extent we can in the next listing cycle, and we're on deck for the next listing cycle in a couple of years. As of today, we have 1,070 beach closures from Borderfield State Park to the mouth of the Tijuana River. While the data gets more variable farther north, we should not be too allayed in our concerns, because as Dr. Feddersen reported to you last August, while the bacterial indicators are dying after 3 to 5 days in the ocean waters, norovirus is still alive and well 11 days later. So the signs that would indicate that it's okay at the Hotel Del should be taken with a dose of caution. The air quality impacts and public health impacts we have received substantive updates on. There are several forums and work groups ongoing right now to address this issue. The Water Board is engaged with those, and they are currently driving a lot of the discussion by Cal EPA and State Board and local agencies like the County of San Diego. And as I previously reported to you, we've seen a collapse of the ecology of the estuary as indicated by fish species. And although we do not yet have data, quantitative data, we have received anecdotal observations and reports that the same thing is happening with bird species, particularly fish feeding species that would otherwise be occupying the estuary. And then, of course, we have a substantial amount of trash and debris. I was looking forward to telling you that we were going to have a ribbon cutting and an installation of the trash boom funded by Senate Bill 170 next week, but I've just learned this morning that that is being postponed until December. But Senate Bill 170 provided $4.7 million for a trash boom for the Tijuana River itself. The components have already been constructed. They're assembled at the IBWC plant, waiting to be installed by AC in Alta-Terra. So we're looking forward to getting that in, hopefully before the rainy season really arrives in force, to try that out and try to get at least 2 rain years out of that trash boom system. The goal of that was to inform Project J on the record of decision that EPA approved, to see what trash loads we have, what was the character of the trash, what type of storm events, and could this design work? This design was tried out in Smuggler's Gulch. It worked for a couple of years, but as with anything, it requires maintenance and care. And the Tijuana River is a larger and rather more dynamic channel than Smuggler's Gulch or Goat Canyon. But coupled with the county project, also funded by Senate Bill 170, for a sediment basin and trash boom in Smuggler's Gulch and the existing sediment basins and trash booms in Goat Canyon, we will be able to achieve the load allocations going forward that you may consider next month for the advanced restoration plan for trash. At least we have the tools coming together right now. And we would like to make sure that Project J, as well as the other projects on the record of decision, are fully funded going forward. But this is a good early investment in trash. Next slide. This is one of the codes that I wanted to make sure we shared with the public. The CDC is doing a health survey, which is open until November 22nd next week. You can take the survey online by going to the QR code or to the website address. This is very important information for the County Department of Public Health and other agencies in decision-making. Air quality and water quality are both a key mediums of concern. Next slide. And this is another one ongoing right now through the County of San Diego and the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, which I didn't even know existed until today, but it does. And they're conducting their own online health survey regarding health impacts of sewage and the pollution in the Tijuana River. It takes about 35 minutes to complete this survey, but we are making sure that we're doing due diligence to get this word out to the public. This is gathering finally the kind of attention that we've long felt needed to be paid to the Tijuana River and the transboundary flows. That kind of attention we hope will lead to funding and allocation for projects that we know will work to remediate the sources. Next slide. And because bad news just loves company, the State Department of Public Health has proposed a prohibition on the commercial harvest of shellfish in coastal waters from the border to La Jolla Cove, including Mission Bay and San Diego Bay. The Port of San Diego was actually considering a proposal for shellfish cultivation offshore, and they have projects ongoing in San Diego Bay. They have registered their concerns. The comment period for this closed on November 4th, and we will find out fairly soon from CDPH if they will in fact issue that prohibition and decline to approve shellfish growing area certificates. Next slide.
Sorry, did we submit a comment?
We did not, no. IBWC compliance. Again, a substantial amount of information in the executive officer's report. I used this slide in the previous presentation, so it's information you've seen before. As you adopted this in 2023 and set the compliance date proposed by IBWC for August 16th, they had made progress. As of August 16th, they did not have all the PSTs or primary sedimentation tanks online, but they have achieved essentially 95% compliance during the last couple of months since. As you can see from the data below, that as they brought PSTs back online, exceedances have dropped. According to information for September, we had 14 daily exceedances, so they probably didn't meet their monthly average. But in October, as of yesterday, as far as I've heard, we have 0 exceedances, and we anticipate that with 5 PSTs, they will be able to achieve and maintain compliance with the monthly averages and the daily exceedances. We still have 3 non-effluent violations to resolve, and IBWC is addressing these. They are looking at the biannual technical committee and deciding if they can update the Minute 320 charter that they have to address this. These are binational meetings of the agencies involved with the collection system and the treatment plant, and that is one of several ways that they could resolve the requirement to have that technical committee meet biannually. There's also a climate change plan, which you have been requiring for all publicly owned treatment works along the coast. That's also overdue now. They are working on that, and I understand they'll have a draft at the end of the month. And of course, the Tijuana River Valley Monitoring Plan has been overdue. They've submitted a plan that was not acceptable. They now have a contractor on board, and the contractor is putting in the quality assurance project plan and updating the design. This will be rather important because several agencies concerned with air quality are looking for water quality data as well. We've advised them to look at the daily influent to the treatment plant. That data is available in CWIX, and it is 110% consistent with what we're seeing, unfortunately, in the river itself. The only exception to that could be industrial discharges to storm drains in Tijuana that are not present in the industrial, into the wastewater influent to the treatment plant. But IBWC will be monitoring cross-border flows in coming months. Next slide. We have significant challenges ahead of us. As you can see in the top photograph on the right, that's Matadero Canyon, Smuggler's Gulch in Mexico. And you can notice the complete and total lack of any stormwater construction, stormwater best management practices of any kind anywhere. They have no fiber rolls, no ground cover, no covers for the stockpiles into the channel itself, excavations. At the governor's request, Cal EPA drafted a letter, which means I actually helped write that, agency to agency across the border to identify that this is a growing concern and ask them to address this issue with emergency remedial measures before the rainy season takes place. I'm very glad to see that we were able to get movement on this from the governor's office and Cal EPA, because that kind of nation to nation, state to state conversation is really required to change this situation before the rains really hit us. And these sediment flows, even in the dry season, have already had significant impact to IBWC as you have previously received reports. The canyon collectors, and this is a summertime photograph in the bottom right, not a storm event photograph, has been completely inundated with sediment several times over. And that sediment is also making its way into the collection system and damaging the treatment plant itself. And the daily flows, while they are down, they have been consistently repetitive throughout the day. And I noticed with some dismay over the weekend that it appeared PBC had been taken offline again because daily flows were again up in the 20 to 30 million gallons per day during the daytime hours, not just at night. As the nighttime flows produce a lot of hydrogen sulfide, which is kept close to the ground by the inversion layer and the lack of sunlight, we have those air quality impacts, which are acute, but there are also air quality impacts, which are chronic, that the two health surveys I mentioned a few moments ago are intended to document and to bring action on. Next slide. Priorities and opportunities. I'm going to mention one first that's not on the list, which is it appears that Proposition 4 has passed, and that included a $50 million allocation for the border regions. That language includes the option to work with North American Development Bank. I have met with the State Water Board Division of Financial Assistance, and I have been asked to meet with Salvador Lopez from North American Development Bank in December after our board meeting to talk about how NADBank and others could work with the State Board on that option for funding projects both in the United States and Mexico. Previously, I recommended to the State Board that they strongly consider Minute 320 as a starting point for the discussion of what types of projects to fund. And obviously, for all the foregoing reasons, they should be focused heavily on source control that's permanent, credible, and durable, not just episodic Band-Aids that look good for the ribbon cutting ceremony, but are not maintained. That funding won't be available until mid-2025, so there's a lot to do before that happens and decisions to be made at State Board as to how to proceed with that funding. But these are early conversations that I'm sharing with you. We are proposing to bring to you for your consideration advanced restoration plans for bacteria and for trash. And as I indicated, we have some of the tools online for trash. What's missing for bacteria is the river diversion and treatment system. The river diversion exists at PBCLA, but as I've just indicated, it was shut off over the weekend. And to improve reliability of that diversion system and to actually treat the water rather than discharge it on the coast untreated, the record of decision included at our strong urging a river diversion and treatment system. IBWC is thankfully able to fund an initial feasibility study of that. They have proposed a schedule of updates at 30, 60, and 90%. I'll be updating you as those proceed. There are several intriguing options available, including using the City of San Diego's water reclamation plant. It's one of the options that will be studied. Unfortunately, there are no capital funds for that project to date. Indeed, of all the projects A through J in the record of decision, only project A is funded and only 50%. So there's a lot that we know that needs to be done, but what is lacking is the checkbook at this point. The Tijuana River Trash Boom I just summarized a few moments ago, and the expansion of the International Treatment Plant, the kickoff ceremony was this last month. And so our staff have been invited by EPA and IBWC to meet with Stantec, their contractor, on a regular basis to discuss the plant designs with the economies that in mind because of the lack of funding. And I'll just observe one of them that you can see if you look really closely on the photograph taken of the event. To expand the plant from 25 million gallons per day to 50 million gallons per day, they propose adding 2 PSTs. Right now, they need 3 primary sedimentation tanks to treat 25. I think math would say that needs 6 to do 50. That leaves them with 1 spare and only 1 spare. That is a recipe for non-compliance and disappointment. So we are hoping that even though they are designing for what they can afford now, that component can be added. There is absolutely space available. So if additional congressional funding can be identified for the expansion of the treatment plant, it can be made more resilient and more robust and more compliant for the future. But right now it is strictly a funding question, and they're designing what they can afford with $400 million out of what the commissioner said last year was a $900 million project, and the economy compromise model was a $600 million project. So the math really is not working out so far. I mentioned the river diversion project, and then the federal funding for record of decision, as I stated several times now, that's the critical pathway to success in addressing the transboundary flows, while also working with Mexico to abate the sources of those flows. And I believe that's my last slide. Next one. If the board has any questions, I'd be glad to take them, and I believe we have at least one speaker from the audience today.
Any questions from the board for? Any questions from the board for our executive officer?
Has the analysis started on what the change in administration is going to do to all of this?
That is yet to be determined. And one thing I did not put a slide in that, thank you for reminding me unintentionally, was that there was a request to US EPA for a Superfund site designation for the Tijuana River Valley. We're working with them on providing them data for that analysis. That will take more than a year, I understand. And they are right now evaluating what options are going to be likely to be stalled while the administration and transition takes place. Among those with the advanced restoration plans, I'll just advise you, we proposed an MOU between EPA, IBWC, and the Water Board. That work has gone slowly, and I anticipate that we are not going to have a draft for you to see in December, but it may be an option we can still pursue with the new administration. We have worked with the administrations previously on transboundary flows, and I believe that with federal agencies and federal facilities, MOUs have proven to be very effective, both for the agencies and for the Water Board.
I think what would be helpful for the December or February report would be like a division of what we can do without federal cooperation and what we think is still possible.
I think that for the Tijuana River Valley, federal participation and cooperation from both countries is 100% mission critical. There simply is no alternative.
No, I understand that, but there's also like historically been projects that the county is going to fund, the state of California is going to fund. And I think that, again, I just think it would be ignorant of us to just not understand what we can accomplish in 4 years and what maybe pause with no doing on our end.
Certainly.
Like that would be a helpful presentation, I think, to the public and the board.
I think for the Senate Bill 170 projects, we can get our arms around trash for the contaminated, polluted flows across the border. Proposition 4 offers an opportunity. In my conversations with State Board, I've strongly emphasized putting a lot of eggs into one basket, the Tijuana River Valley, rather than trying to equitably split. The New River suffers from many of the same, if not all the same issues, but the Tijuana River has the added impact of public health impacts documented and estuary collapse documented. And so it seems now is a good time to double down on investments there. A river diversion system, even a cobbled together one with $50 million, probably a lot could be done. But the local agencies need to be assured that as they take on projects, assuming they were even willing to take on this one, that they are in some way reimbursed by the federal government for the costs. That has been an issue and an obstacle for more than a decade.
Dr. Olson.
Yes. So I'd like to ask, can you remind me again of the cost of the river diversion?
The cost of the river division has been estimated at about $150 million for treatment. The diverter exists in Mexico, that's PBCLA, and there's a pipeline that is the force main into the US that's only 23 million gallons per day. So the feasibility study is looking at conveyance from PBCLA into the US and then design options for the treatment of that wastewater dominated flows from the river and then discharge through the South Bay Ocean outfall.
So the second question is, it's my understanding that even with these minimal flows coming into the river, there still is an odor problem.
Yes,
Could
there
we
is.
have an update from the city of Imperial Beach about what they think the economic consequences are?
I think that they will certainly participate in your item on the advanced restoration plans for bacterial indicators, and that would also be perhaps a good time to invite other agencies like the county-led alliance of organizations looking at air quality, as well as Cal EPA and the Air Board itself.
And then just one other quick question. These health surveys that are going on, how are they contacting the public? I have a relative that lives in the area and he just isn't aware of them.
I understand they've done door to door and contacted over 1,000 people in Imperial
Wow.
Beach, according to one statement I saw. And otherwise, it's being distributed online to capture as many people as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Gary Strom.
Yeah, I should probably know the answer to this, but in your executive officer report, and I think you mentioned it here today, that they're able to divert most of the sewage from the river flows during the day, but not at night. What is that a flow issue or an operational issue? I don't understand that.
It's an operational issue associated with the international collector, the old international collector, which they're planning to replace, and they'll do that in January. But if they run all three of PBC-less pumps during the night when the flows have been higher, they risk damaging the international treatment plant itself because of the lack of flow control gauges at junction box 1. So they reduce it from 3 pumps during the day to 1 pump at night to protect the plant. But as I pointed out, it appeared that they shut off the pumps altogether over the weekend.
It all comes back to those valves on the input side. Okay, thank you.
There are more details in the executive officer's report than I've summarized, but I will mention that they have worked on a technical fix for junction box 1 to get them through the next 6 or 7 months. I don't know yet if that has been effectively installed. They were working on it. They tried an earlier version of it that failed, unfortunately, but they're more confident that this will work. And the improvements to the international collector, if there's some good news to report, it's that the plan to disconnect the old collector and just discharge all of Tijuana sewage to the river for an extended period of time, weeks, was postponed till January, when they can bring a river diversion or a sewage collection diversion system from Acapulco and install it so that they can bypass the old collector while they install the new collector, which is standard operating technology we take for granted for major sewerage projects in California, which has been lacking so far in projects funded by Minute 320 and other ongoing maintenance and operation projects. So that's a very positive development. We're very glad that IBWC and EPA and NADBank reminded them that their funding agreements required diversion and bypass of affected flows. So that'll be much better than having it flow into the Tijuana River for 2 or more weeks. But that is a symptom, that's an example of the challenges we face. With the new international collector, it'll have sliding gates that will help also control the debris and solids entering the IBWC plant, but we can't rely only on one barrier. We need multiple barriers.
Okay, Mr. Patrick McDonald.
Chair Cantu, Nicole Morgan is also online now.
Okay, we'll finish this item, then go to Nicole.
Got it. Green means go. Okay. Sorry. Patrick McDonough for San Diego Coastkeeper as well. Thank you for that update, Executive Officer Gibson. I have a few follow-up questions. I read the Executive Officer report last night. Thank you for the update on the sediments issue in Matadero Canyon. That's obviously very troubling. I'll just kind of rapid fire these questions, and then if you can respond if and when you have time, we'd appreciate it. So first, it's interesting that you sent a letter on behalf of or with Cal EPA, I believe, asking your Mexican counterparts on what they're doing, what can be done, or to apply pressure regarding just basic construction sediment BMPs. And I'm wondering if US IBWC has requested the same thing and through what mechanisms, because I know that they're having more ongoing commissioner to commissioner conversations as well. From your report, the written report, you noted that the rehabilitation of the Los Laureles Pump Station 1 began in 2023. Again, that's on the Mexico side of the infrastructure. And I'm wondering if there's a current status update for that piece of infrastructure repair. And then it also noted that the grit chamber, that's, I believe, before the primary sedimentation tanks or chambers, is in service, but the report stated its most upstream pump is regularly clogged by debris, necessitating constant maintenance. And I'm wondering if there's any solution or proposed plan to address this instead of constant maintenance. And then Board Member Olson, you asked about the odor issue. I know this is all hearsay, but I know just there is a huge odor issue near the Saturn Bridge intersection of, sorry, I realize I'm out of time. May I answer what I know of Board Member Olson's question about odors and just Saturn Bridge? There is a culvert that runs underneath the Saturn Bridge Boulevard Road that directly bisects the Tijuana River, and then water that's mostly, unfortunately, raw sewage flow that comes into the United States, then spills and kind of waterfalls down into some riprap that aerosolizes that water. And that's where we've seen those high concerns about hydrogen sulfide and those types of issues, health issues. And I know the city of San Diego owns that actual culvert, but the immediate downstream parcel is owned by the feds and I believe the Navy. And the city of San Diego has been speaking with the Navy on potential upgrades or fixes to that site, but the Navy is unwilling to pay for it. And the city of San Diego may be just trying to put additional riprap down to stop such a large cascading waterfall and kind of manage the aerosolization that way. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. So many things to go through. If I can, I'll just highlight a couple of the issues, and that's exactly why the board created this discussion item. First of all, regarding the sediment, just to reiterate, the governor did visit the IBWC treatment plant in San Antonio de los Buenos and saw firsthand Matadero Canyon and directed Cal EPA to write the letter. I just helped a little bit with some of the details and some photographs to make an illustrative example of what the industry standard should be for a project of that size. IBWC has been looking into, at our suggestion, installing their own sediment control basin between the two sets of border fences at the old canyon collector, just upstream of the new canyon collector. That will help in the dry season, but it'll be functionally useless during the winter when the heavy flows will simply wash everything away. So it is an option for them going forward after the rainy season to install that. They're looking at it right now to see if it's practicable to put that in and then to maintain it. We do not receive regular updates, nor does IBWC on some of the infrastructure projects in Mexico, like Pump Station 1 in Las Laureles. IBWC has been very persistent in asking about those, but we don't get regular updates. When we do, we try to include them on our report as our staff are meeting with them or receiving updates on a weekly basis. The Saturn Avenue, yes, our staff also met with the U.S. Navy, the City of San Diego Air Pollution Control Board, and others. While riprap might be a good short-term measure, you have at least, by my eyeball, a 15 vertical foot drop from upstream to downstream. It's a big drop cascade. So the long-term solution is probably going to be to regrade that crossing into a bridge, which might actually benefit the valley in being able to reopen Saturn Avenue again, even during rainy days. But that's going to be a multi-million-dollar project. The city is already looking at a bridge for Smuggler's Gulch on the other side of the valley. As part of the sediment basin project the county is proposing, the city has demanded a bridge be installed there, which would be a significant improvement, including for equestrian access and pedestrian access safety. But again, these two types of projects, infrastructure projects, are years of planning and cost. In the short term, we're working with Army Corps and IBWC and the U.S. Navy and to see if there's any way to expedite a control at Saturn Avenue to reduce the aerosolization there. But with a 15 vertical foot drop, filling it in with just rocks may not be enough to do the job. But that's why we have engineers, and I'm not one of those. So we'll see. We will do everything we can to reduce that one particular area's impact on air quality and health in the river valley. I fear I may have overlooked one of your other questions or more, but we'll have this option again and again. I'm always available to members of the public who wish to ask more questions about it that we have covered in our reports.
Good. Thank you for your continued interest. Let's invite our board member liaison, Ms. Nicole Morgan, to address us. Ah, there you are.
Good.
I know you're multitasking today. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you for yours. Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board. Happy that I was able to join you for a liaison report this morning. So let's see, as usual, there is a lot going on. So the Sites Project Authority board staff held public hearings multiple days, October 2nd, 8th through 10th, and the 21st through 23rd of this year. The AHO issued the 5th amended hearing notice and updated hearing schedule on Friday, October 18th. For the public, there is additional information on the AHO's website. The Delta Conveyance Project. So on October 17th, the state board staff held a pre-hearing conference on the DCP. And there's a recording available of that. The hearing officer intends to issue an amended notice of the hearing or procedural ruling soon. So wastewater needs assessment. So this one here, there was a second advisory group meeting on Friday, October 25th. The advisory group members advised project development and the team on Pacific Phase 1 tasks such as wastewater data gathering and gaps, baseline assessment survey, and effective outreach methods. And identifying at-risk definitions, which they'll start identifying those definitions during this phase, but that will really come into effect during Phase 2. And they also provide other areas of expertise and perspectives. The next advisory group meeting will be on January 24th of next year. I do have a larger overview of the needs assessment if you would like it. And so, is there anyone interested in just a bigger picture overview of the needs assessment? I see Betty's hand. Okay,
I guess Betty would.
Let me, I also prepared this for other regions, so I wanted to offer it also to you because this is a dear project for me. And so let's see here. So I actually have the honor of providing the opening remarks. And so it was really great to see they have, I want to say it's about 30 advisory group members. And so it's really great to see just a wide range of people really involved in this project. There's various experiences, expertise, and interests. And so there, I often say there's many pieces to each problem. You've got many puzzle pieces that need to come together to find a solution. In this case, each region's, we need to hear from each region and the advisory group member. Each one of those voices is a piece of the puzzle that we need to weigh into the process to successfully move the project forward. Not only do we need to hear from those with technical background, we also need to hear from tribal members, community members, and leaders, academia, students, and interested parties. And I'm happy to say within this advisory group, we have just about all of those covered. So it's a really interesting mixture, and we get to hear many different voices and perspectives that are interested in improving access to sanitation for all Californians. The needs assessment team has been going through all the water board's records, and so they've been looking in GeoTracker and CWIX, and they've been talking to local agencies and counties to identify where all the wastewater systems are. So not only just those are in our databases, but also understanding where there are, for example, individual septic systems and septic tanks. And so the assessment is broken into two parts. So the first phase includes establishing a baseline, data collection, and a solutions network framework. The second phase includes publishing a list of facilities of concern. So this is very similar to the drinking water assessment, where they combined, understood where all the drinking water systems were and also like individual wells. And then said, hey, here's those that are at risk, and then here's the ones that are failing, and here's some that are that would be good for consolidation. So very similar. So where can we regionalize? Where can we? There's individual septic tanks, and maybe we can bring those together, and we can they're nearby another wastewater system, and we can get those connected on. Where systems that just really need some financial help to, they're failing. Many of our systems are 50 plus years old, and as we know that they really need some attention. And so the final report is expected out in mid-2027. To help establish the baseline, the team administered a survey to understand community-based needs across the state. Respondents noted that many of the issues lasted more than 10 years. Most issues occurred in single-family homes, but also occur in recreational vehicles, mobile home parks, disadvantaged communities are the most impacted. Also, the most common issues were reliance upon septic systems and a lack of maintenance. In addition, no or unreliable water supply can impact sanitation needs and the need to rely upon mobile restrooms. The team mapped out all the identified systems that they have to date, so they can see where those are occurring in California and see if there's any patterns. One pattern that was seen is coastal. So, that includes San Diego. So coastal areas are an area of concern within California. And so there would be, be more focused in taking a look and understanding what is happening along California's coast. They are now starting to go into a field survey where they're going to be getting out, they're going to be talking to communities, gaining a better understanding of what is happening. That's anticipated to take about 6 months. And so one, I would like to just say, if you know of systems, you know of areas of concern, please reach out, let me know, let the team know. We really want to make sure that we are capturing what is happening. And as you know, sometimes, a database may not capture everything that's really happening and what communities are aware of. So please reach out. The next advisory group meeting will be held on Friday, January 24th. It is really to really combine, make that list very similar to the drinking water system needs survey, to where at the end of the day, we can have a list of systems that are in need of additional staff, focus, additional funding, technical assistance, to where we can really start to focus our effort to make sure that the dollars that we have are going to those systems that are most in need. So I can pause there and see if there are questions on that, because I know that's a lot to take in.
Any questions?
Shaking her head.
I think we have no questions. Good report. You're getting a thumbs
Okay.
up.
So I will just, there's a couple of other quick items. There is the Bay Delta plan. It has been released. It was released on October 25th. And so we'll receive public comments, and both in writing and orally. The writing is due on the 19th. We're having multiple workshops. I should say on December 19th. We're having multiple workshops, November 20th and 22nd, which I believe is next week. Then we have December 3rd and 12th. We then come back after the first of the year. We have another one on January 23rd. The January 23rd written comments are due on January 30th. We also held a Ocean Desal scoping meeting on October 28th to receive oral input and recommendations on the proposed amendments of the seawater desalination provisions of the Water Quality Control Plan for Ocean Waters of California. Written comments must be received by 12 noon on the 13th, which is today. So there is about an hour and 5 minutes left there. The other thing that is going on is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, the policies. We are taking a look at those, and there are workshops occurring. We just held one, and written comments are due on those drafts by November 22nd. So annually, we adopt the attendant use plans, which says how we are attending and how we are going to use the funds that have been allocated. The policies are our guiding documents, how we score projects, how we implement the programs. And so those we're only taking a look at every few years. And so that's to make sure that the programs are in line with the current board priorities. And so this one here is one that only comes around every few years. So I encourage everyone to take a look, provide comments, because it won't come around again for another probably about 3 or so years. So that concludes what I plan to go over today. Please let me know if you have any questions on these items or any others.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions at the dais. Dr. Olson, no questions. Thank you for a very thorough report.
Well, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. So now we will go into closed session for half an hour and reconvene, or actually a little bit more, reconvene our meeting at 11:30 to take our informational items as agendized.
Chair Cantu, the board will discuss ongoing litigation, item 10K.
You got that? Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon. Let's get our final panel up and ready to go. We will have people filling these seats, I promise, in a moment. Our informational item is update on population surveys of unhoused individuals, associated water quality impacts, and management efforts for the San Diego River. I know, Mr. Smith, you've been working on this for a very long time, and all of us are very interested in your outcomes. No. But we are, I am ready. And some other people are ready. We had everybody in the elevator. We really did. We lost them after the elevator doors opened. Miss Olson, are you, Dr. Olson, are you on the call yet? She would not be able to make the quorum anyway.
Oh, we have a quorum now.
Let the record show Mr. Strom is almost in his seat, and we will start then.
All right, so I think it is still morning. So good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board. I'm Jimmy Smith, and I will be your guide for item 8. And today we will be discussing the latest on homeless census counts along the San Diego River, NGO efforts to assist those people, and local government efforts to not only help those folks, but to also to abate the environmental impacts from those encampments. This item was requested by board members Strawn and Cantu. And as an informational item, this board will not be asked to take any action. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here is our list of speakers for the item. So we have a good mix of nonprofit advocacy, academic research. I hope they're here soon. Oh, I think they're here. And government responses to the situation. Next slide, please. So this board is all too familiar with the challenges of encampments on both the environment and the people living there. We have worked for decades on water quality monitoring data near the encampments. We have issued an investigative order naming encampments as a possible source of human fecal waste to the lower San Diego River, which you'll hear a lot more about in the next item. We advised the city of San Diego on best practices related to street sanitation during the deadly 2017 hepatitis outbreak. And staff have even volunteered their time to remove trash from our local waterways. So encampments are a complex social, economic, environmental, and mental health issue that's going to take all of us working together to even manage. So I thank the board members for shining a little bit more light on this issue. And I will now introduce Sarah Hutmacher of the San Diego River Park Foundation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody, and thanks for having us to talk about this issue. I think we are, I'm sure many of you know the San Diego River Park Foundation already, but we're a 501c3 nonprofit working along the whole San Diego River. We run a range of programs from land acquisition and water quality monitoring, education, but today we're here to talk about our Clean River program, which works to advance a trash-free river through cleanups, as well as a lot of data collection and advocacy, which is what I'm going to be talking about a lot. Can I go to the next slide, please? So we work in the Clean River program works along 24 miles of the lower San Diego River, essentially from the border of Santee to the ocean. And that's about 1,300 acres of riverbed, primarily in the main stem of the river, as well as a couple of the tributary canyons. Next slide. Oh, I think there's an animation, just so you need to see the 24 miles. Next slide. in part, our role is really essential because there are so many different stakeholders and land managers. There's over 30 private property owners. City of San Diego has 6 different departments and divisions working along the San Diego River. There's a maintenance assessment district, City of Santee, other public agencies. All those different entities have different law enforcement. And then of course, regulatory entities like you guys that are a very important stakeholder as well. Next slide. We have been doing data collection since 2008, and originally that was a biannual survey that was intended to help us get an idea of the trash so that we could use it to plan our cleanups. Over the years, that has changed, and we now, since 2016, do a twice weekly survey of the riverbed to update our data. So that survey uses a smartphone app instead of a clipboard and a digital camera, and that allows us to collect the data and get it live onto our map real time, so that we can have a much better picture of what the trash situation looks like in the riverbed at any given time. That data includes, actually, can I go to the next slide, please? One more. The data includes a volumetric estimation of the amount of trash. It identifies the trash type, including stormwater debris, litter, active or inactive encampments, legal dumping, that kind of thing. And it has photos and navigation notes as well as hazard notes so that we have a better idea of how to get to the trash, what kind of tools we're going to need to remove it, and then what, if any, other groups might need to be involved in order to address it. Next slide. This is just a zoomed in picture of the map. This map is on our website. It's viewable to the public at any time. We do password protect the information about active encampments, so that is viewable, but not any of the metadata is available unless you have a password. Next slide, please. So, oh, this is a little weird, a little hard to read. But this is one of the things that we can do with this data now that we have such better resolution of our data is this is monthly, but we can do it weekly if we want to. And it helps us to actually pinpoint what the trends might be linked, or better estimate what the trends that we're seeing in the riverbed in terms of trash might be linked to in terms of the push, like the stressors and the political stressors. It might be public policies, it might be enforcement patterns, it might be floods or other things like that. And we can more accurately tie changes in the trash trends to those stressors. So we can also run, because it's all geospatial, we can run these reports by jurisdiction, we can run them by landowner, by council district, whatever we need to do so that we can use it as a better advocacy tool. We never remove trash related to encampments, but you can see there's a pretty big, the 2 bottom bars on that map are both encampment related. And we estimate that as much as 75% of the stormwater debris we map is probably encampment related before it became stormwater debris. So it's a very sizable chunk of that. A couple of things I want you to see on this map is you'll see a big increase in trash overall, starting at the beginning of the pandemic, when a lot of things changed in terms of enforcement and landowner management of their land. You also will see a pretty significant dip in the summer of 2023 after the City of Santee and City of San Diego both passed ordinances related to their ability to enforce encampments and start cleanup of active encampments in the San Diego riverbed. And you'll also see that there's a pretty steep downturn in 2024, which I'm going to talk about a little bit. Next slide, please. The trash data has also meant that we have a very robust data set of the number of encampments that occur in the San Diego riverbed. Because we map encampments, originally it was just so that we could avoid anything active when we were planning our cleanups. But over the years, we've had this huge data set of where all the encampments are, what's changing over time. And this allows us to advocate for more resources to address encampments in the riverbed, because obviously we are never going to see a trash-free river until we are addressing the sources of some of that trash, which we estimate is probably at any given time between 65 and 95% of the trash that we see in the riverbed. Next slide. We do most of what I've been talking about so far has been our ongoing field surveys where we're updating our data twice a week. We also conduct a point in time census. That is a separate count that we do 3 times a year since 2021. And we have done it once a year as part of the regional task force on homeless point in time count. Since 2013, we've led the team that does the riverbed. So the 2 counts are slightly different. One is the point in time census is comprehensive. We do the entire riverbed at one time, whereas the ongoing surveys are on a rotating basis. So at any given moment, some of the data is brand new and some of it might be a couple of weeks old. The census events are also where we enumerate the number of human people that are living in the riverbed, whereas the ongoing field surveys document the number of encampments, which might be 1 or more people associated with a structure or a collection of structures. We also do the point in time census in some of the canyons in the riverbed, not just on the main stem of the river, especially ones where we've seen a history of encampments. Next slide, please. So our fall census is the one we just completed in the end of September, and it was our highest count to date. We documented 423 people living in the riverbed, including in some of those tributary canyons. What is interesting about this number in part is that it represents an 82% increase in the city of San Diego, but it actually represents a 34% decrease in the city of Santee. And we really attribute that largely to the fact that the city of Santee started doing their homeless outreach work and housing navigation assistance through the Encampment Resolution Fund, which I'm going to speak about in a second, earlier. So by the time we did this count, they had been doing their work on this project for like 9 months, and the city of San Diego hadn't started yet. So we're hopeful that now that the city of San Diego is also doing a lot of that work, which I'm sure somebody's going to talk about a little bit, that will be a trend that we can see in January or the spring count in the city of San Diego as well. Next slide. So just so that you can see where people are, you can tell with these bright red and orange areas, over half of the city of San Diego's people living in the riverbed were living in the lower 4 miles of the river, basically from the YMCA on Friars Road to the ocean. So that area has been the main focus of the city's efforts on the Encampment Resolution Fund that we've been partnering with them with. So we're hopeful that those numbers will really significantly go down soon. I also want to mention that we've added these fall and spring census events because the January census that's completed, the timing is dictated by HUD, occurs in the middle of the winter when the San Diego River is usually affected by flooding. So we have often seen numbers in the riverbed count during January that seem really low. And just based on our experience of being in the riverbed, areas that we know are always active are inactive. So we added these additional counts to try to get a better picture of what's happening in dry season. So we conduct one at the end of the dry season, then we consider the January census our wet season sample, and then we do an end of the wet season. And the fall count has in the last 3 years been on average 36% higher than the January count. Next slide, please. This is the trend analysis. These colors got real wonky when I just transferred them to you, Jimmy. Sorry about that. But the bottom 3 bars are the city of San Diego. The middle 2 are the city of Santee, and the top yellow is the ones we've added, and thanks to some of the work we did with Squirp in the tributary canyons. So you can see there's valleys that tend to be in that January time period, and then the numbers are higher in the fall and the spring. Yeah, but typically always in the range of between 220 or so and going up to 400 recently. Next slide. I'm not going to read all of this to you, but I just want to point out that there are a lot of organizations that are using our data. Some of them actually have passwords and can, go in and do a little bit more stuff. Other people just know that we have the data and ask us to run some reports. But we've found that this can be a really useful tool for a lot of different organizations, ranging from, emergency management and that kind of thing, all the way through like academic research and other work. Next slide. So what do we do with all this data? Obviously, a lot of what we do is convening stakeholders and policymakers we generate reports so that we can inform decision makers about investments and allocation of resources that best serve the San Diego River and working it toward a trash-free river. We share a lot of the data recently with homeless outreach providers so that we can help them be more successful in working in the San Diego River. We also are out there all the time. So if we're working closely with them, we can help be eyes and ears for the outreach workers that are trying to connect their clients with services and options outside of the riverbed. We share data with other studies, which I think are some of the ones that you guys know a lot about with SQUIRP and with SDSU for their NOAA study and other things. We have advocated for additional resources to address riverbed encampments, which I'm going to talk about on my next slide. And then obviously we actually do some direct service where we hand out care kits. We do flood notifications to let people know that there's a flood coming if they're in an encampment that's in a low-lying area, and really hope that we can prevent further debris deposit and also prevent loss of life or loss of property. Next slide. The Encampment Resolution Fund is a $17 million grant from the state of California. The county is the lead applicant. The River Park Foundation's data and mapping was used to help draft the proposal. And the grant is focused exclusively on the San Diego Riverbed. So the City of San Diego, City of Santee, and Caltrans are all partners on that grant. And the funding is for housing support, really. It's about getting people housed outside of the riverbed. So as the city and the county and the city are doing this work, we're seeing the exits of many dozens of people in 2024 out of the riverbed, and that funding goes through 2026. We've been contracted by the City of San Diego to help support that outreach effort as well. Next slide. So this is the example I wanted to mention. This is the island under I-5. There's some land masses under the I-5 that are some of them are always an island, some of them become an island during high tide, but this is after the January flood. The encampment out there had been getting larger and larger since 2022 and was a big driver in sort of this work on developing the Encampment Resolution Fund and was the first priority for the city when they started doing this cleanup. Next slide. It got a lot of news coverage earlier this year as the first NBC7 and then basically every other TV channel flew a drone over it. Next slide. But you can see it's just a very large amount of debris. A lot of it was people's personal belongings, obviously, and a lot of people that obviously can't do any cleanup in here until there's an option for all these folks to live. Next slide. So last week, that cleanup began. Huge kudos to the City of San Diego for spearheading the crazy amount of work that took place to make this happen. Next slide. And this is what it looks like today. This was actually on Friday last week. So it's just an example that these areas where there's investment, I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but they've gotten many dozens of people housed over a 4-month outreach effort that enabled them to do this huge cleanup. And our volunteers were really happy to be part of that as well. Lots of agencies coming together to transform it. So we're hopeful that this is what the trend will be with this encampment resolution funding, moving now into Mission Valley and upstream later next year. Next, I think that was successes. These are just some of the stats, but the River Park Foundation volunteers have removed over 200,000 pounds of trash just this year through our cleanups. We'll hit 4 million pounds removed next year with how much trash, and then obviously hundreds of thousands more removed by partners. Next slide. And then I think another cool part of this partnership is that we've used the data about trash to hire additional outreach workers. We worked with PATH to hire the very first outreach worker in 2019, and now they have 2 full teams. There are 11 outreach workers working in the river between PATH and the county, as well as behavioral mental health and street medicine. So all of those guys use our data. I'm actually going to a training to help them with this after this meeting. And all of that was really enabled through this data collection effort. Next slide. Yeah, that's it. I'm available for questions, but I think we're gonna do that at the end. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, we're going to hear from academia, Dr. Hillary McMillan, who has done her own research into sources of trash into the lower San Diego River.
Hey, thank you very much. And thanks for inviting me. It's the first time I presented to the board, so very happy to be here. And
You're welcome.
Great segue from the last presentation because, yeah, we've been working really closely with the San Diego River Park Foundation to use their wonderful data as part of our project. So hopefully my slides are going to get teed up here. That's right. Hopefully they made it over. Wonderful. So great. So this has been a 3-year project. It was funded by the NOAA Marine Debris Program. So they care about trash and other debris getting washed out into the ocean. But we know that a big source of that debris is from urban rivers. So our study was on the lower San Diego River. And our aim was really to work out like what are the main sources of trash into the river, how much of it is being taken out and how much of it is getting washed into the ocean, and thank you. And what are the changes year to year in terms of all those fluxes of trash in and out of the river. And really the idea is that if we want to be able to try different mitigation measures, then we need to know like what are these fluxes and stores of trash look like, so we can see whether our mitigation measures would be successful. And so this, like I say, was funded by NOAA. There are many different SDSU folks involved in this project, but what I'll present today is mostly the work that I did together with my master's student, TJ Palmer, who prepared many of the slides here. So next slide, please. And I don't think I need to go over this with you really. So there are many harms of debris and trash in the river. We're concerned about the ocean emissions. We're concerned about economic harms, the amount of money that's required for trash cleanup. We're concerned about ecosystem harm, and particularly trash that fragments or leaches toxic chemicals into the water. And we're concerned about the increased flood risk when this trash can get stuck in culverts and prevent stormwater infrastructure working as it should. Next slide, please. And we had multiple different questions that we were trying to answer with this study. So the first one was our main one, which is where does most of this debris originate? So is it being directly dumped into the floodplain, either through dumping or from homeless encampments, or is it being washed in through our storm drains? But we also wanted to know how much of this debris that's being dumped into the riverbed is due to homeless encampments versus other sources. We wanted to understand what is the impact of the cleanup efforts that are happening, and what's changing over time. Like, is it getting worse over time, or is it improving? And then finally, we want to know how much of this debris in the river eventually washes out into the ocean. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our main model that we used. So we called it a trash balance model, play on words because it's basically a mass balance model. So it tracks the amount of mass in and out of the river. So we divided the river into 5 main reaches so we could have some spatial discretization in the model. And then for each reach, we model the sources of trash into the river. So that's stormwater loading versus direct dumping. We model the downstream transport of trash into the reach and onto the next downstream reach, and we model how much is being cleaned up year on year. And the amount of trash that gets transported downstream is dependent on a few different factors. So it's dependent on the size of the floods in that year, so how much of the floodplain gets inundated so that that trash can get washed away. It also depends on the probability that if trash is inundated, that it does actually get entrained into the water. And it's dependent on how far downstream that trash washes if it gets into the water column. So this is a really simplified model, but we're just trying to put into place like the main transport pathways that we think are happening. Next slide, please. So we use a lot of data from other people to create this model. The first of which is a model of the entire watershed that simulates how much trash is coming in via our storm drains. So this simulates the buildup of trash during dry periods. And then depending on how much rain we have, it simulates that trash then getting washed into the river. And the amount is dependent on the different land uses. It's we used data from a prior study in Los Angeles that was then calibrated to San Diego conditions and the type of land use we saw in different parts of the river watershed. Next slide, please. We also used all of the data that you just heard about from Sarah from the San Diego River Park Foundation, all of their many hours of volunteer surveys to work out how much trash is being stored in the river bed at any particular time. And so we separated all of those surveys by the quantity of trash and the type of trash that was being found. Next slide, please. And this is just a little bit more detail about the methods used in the model. Like I said, the probability of trash getting transported downstream is dependent on the area that gets inundated, whether or not the trash gets remobilized, and how far downstream it moves. Next slide, please. So this is the first one of those, the probability that it gets inundated. So we needed to create maps every year, depending on what is the largest flood size, then what area of the floodplain would get inundated. And we did this based on existing maps of the floodplain that showed how much would get inundated. And then we intersected that with the GIS mapping that Sarah just talked about that showed exactly where on the floodplain the trash was sitting. So we could work out whether or not it would get inundated. And then we interpolated between those values to come up with a graph like we show here, which shows the size of the flow on the x-axis and then the fraction of the total amount of trash that gets inundated on the y-axis. Next slide, please. Next up was the remobilization probability. So this came from a lot of surveys that my students did on the riverbed. So they were mapping out like 1 meter square areas. And then before a flood came through, they would map out exactly whether any trash pieces were lying in that area. And then they would go back and remap the same areas after the flood came through to find out what fraction of those pieces of trash had gotten washed into the river. And we separated that also by type or material and size of the trash. Next slide, please. And then the downstream distance, this actually came from a previous survey in the international literature where a panel of experts about plastic pollution in rivers were surveyed to work out how far downstream the average piece of trash would travel. And so we just used their results directly in our model. Next slide, please. Okay, so next up are results. So this was our first question of where does most of the debris originate? So is it coming from storm drains or is it being directly dumped into the floodplain? Next slide, please. And this shows you our results. So we're running the model for 5 water years where we have our data between 2019 and 2023. And I think this graph tells a pretty clear story that around 90% of the trash in the river is coming from direct dumping. That's our estimate. And it really means that the stormwater loading is a pretty minor part of the problem in San Diego. And that although putting filters in our storm drains will help a little bit, then it's not going to solve the main problem in the San Diego River. And so it's really essential to have those direct cleanup efforts in the floodplain if we're going to ameliorate the amount of trash in the floodplain. Next slide, please. Our next question was how much of the debris was attributed to homeless encampments versus other sources. And again, you can see here those middle sections of trash that's estimated to come from the homeless encampments. And so you can see that's around 70% of the total trash in the river is what we estimate. We also wanted to know,
just interrupt you for a second. The non-homeless encampment dumping.
Yes.
What would that be?
So this would be just like fly tipping. I've seen it in the river, like around the back of storage containers, just like buckets of trash thrown into the river. Yeah. Thanks for the question. So we also wanted to know how important the cleanup efforts are that the San Diego River Park Foundation and others currently carry out in the river. So the top slide shows you the change in our estimate of the total debris stored in the river over time. And so the blue shows you what's happening right now, and then the pink shows you what would happen based on our best estimate if those cleanups didn't take place. So what you can see is that on the top graph, then under the current conditions, the amount of debris in the riverbed is rising, but only very slowly. And if we didn't have those cleanup efforts, then it would be rising at a very large rate. So basically the cleanup efforts are essential to keep that problem under control, and the situation will be a lot worse if we don't have them. And then the bottom graph shows you that impact on ocean emissions. So how much larger the emissions to the ocean would be if the cleanup didn't take place. And what you see is that in 2023, that's when we had the largest flow, and that's when you see the biggest difference, because basically more of the floodplain is getting inundated, and so that water has the potential to wash away a lot more trash that's been left from these abandoned encampments. Whereas when the cleanup effort has been put into place, then a lot of that has been removed prior to the floods. And then this was our final question, was how much of the trash in the river is getting washed out into the ocean? Our sponsor was the NOAA Marine Debris Program, so this is what they really cared about. So we estimated that over the past 5 years, then over 83 tons of trash was getting washed out into the ocean. But this was really dependent, like I said previously, on the size of the floods in that year. So the year with the biggest floods, then we see a lot larger ocean emissions. And we did test to be able to validate the results of our model by doing some direct stream sampling in the river. So my students went out during flood events with a net sampler that you can just see on the bottom right in the slide that you can suspend into the water. And we can get some estimates of like average grams of trash per cubic meter of water moving. And when we validate that against the model, then we find that the estimates are reasonably similar, which we are happy with that validation, given that we know there's a lot of large uncertainties into this model. Next slide, please. And so here are our overall conclusions, is that we found that our model was working well to be able to estimate the main stores and fluxes of the trash through the river system. We found that direct dumping is by far the largest cause of trash in the river, and so efforts to target the storm drain impacts are going to have a relatively minor effect on the trash in the river. And as Sarah just told us about, really the crisis of homelessness in the river is very closely tied to this environmental crisis of all of the trash ending up in our rivers and in our oceans. And we found that the cleanup efforts in the San Diego River are really essential. If we didn't have those, then the amount of trash in our river would be growing very fast year on year. And overall, a lot of trash is being retained in our river. So there's a lot of trash that is not being cleaned up and is not getting washed down into the ocean. We would like to do more research on this, but we think that a lot of it is just getting buried in the sediments and in the vegetation in the river. So it will become increasingly hard to find it, but it will stay in place, it will fragment, it will leach toxins into the water. So that is definitely a big concern. And that is the end of my presentation. So yeah, thanks again to the project team, to the San Diego River Park Foundation for sharing their data, and to NOAA for funding us.
I believe we have questions for you.
Yeah, of course.
Start with.
Thank you for that presentation. How do you, is the model that you create for this study uniquely for the San Diego River, or can it be model for other river cleanup and so forth?
Yeah, so we built the model especially for this project. So it was built for the San Diego River, but we could modify it for other rivers. Like we tried to use methods that would be applicable to other rivers, but it would depend on what local data is available. So we are obviously very lucky that the River Park Foundation conducts such amazing surveys. And so if you work somewhere where you didn't have access to that type of data, then you would have to try and use some kind of alternative.
Mr. Strong?
Hi, thank you. This is more of a statement than a question, but as a lot of you know, I've done a lot of this work with the River Park. And my perception has evolved over the 18, 20 years I've been doing that. And when we look at these big piles of trash around the camps, if you look into detail, and I'm sure maybe this question's more to the city and to the River Park itself, you wonder where all that trash comes from. This is not something that somebody carried down in their backpack or their suitcase or their shopping cart. And there are tons of trash that are hauled down there specifically for them to just sort through and see if there's anything valuable. We've seen huge encampments next to the Home Depot down in off Mission Gorge Road there, where they were building structures out of empty pallets because the Home Depot just stacked the pallets on the back of their lot, and the guys could haul them over the wall. We've found tons of books because they get them out of a book deposit or something, and take them down there, and they're just, you know, I don't know, in a drug frenzy, they're tearing the pages out. But you know, it's not stuff that they've, you know, that's their belongings that they're taking down there. It's trash and you know, the clothing and whatever they pick up, they're taking down there, sort through what maybe is valuable to them. My point being, back probably 13, 14 years ago, when Todd Gloria was on the River Conservancy with me, we had a meeting about just that topic, and he had seen or heard somewhere where they had a project to work with the local businesses to lock their dumpsters, lock the book drops, the clothing deposit things, and the stores to not stack their pallets just freely outside, keep them in a fenced yard, all those sorts of things to try to reduce the amount of trash that's available to just haul down there and dig through it or build something out of it. And I thought that was a brilliant project. I don't know if, since he's now our mayor, if he's moved that thought forward. But I think there's, in addition to just getting rid of homeless camps, which is, you know, a very, very difficult and questionable project, there's a lot that the cities could do to eliminate some of the free flow of mattresses. And, you know, I mean, that's why it's amazing how, particularly after a storm, how heavy all this stuff is down there in those camps and how hard it is to pull out of there. There's things we could do to reduce that source. Maybe it's give them all cots to live on so they don't carry a big double bed mattress down there. I don't know. But I firmly believe that we should be looking at the source of a lot of that trash down there. And I guess my question is, has your study been able to focus on any of that question?
Yeah, so me personally, I haven't been looking at it, but I do have other colleagues at SDSU that are working on other parts of this project. And one of those is to do surveys with the homeless population and to ask them some of those questions, as in, like, where is this trash coming from? Are there things that could be done that would help you not to abandon it in the riverbed where it is available to be washed into the river and cause these problems? So we don't have the results yet. Those surveys are ongoing, but hope to be able to maybe get you some answers in the future.
I'm glad to hear people are looking at it, because that's, you know, it's an opportunity, I think, that could yield good results.
Yeah, and I think, you know, what you said is very valid, and that, you know, maybe some of the more obvious solutions, like, that we could maybe pay people to bring trash and put it in a dumpster, you know, it would actually just encourage people to bring more trash in to then get a payment for it. So I think there's a lot of complications as to how
they did that
solutions could
on
work.
the river a few years ago. If you brought a bag of trash in, you got some food or something in return, but then they found they were just taking that in a big circle and bringing it back. So you got to watch how you do
No
it.
simple solutions for sure. Thanks for your perspective.
Dr. Olson has her hand up.
Yes, I wanted to know, and forgive me if you already told this, but I had a little technical difficulty, so I didn't get all the data. What is the size range of the trash that you collect with your net? It looked like it was fairly small. And then what size range do you anticipate is not moving down the river?
Yeah, so the net aperture was about a foot square. So for sure, that's only catching like the small trash. While my students were in the river, they didn't actually see anything larger than that come down the river, which I think is because they were collecting trash kind of close to the outlet. And some of those bigger pieces would tend to get tangled in the reed beds and the vegetation before making it that far downstream. But in our model, then we did divide the trash into different size classes, but we didn't have an upper limit on that. Other than that, when we were using data from the San Diego River Park Foundation, then they have they map out the different types of category of trash that their volunteers find in the riverbed. And one of those is a category that's called special removal. And it basically means trash that's too heavy that the volunteers can't move themselves out of the riverbed and needs a special team to come and remove that. So that would be things like large metal beams or rusted car parts or anything that's too large for folks to carry. And so we estimated that that type of trash was not getting washed downstream. And so we didn't include that, but we included everything else.
And you mentioned weathering causing increases in toxins entering. So do you have any idea about the size? I mean, I saw a big sign, right? So you can say, well, metal and the paint on the metal and the whatever's in the wood preservatives. So is that what you think it is, or do you think it's actually plastics leaking out contaminants that could be associated with them? So specific chemicals.
I guess what I'm talking about is the latter. So things like plastic masks that we've seen many of in the past few years, fabric that's a mix of synthetic and natural fibers. All of those things, they weather as they're sitting out in the sunshine in the riverbank, and then as they get tumbled in the water, then they fragment, and then they can leach chemicals into the water. But I'm afraid this is not my area, so yeah, I can't really tell you more than that.
Well, thank you. Very nice presentation.
Thank you very much for your questions.
I think we have no more questions.
Great, thank you.
We have what more?
We have a couple more. So thank you for your question, Board Member Strawn. I think we'll hear a little bit more as to what the city is doing as we prepare for their next presentation. And some takeaways from Dr. McMillan's presentation, I think will resonate for this board through the afternoon. And that source control is vitally important. And that when we have big storms, we have big problems. And that we'd be a lot worse off if it weren't for the efforts of both the River Park Foundation and the city of San Diego. So I'm not sure who's going first for the city, so I'll invite them up. Brianna. Oh yeah, let's see if we can make that work.
Okay, you just have to press this one, okay?
All right. Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Brianna Menke. I'm a Deputy Director with the Stormwater Department for the City of San Diego. Today, the City of San Diego will present an overview of our efforts to address encampments generally, but also specifically in the San Diego River watershed. You'll be hearing speakers from several departments: Stormwater Department, myself, Parks and Recreation, Environmental Services, and Homelessness Strategies and Solutions. The city's approach to addressing encampments spans multiple departments and is part of a larger regional effort. The table here shows a high-level overview of the various department roles, which you'll hear more about from the speakers in the different departments that are present today. And I'd like to note that although we don't have speakers in the presentation from the Neighborhood Policing Division, we do have a representative in attendance in the audience should you have questions on their specific role. So I'll touch briefly on Stormwater Department's involvement. While we don't have a role in addressing encampments directly, we are tasked with water quality monitoring and illicit discharge detection and source elimination and investigation. As many of you know, the city has dozens of major outfalls in the San Diego River area. We monitor at persistently flowing outfalls, bacteria TMDL required receiving water sites, and more recently, we have initiated additional monitoring at 12 bacteria TMDL time schedule order sites. When we detect bacteria exceedances, we refer these sites to our water quality response team for investigation. This team is an interdisciplinary group dedicated to the investigation and abatement of cases that pose the highest risk to human health and the environment. You'll be hearing more detail about them in the next agenda item for the San Diego River Investigative Order. If in the course of the water quality response team's investigation, they find sources of bacteria related to encampment, this would then be referred to our Environmental Services Department. Additionally, as you know, the Stormwater Department is tasked with channel maintenance. If in the course of this maintenance or these maintenance activities, we identify encampments, we again would refer to Environmental Services and potentially assist with the cleanup of trash related to those encampments. And then lastly, our department partners with various nonprofits such as San Diego River Park Foundation and I Love a Clean San Diego to conduct trash cleanups throughout the city, including in the San Diego River watershed. In fiscal years 22 through 24, we partnered on 53 cleanups in the San Diego River watershed, removing approximately 87,000 pounds of trash during those 2 fiscal years. And with that, unless there's any questions for me, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Erica from our Parks and Recreation Department.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Ferreira. I'm the Deputy Director of the Open Space Division within the Parks and Recreation Department. So today I'd like to share a little bit about what our park ranger roles are within the San Diego River watershed. While our park rangers perform a wide variety of roles such as education, interpretive programming, general emergency assistance, enforcement of park rules and regulations, they also provide volunteer opportunities for cleanup and restoration of the San Diego River. Park rangers also identify encampments, make contact with individuals, and provide education on open space rules and regulations. But they only do so if it is safe for them to approach individuals. So park rangers do work with those individuals to assist with services to encourage the unsheltered to take advantage of these opportunities and leave the river. However, park rangers do not post or abate encampments. Park rangers log these types of encampments or issues within an app called Mapler. Sarah did an amazing job discussing Appler, so I'll probably skip over a little bit of this. But our park rangers do have access to utilize, document location, photos, and volume of trash identified. So this app is shared by San Diego River Park Foundation, Parks and Recreation, Neighborhood and Policing, and Environmental Services. So the overall process that our park rangers follow include coordinating with internal and external agencies, primarily working with the San Diego Neighborhood Policing and Environmental Services to discuss encampments in and along the riverbed, and obviously document in Mapler as you've seen. Environmental Services Department goes in and posts the encampments and coordinates the abatement process. Any active or abandoned encampments, park rangers will coordinate small volunteer groups to provide weekly cleanups, while the San Diego River Park Foundation coordinates larger volunteer cleanups as needed. In addition, park ranger staff also coordinate volunteer events to incorporate habitat restoration within the San Diego Rivershed. I'll probably not talk about Mapler because Sarah did an amazing job on that. So I'll just go to the next slide. So this is just a general breakdown of our internal processes and external processes that are available to document these types of issues. Our internal process includes using Mapler when the park ranger identifies an encampment. All entries can be viewed by the San Diego River Park Foundation and staff members, along with Neighborhood Policing and Environmental Services Department. Now, the second option on the right is more of an external process. While our park rangers can use this, they specifically in the Rivershed rely on Mapler more so. The residents and or staff can enter it into the city's Get It Done app. Once a case is submitted through the Get It Done system, the case is then routed to Neighborhood Policing, who then work with environmental code officers to take necessary action. The case is then routed to the Environmental Services Department or Parks and Recreation for cleanup. In collaboration between Parks and Recreation, Environmental Services, and the foundation occurs, and cleanup resources are identified depending on the volume of debris to be removed. And lastly, I'd just like to share some of the next steps that we're very excited about. Last year, we requested 3 additional park ranger positions in the FY25 budget, which we did receive as of January 1st to be filled after, on July 1st to be filled after January 1st. So we're actively engaging in that recruitment process at this time. These positions will post specifically within the San Diego River and their tributaries. Also, we've added additional unsafe camping ordinance signs. While we had some, we've extended those signs more westerly and expanded the footprint of our San Diego, of the park rangers through the San Diego River. Thank you.
Any questions? We do have a question for you.
Okay.
Typically, the process that you take to identify, well, you identify one side. Can we go back to that slide? How long does it take for a case to be resolved? This slide.
Through the external process?
The residential
So
submittal.
to get it done, it can depend. I think I would really like to defer this question over to neighborhood policing, because once we put it into the app, there's so many steps in between that we don't take part in. So perhaps maybe that can be for our neighborhood policing. Would that be okay?
Or I can just
Yes,
answer.
please. No, you need to speak to the mic
Okay.
and say your name.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Van Penn. I am the homeless outreach team lieutenant for neighborhood policing, speaking on behalf of San Diego PD. So to best answer your question, we have average time spans of like 16 days to 15 days. Right now, our priority is to obviously decrease those numbers. And how are we doing that? Staffing and also overtime. We are making it the priority for the city, and it's also the chief's priority to address the quality of life issues associated with the unhoused in the riverbeds and along with other parts of the city, including the downtown district. So those are probably the 2 areas that would require a lot of attention from us. So at this point, we're at probably 14 days. I don't have exact numbers right now, and I apologize for not having the stats. I wasn't prepared for that. But those are the numbers that we have at this point. It goes to an officer that is specifically assigned for Get It Done, which is the city app, where residents can submit a complaint, and it goes into our queue, and we evaluate it. We would, as a command staff, we would get these weekly updates. But I can say that at this point, based on what we're doing as a department, the numbers are coming down, and that's due in part to the chief's priority. Also, it's the city's priority, and also it comes down to us where we are disseminating the officers to these areas, including the riverbeds. We have designated teams that go there to address the quality of life issues. Obviously, a humanitarian effort, but enforcement also takes place. But that's not the priority. We're trying to provide shelter to the unhoused in these encampments first. Does that answer that question somewhat?
Yes, you did. If I may have a follow-up.
Sure.
There in the Mapler, they also identify vehicle that is in the riverbank area. Would that be an enforcement? I mean, how do they get the cars down there?
Oh.
It's
You're asking, yeah, it's a great question. And even the topic that was brought up recently about how do they get these things in there in the riverbed? We could find mattresses. I mean, it's like Thunderdome there. It's like a whole mini cities there. And we have a lot of pictures of even the recent cleanup. I was down there myself, and it was everything there. How do they get it down there? I honestly don't know, but it's a lot more than your personal belongings. Of course, when it comes to vehicles and enforcement, we're going to take priority. I mean, that's going to be something that we would address also to answer your question. Yeah, you're welcome. Anything else?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, Franklin Coopersmith. I'm the Environmental Services Deputy Director in the Clean SD Division. So we've talked a little bit about the abatement process. I want to give a little background to where we are today. So actually in 2011, the city executed the Isaiah Settlement, which shaped how the city handles waste abatement involving homeless encampments and personal property. And this settlement was designed to balance public safety with property rights during these cleanups. So the original lawsuit brought up two main issues, which was there's insufficient noticing before the abatement, and then there was a lack of clear process between disposing of waste and personal property that need to be stored. So as part of the settlement, the city took several actions, which included piloting a storage collection area for individuals in downtown to store their belongings, as well as providing a 72-hour noticing period. And in addition, it also identified that the code compliance officers in the environmental services are the only classification to do abatements for the city. So which means Park and Rec, any other city entity just can't do this. That's why they rely on us for everything. So it requires lots of coordination. So then in 2017, we had the hepatitis A outbreak in downtown. And then in 2018, we amended the Isaiah Settlement to allow for a 3-hour posting so long as there was ample storage in the downtown area. And in addition, what it is reduce the hours of doing abatements during daylight hours only. So then also in 2023, we implemented the city's unsafe camping ordinance, which incorporated many parts of the Isaiah Settlement. This was to ensure the compliance with that while also providing transparency about the abatement process. In addition, rather than having a separate 72 and 3-hour posting, went to a single 24-hour posting throughout the city to provide a clear understanding of what the timing was, no matter where you were. So in the context, for to get it done, sorry, apologize. I realized I didn't have the presentation up the whole time.
Chris, can we help Mr. Coopersmith with the presentation?
Okay.
Would you like me to continue? Yeah, no, so yeah, I'll go ahead and continue, I think. So the city does receive over 1,000 Get It Done reports for encampments every week. We do know every week, 1 week. Yeah, many weeks we receive probably close to 1,200. And all those do start and they go through funneled through the neighborhood policing. And then after that, they get funneled to potentially to us or Park and Rec. So we do receive a significant amount. And that is just what is reported by the public. Many times, in areas where you cannot find, individuals just aren't going down there. We self-discover, or we know there's areas, especially along when you're like in the Otay River Valley, there's not very many trails down there. So we end up having a lot of areas that we know about. Thank you. Perfect. All right. So ESD Environmental Services does collaborate with numerous city departments, outside agencies, and nonprofits to address encampments in sensitive areas like the San Diego River, leveraging a coordinated multi-agency approach. The San Diego Police Department Neighborhood Policing Division does accompany environmental services with all abatements, where the officers provide resources and provide education on the city's unsafe camping ordinance for any individuals that are down there, as well as providing safety support for both the individuals in the encampments as well as our code officers that are performing the abatement process. And then since many of the encampments are on city properties that are not managed by the Environmental Services Department, we have to work almost entirely with other departments when managing these lands, especially when they are in more sensitive areas that would be with stormwater or Parks and Rec. So abatements, we've set up a specialized team within the environmental services that addresses specifically within the San Diego River and nearby waterways. And this team does work 4 days a week, and we do have a neighborhood policing officer full-time associated with that team. For encampments that are on private property, we have a separate code officer team that partners with property owners and educates them on how to address encampments. We provide them before any type of notice of violation or citation with a courtesy notice where we outline their responsibility for the removal and the cleanup process. And this includes clear instructions about how to obtain a letter of agency with San Diego PD, as well as how to contact them to remove trespassers that are on their property. And if a property owner does not comply, then ESD does follow the traditional code enforcement process to ensure that the encampment and associated waste are addressed and removed. Every abatement is documented in our Get It Done platform. So this ensures that we, in addition to tracking the resolutions, we maintain transparency and ensure compliance with the settlements. And then to safely manage hazardous and biohazardous waste, we partner with Clean Harbors, and this helps protect the public health in the river's ecosystem by removing all of the hazardous and biohazardous waste. Thank you. Questions? All right, thank you.
That one. Great. Hi, good afternoon. Renee Robertson, Deputy Director with the Homelessness Strategies and Solutions Department. So we get to deal with the human side of this very, very interesting and dynamic crisis that's been covered very well by the previous speakers. The department currently has 16 full-time employees and is responsible for creating and implementing programs, services for individuals experiencing homelessness within the city. Some of the programs include emergency shelters, safe parking lots, safe sleeping sites, and street outreach. The city works closely with our federal agencies, the state of California, the County of San Diego Housing Commission, the Regional Task Force on Homelessness, and local service providers to carry out this work and ensure resources are available for those in need. One of the programs HSSD operates is the Encampment Resolution Funding Program. This program is a competitive state of California grant available to all cities, counties, and continuums of care within the state. The first round of funding was available in 2021, and the program funds local demonstration projects featuring data-informed, innovative service delivery models and cross-system collaborations that support individuals experiencing homelessness in encampments toward a meaningful path to safe and stable housing through non-punitive, low-barrier, person-centered housing first approaches. ERF grants have two main goals: get the homeless a house, house them, and return the public space back to their intended uses. In this case, for the San Diego River, that includes natural spaces, waterways intended to support our local biodiversity and protect critical flora and fauna habitat. The city has 3 encampment resolution grant projects right now. The first is the E Street Encampment Project that was focused on a string of encampments downtown. The second is a collaboration with the County of San Diego, the City of Santee, Caltrans, and is focused on the riverbed. And then lastly, the third is what we call the I-15 Corridor Encampment Project, focused on encampments along the I-15 in City Heights area. Today, I'll just highlight a few specifics of the encampment project in the riverbed. So it's a collaboration, as we've said, between the county, the City of San Diego, City of Santee, and Caltrans. It's a county-led application process and was awarded in 2023, nearly 17 million going towards cleaning up and addressing this issue in the riverbed. 3.6 million to address encampments along the San Diego River within the City of San Diego. This slide shows the portion.
If I could interrupt you.
Of
just-
course.
Excuse me. We heard earlier that I think it was 24 people were relocated to housing that came from the San Diego River Basin. Is that the same number you're working with? Or is that the same population?
Sarah, I think that was the City of Santee number. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was your number. I thought it was 24. I neglected to write it down. Individuals who were moved into housing.
Oh, so yeah, the City of Santee, sorry. I won't just shout at you. In the county, I don't think has like officially said how many of the people have been placed, but the first step in both areas was to develop a by name list and figure out how many actual people is kind of like the baseline caseload. And in Santee, the number that they came up with was over 100. We think it's probably more like it's bigger than that, but that's where they started. And I believe that they have moved something in the neighborhood of 80 of those folks into some sort of shelter, whether it's temporary or permanent shelter. And then in the City of San Diego, they've been focused on the phase one, which is that island. And I think, yeah, I'll let you answer that question.
So is that the same source of funds?
It's the same $17 million grant that the county is implementing in outside of the city of San Diego. So an unincorporated county in the city of San Diego.
Okay.
And then the city has has received a share of that.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Wonderful, excellent question. Thank you. So here this maps breaks up and shows the three phases, and this was necessary. The phases focus on very specific areas and intentionally move west to east because our counterparts are moving east to west. So that makes sure that we work towards each other so there's no gaps within the grant approach. We're actually delighted to share that, and hopefully you saw some of the news coverage. We just wrapped up phase one last week. That phase actually started in July of this year. Outreach staff was out there working to build relationships with those living in encampments, utilizing that person-centered approach, and dedicated outreach teams are out there every day from July to November, building those relationships. That can also include connecting people with public benefits, mental health, substance abuse treatment, and other primary care referrals. In addition, outreach teams worked with those living in the area to make individualized housing plans that best meet each person's needs, whether that be transitioning to an emergency shelter, safe sleeping, or directly to long-term housing. The ultimate goal, obviously, being stable housing, but many people have different journeys on that. These are very, very important partner directly involved in doing the outreach and dedicated to our street-based case management. For this project, the city works directly with three providers, PATH, Healthcare in Action, and NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, and they all have very unique areas. The city uses a street-based case management model that does not differentiate between individuals that have accepted temporary shelter, such as safe sleeping or bridge shelter, or those that remain in areas not meant for human habitation. All outreach that is funded by the city is designed to provide intensive case management, wraparound services, housing planning, and navigation of each person's barriers to get back to stable housing. So that means an individual experiencing homelessness, either sheltered or unsheltered, can navigate to stable housing. So I'm going to read different numbers that are on this slide because these are the numbers from October, and I have the numbers from last week when we did the island closeout, so that first phase of the project. So as of last week, we've originally officially closed out the island. You saw some of the photos already. After months of intensive outreach, ESD came in and helped remove 78 tons of material. HSSD successfully placed 48 clients into shelter sites to continue their journey to stable housing. 26 individuals are in housing or on their way to housing. We have a lease waiting to move in. And the service providers will continue to work with program participants to provide supportive services throughout the grant term. We had a 98 by name list. So that's a very good percentage of people moving away from unsheltered areas into the next step in their journey. And so with that, I'll wrap it up. And I think the city is planning to take all questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As described in this month's Executive Officer's Report, the Governor of California has also issued an executive order at all state agencies demanding they create a policy to get rid of the encampments that are on their properties. So today we're fortunate enough to have a partner from Caltrans who has had a policy in place for a couple of years to share a little bit about their experience.
Okay, before we get started, Dr. Olson has a question. Was that for our last speaker or future people? Betty?
It was. Thank you.
Hey,
I wanted to ask a quick question. So you said, I don't know, I heard the figure 98. Was that 98% of the people that you contact are amenable to finding shelter in one form or another, or?
Thank you. Excellent question. So we create what's called a by name list for these encampment resolution grants because unlike traditional outreach models, the funding actually stays with the individual on the by name list for the remainder of the grant, which is up through 2027. This gets rid of one of the major barriers that we see in people resolving and returning to stable housing, which is a financial barrier, right? So that funding helps them through that process. So we had 98 on just the island alone. That's phase one. 44 moved into shelter or places more meant for human habitation, although they're not permanent stable housing. And then, geez, I need my page in front of me. So I think to your question though, you're asking what's the ultimate resolution and sustainability. The answer is we don't have that yet because these grants are so new. So the East Street Corridor grant has wrapped up and we're working on final action reports. And what we saw there is 60% of the folks that were identified on the by name list in that grant have maintained stable housing, which is a very, very high percentage and great. We look forward to getting more data. That's one of the things that we love about this grant and the grant cycle is we track these data and the data is tracked by that individual. So we can also start to identify reasons for what we would call recidivism, right? Is it that financial barrier? And then that tracks into other things that are outside of my realm, but economic or policy discussions.
Well, thank you very much. That's good.
Okay, back to Caltrans.
All right, Sean Rizzuto, thank you.
So good afternoon. My name is Sean Rizzuto. I'm the Division Chief for Maintenance in District 11. It's my pleasure to present to you the board this morning or this afternoon what Caltrans has been doing for the past few years with regard to the homelessness situation that we have and throughout the entire state. But so I wanted to go through a little bit of our process and what we do. So we have a team of 3 individuals. We're in transition right now because one of our, well, the maintenance manager one that I had leading the entire group, he's actually been promoted to headquarters to help the entire state work on their homeless solutions throughout the state. So his name was Ken Bailey. He's actually now doing training and working through our policies for the entire state, specifically the Southern California region. So he covers LA, Orange County, San Bernardino, and San Diego. Right now, Tony Acala is our acting District 11 encampment manager. We have a vacant position that we're filling right now for an encampment specialist in the south, in the north. And then we have Carlos Amaya, who's acting encampment specialist in our North and East County and Imperial County. So here's an overview of our program. Our goal is in removing encampments is to keep people safe experiencing homelessness from sheltering in the state right-of-way. The right-of-way is no place to have habitation. It's extremely dangerous. We have, several vehicles that run off the road. So we are looking to have them removed from the right-of-way as soon as possible through a very structured policy and procedures that we've developed over the last probably 5 years since I took this position. Homelessness has been a top priority for the state of California and specifically District 11. So one thing that Caltrans doesn't do is we do not provide social services or shelter housing options, but we are a committed partner to working with our local and state experts in developing solutions for people taking shelter in Caltrans' right-of-way. It's important to us to note that we were the first in the state to develop a partnership with the city of San Diego in providing dedicated outreach and providing services to the people experiencing homelessness. That's kind of been the model throughout the entire state. It's what the rest of the state aspires to be. But District 11 has been very successful in working with the city of San Diego, but not only that, the county of San Diego and other municipalities throughout the entire region. We work with 18 separate municipalities throughout this region, not including Imperial County. So there is issues in Imperial County as well. But our predominant focus is San Diego So we partner with nonprofits and local government agencies that are funded and trained and equipped to help people experiencing homelessness find alternative placements in emergency shelters, transitions, and permanent housing. We are also very, very supportive, and we work with all the municipalities and the local agencies to obtain the ERF grants, which we view as key and essential to dealing with some of the homeless problems and providing services to the people experiencing homelessness. So our responsibility in the district is fairly simple. We have two different rating systems for encampment shelters. Encampments, we have a level 1, which is that is considered our top priority. Is the encampment will be removed within 24 hours of us identifying it as a level 1 and me signing the removal order. It's imminent threat to loss of life or critical infrastructure. So that could be hot fires, shelter in confined space, in culverts and bridges, within the clear recovery zone. You know, people run off the road, departures where people could be, they could be sheltering in place. A vehicle loses control and goes off the highway, tragically seriously injuring or killing the individual. So we are dedicated to training our staff and dealing with the encampments. We have a service contract that is in place to help us with dealing with some of the unique situations that we deal with within the encampments, specifically some of the waste products that are generated. So we actually have a service contract that we deal with. And so we are constantly removing or cleaning encampments throughout the entire region. And then we also work in partnership with our local municipalities to identify priorities for them and try to incorporate that into our priorities as well. So I'm not going to read all of this to you, but we try to make critical decisions on emergency removals as fast as possible. If there is a threat to fire where there's a lot of fuel in the area, or they have propane tanks, the encampments, not that they're just having a cooking fire, but I'm talking large fires that could cause danger to our critical infrastructure structures, bridges. And then a level 1 can also be when we also monitor weather. So when we do have storms forecast, we are concentrating in and around all of our culverts, our bridges, underneath our bridges. So we want to remove those persons experiencing encampments as soon as possible, or at least prior to the storms, because there is a danger of them becoming seriously injured or killed during the storms.
So if you could help me understand, how do you go about doing that? So let's say you have made the determination you need to remove someone because there's going to be a storm or there's a fire or for whatever reason. You have a contract with someone who does that? Do Caltrans personnel that have been trained?
So we do have a contract. Our staff is also trained. So we redirect forces. So every day we're doing removals and cleanings every day of the week, 5 days a week. We have a schedule that's put forth. We're noticing. So we do on our level 2s, we try to give outreach for up to 2 weeks to allow the individuals to accept services. Only whenever that's the last resort and they don't accept services and they refuse them, then we move to remove them. And then we post it, and 48 hours later, we remove them.
And when you remove them, what do you do? Where do they go?
So we try to partner with the local municipalities. We let them know when we're doing the removals so they can have staff out there, because a lot of times the people experiencing homelessness, maybe they don't realize that we're going to have them removed, and we are going to be removing them. So we have the CHP there. We partner with, say, for instance, the city of San Diego or the county of San Diego, like up in Vista, where we work with the local jurisdictions so there's services provided at the time of the removal. Oftentimes they do not accept them and they move on to another place.
So they kind of just get rusticated. I mean,
correct. And then they'll be back. So we do follow-ups. We'll follow up that evening and we'll be back the next day to let them know that we are serious about them not being in our right of way. But oftentimes they just move to another location. So we do routine patrols. So the next slide talks about our process. So we have routine inspections. We also have customer service requests that we get from the public and municipalities. There's a lot of so we don't really do the CSRs with our partners, and for the municipalities, we have their priority list. We know where the encampments are. So oftentimes the encampments are right along our right of way, and the encampment or the person's experiencing homelessness don't know on this side of the fence is Caltrans, on that side of the fence is the city. It's specifically more difficult to establish jurisdiction when we're down in the river bottoms, because sometimes we have jurisdiction, but oftentimes we don't. So we need to work in partnership with the city and county to establish those areas of responsibility. And then we work in partnership, because it really doesn't do us any good to just remove them, to have them stand on the other side of the imaginary right-of-way line and wait for us to clean up, and then they move right back. So we're sensitive to that. We realize that that does happen. So oftentimes we can't be in two places at once, but we do try to partner and notice each other. So we're working together to address this problem. And the hopes is that they actually accept services. That's the key.
If they are to accept services, are the services able to deliver a safe, affordable living situation for them somewhere? Is that available?
So yes, encampments. So we are not doing removals unless there is available bed space for the individuals. So there is places available to them. The definition that you just gave me is subjective. It's much safer to be in a shelter than it is to be on the side of the roadway. So I would say, yes, it is a safer place to reside than on the side of the highway right next to traffic that's doing 70 miles an hour or faster. It's certainly safer to reside in a shelter than in a bridge cell where you have confined space. And if you start a fire, you will asphyxiate due to carbon monoxide poisoning. So we are sensitive to all of that. If they're in a culvert, that is also problematic. That's also considered confined space. So on those situations, we actually move very, very quickly, because we realize that, you can go to sleep and not wake up. And we definitely don't want that. We've had experience where, we find, people that have deceased in our right of way. And then the CHP does the investigation. So we determine whether it was, due to vehicle versus PED, or if it was due to drug overdose. There's several issues that could happen. So I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Well, it's just trying to figure out, it's one thing to offer services. It's another thing to have those being the kinds of services that people might want to accept, or if there's always a bed for them. And one of the things that I've been encountering in my own programs that we've done in the past is that we would like to have beds, but we don't always have beds.
Mm-hmm.
And so people generally get rusticated from A to B, and then from B back to A. Maybe they go to C sometime, and then they come back to A. And it's a really never ending cycle.
So since I've been doing this for the last 5 years, I've never seen a time when there wasn't bed space available when we did a removal. It's available. We give them up to 2 weeks. Even on the day that we do the removals, CHP offers services. Oftentimes, like we have a partnership with the city of San Diego, where we have CityNet, who comes in and they'll do services, offer services. So there are wraparound services that are available to these individuals, but they have to want to accept them, and we can't force them to accept them. So, but they certainly cannot live within our right of way. So this is just an overview of our encampment. This is part of the governor's executive order. It was really no change for us for Caltrans, because we've always been operating under these policies and procedures. They've gone through several iterations. They are very structured. They require a lot of documentation. We don't just throw their stuff away. We actually, if they can't take their items of value, we actually store them for 60 days. We give them the address where they can go pick them up. So we want to make sure that we're being sensitive to the individuals and how they how they are treated, and we want to treat them in a humane way. So we're also involved in the point in time count, which is really important. So every year we shut down all of our encampment removal activities, and we assist in the point in time count so we can identify, a census of persons experiencing homelessness. And then we want to support our partners and volunteers on this endeavor. So the data is sent to our headquarters and we're retained for our internal records. So we don't get allocated resources as a result of that, but we do need to know where our hotspots are and where our problems are, so we can concentrate our resources in those areas. So a little bit about that. So, it's a statewide campaign. You've heard a little bit from the previous speaker, so I'm not going to get too involved with that, but it is an important part of what we do. And identifying those areas. We are we do on certain postings or certain removals, we actually have signs that we put up to identify those areas that, it's cleaned by Caltrans. Because a lot of times, and I know it's difficult to see, but people will do a customer service request and then they'll say, you closed it out and you didn't do anything. Well, that's absolutely not true. We take pictures. They're time date stamped and they have latitude and longitudes in them. And, the reality is they're back within a few days and it looks like we've never been there. So it is a tragic situation, but, we deal with what we can when we have that. So here's a idea of how District 11 addresses encampments. So we have led the state pretty much every year. For the size of our district, last year we removed 2,000 encampments, actually this year. So that's where we're at right now. We're on track to exceed our previous years. In comparison, District 7, which has a huge encampment problem, and District 4, probably even worse. District 7 is at 2112. Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Okay.
District 4 is San Francisco. Now, to be fair, those encampments are huge. So they don't have to go very far and there's not very many of them. So when the pandemic, when we came out of COVID and we were not able to do removals during COVID, we actually saw where encampments had congregated and they become really big. So now that we've been removing them, they've broken down and they're more spread out. So there's a lot more and they're not congregating, but we're starting to see them start congregating back again. Because they're being moved out of areas where they weren't being removed before. So we are trying to address those. Like I said, weekly, I receive a report on the areas that we're cleaning and we're doing removals. And then we send out a report on what we plan on doing. We have a monthly schedule, we have a weekly schedule. That can change in a moment's notice. So if we have a big storm projected or, during fire season, we're a lot more sensitive to fires. So right now we're concentrating on fires because that is a big issue. This month, storms are starting to start coming in. So we will be concentrating on our drainage sheds. So the resources that we have, we partner with many different social services and outreach for the common goal of eliminating homelessness, care court, wraparound services, interim shelters, permanent shelters, detox programs, ID, and hotel vouchers. So during the Clean California Initiative, we actually hired probably 6 total persons experiencing homelessness. We actually gave them jobs. And some of them stuck with Caltrans. So some of them are actually permanent employees now. There's 3 that made it. The other 3 didn't. So they chose a different path. So that was unfortunate, but 3 have become permanent employees of Caltrans and they are doing very, very well for us. So this is an idea of, some of the resources that we have. So we're working with several different, the city of San Diego, we have enhanced litter, basically from I-8 all the way down to 163 and then 163 up to I-8. So we try to address that. And for litter, that's more of a litter issue, which still impacts water quality. So we actually have additional SPP crews. We have 2 SPP crews that are dedicated to those routes. to address litter. With that, that's all I have. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Any additional questions? Think, Dr. Olson? I think not.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
No,
you.
sorry.
Oh, actually, Dr. Olson seems to be speaking. Okay, thank you.
That wraps up item 8.
Okay, well, this was a comprehensive approach. I really appreciate all the people who put together the statistics and came to share this information with us. We have some interest from the public in the room. And we have one card, so if you want to speak, and this is not you, you've not turned in a card, you got to do it now. Patrick McDonald, is he still here? Oh, there you are. Is the one card I have.
Yeah, thank you to all the presenters. That was very interesting and informative. I just had a question. This is probably more for academia and or the San Diego River Park Foundation, but I noted that the studies that were cited on the slides had a weight of trash overall, and I'm wondering if there are any studies available that also identify the quantity of those pieces, and then also if there's a type. I know Coastkeeper tries to catalog that in the cleanups that we engage in, whether it's plastic, cigarette butts, pieces of metal, wood, etc. And then whether there are any studies to quantify the different types of harm of which is worse for our waterways. Just one example that comes to mind is if you have one 40-pound metal bike, what's worse, that or a quarter of that weight, 10 pounds of plastic straws, bottles, bottle caps, other things that may be more easily flushed into the ocean, or
Depends how much chrome is on that bike.
yes, exactly. To that point though, the different materials and toxicity and potential harms. Yeah, that's all, just kind of posing those questions of whether that research exists, and if not, if there are efforts to try and obtain that type of data. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, can you address that?
I cannot, but I wonder if somebody like Sarah or Dr. McMillan might be able to share some insights.
Okay, and then Dr. Olson, you'll be next.
I can say we collect our data. There are a couple of the questions there. The first was about the collecting the data in mass. We collect our data by volume in gallons, but we also have done a lot of testing to see what our average 42-gallon trash bag weighs. And so we often will estimate that volume and kind of equate it to pounds. An average 42-gallon bag weighs 35 pounds at our cleanups. So we often will kind of use those two interchangeably. As far as like what type of trash it is, we sort just by those categories I mentioned, stormwater debris versus litter, all that kind of thing. But we have done some isolated studies where we have done much more detailed analysis of the debris by like material, whether it's a plastic utensil versus a plastic wrapper versus a plastic toy. We did a project like that in Forester Creek in El Cajon, and we've also done one in partnership with SDSU in Mission Valley Preserve. And I think we've done it one other time, but I can't remember. But I have all of those reports, which I'm happy to share with Patrick if you want. But in general, we're picking up a couple 100,000 pounds of trash a year, so we don't do that level of sorting.
Right.
I think that was all of the questions.
Yeah, the issue of what kind of materials are more detrimental. I mean, there's been studies on that. I don't know if there's been anything done to this area specifically, but everybody knows what the different constituents are and how they break down and, what would be more important. I really can't see us getting to a position where we're going to prioritize if we decide, just for example, chrome is worse than plastic. So we're going to pick up chrome today. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. So
yeah, I think
it's all bad.
The only part that we do is we do note if something is a hazard, like if there's an open container of like a poop bucket, or if there's a chemical, like jugs of chemicals, things like that, we will record and note separately so that we can make sure that the land managers are aware of that. But if I'm being honest, I think that's mainly so that we are handling it safe. We're prepared to
Right, for
handle
your
it safely,
safety, yeah.
not so that we can prioritize necessarily doing it quicker. Although
In
we
terms
have.
of ocean protection, for example.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Natalie Mladenov. I'm a professor at San Diego State University, and I'm here with Dr. McMillan, but I'm actually here to speak on another issue, but I am also working on Dr. McMillan's NOAA project that she spoke about. And one of the phases that she didn't have a chance to present is fragmentation and degradation of the marine debris, which is related to this question. So I thought I would just say a few words, and she asked me to also. So we are working, and we're actually wrapping up a study to look at the fragmentation of the top 10 most common items that were found in the San Diego River Park Foundation study. And we did wet and dry deposition, or wet and dry exposure experiments for these marine debris items. First of all, the 10 most common were all plastic, and we were agnostic for the type, but when we did the analysis, it ended up being plastic. We do know that we didn't do toxicity studies, but we do know that the smaller the debris, the smaller the plastic, the more likely it is to accumulate in aquatic organisms and be a concern. And just a real quick result, but maybe one day I can come back and give you more of a summary of what we did. But some of the materials, the thinner they were, the more rapidly they degraded. We had them out for 9 months, and we had thin plastic, thick plastic bags. So very common items. We weren't going the kind of more scholarly approach. We actually took the everyday items. And so, yeah, face masks, the thinner the material, the more rapidly it degraded, and it turned into microplastics very quickly. So the dry exposure was much worse. Wet exposure ended up getting biofilms that protected that plastic from degradation. So those were kind of the main findings. So picking up the trash in the dry weather before it rains, I think is a great, management decision to keep that from fragmenting into these dangerous particles. So.
And probably single-use plastic bags for grocery stores, which will be completely eliminated going forward, was probably, but just because of the multiplicity, the single biggest problem.
The single use were much worse than your hefty kind of Home Depot contractor bags. Face masks are 3-ply. They're a type of plastic, and they quickly turn into dust over time. And then styrofoam was another one, actually, that was quickly degrading. And we also tumbled them to simulate their transport through riverine transport. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Olson.
Yes, I have been impressed previously hearing the amounts of trash that are removed, but today's talks were so valuable, as our executive officer had told me they would be. One of the things that I felt was very enlightening from them today is it was clear to me to see that the enormous cost of homelessness, I could never quite fathom it. I think today I understood it, and it looks like we're going to have a lot longer term problems from some of the constituents that go into the environment from the materials that are left behind. So I just want to thank you all excellent presentations.
Great. Last call for any comments from people who have not made cards, either in this room or on Zoom. Okay, hearing none, we'll move into item number 9, Lower San Diego River Investigative Oil Order Update. Mr. Smith still.
Yes. That one's going forward, backwards. All right, Jimmy Smith here again, this time now to introduce item number 9, where we will discuss the findings of the investigative order intended to quantify and identify the sources and pathways of human fecal waste to the lower San Diego River. Yes, we're going to talk about some of those poop buckets we just heard about. And yes, this is something that we don't want to encounter in the environment. And despite this, we do regulate this still. And when it comes to the collection system, our standard is very clear. There is to be no sewage reaching surface and groundwaters that comes out of our collection system. And unfortunately, monitoring data that looks at indicators of human fecal waste, such as HF183 that we'll hear a lot about today, has revealed that a lot of human fecal waste is in the environment. This led to this board issuing the investigative order over 5 years ago. You last heard an update 2 years ago from me. Now that the studies are done, we'll get to discuss the findings and the implications of those findings. And once again, this is an informational item, so you guys will not be asked to take an action. So here's our journey for this item. I will share some background and perspectives. Ken Schiff of the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project will go over the technical findings. The investigative order requires the responsible parties to complete effectiveness assessments of their programs based on the study findings. And I believe those assessments have been completed. So today I hope to learn how programs have adjusted, and if not, why not? We'll hear from Neil Searing of San Diego County and Brianna Menke and Aurelia DeBraw from the City of San Diego. The investigations were guided by a steering committee of named parties and of NGOs. Steering committee members, Rob Hutzel of the River Park Foundation and Philip Masigas or Patrick of San Diego Coastkeeper will also provide perspectives. We'll hear again from Dr. Mladenoff on some of her findings into her research on San Diego River contamination. And to wrap it up, Kiara Clement will share insights from our internal BACT working group, strategizing to restore safe to swim. So I want to start with some important points that we will probably be discussing far beyond today. And number one is that the public sewage collection system is the biggest source of human fecal waste to the environment. This is occurring through SSOs, sanitary sewer overflows, spills essentially, and leaks. And climate change is making these worse. The data shows that big storms equal big problems. We must also keep in mind that the leaking collection system will be a source of other pollutants, not necessarily just human fecal waste. Number two, septic systems are identified as the next largest source. But to fully appreciate what this means, further investigation is needed. And fortunately, staff and the county have begun conversations to address this. Private waste systems have been identified as the next biggest source, much smaller, but the voluntary nature of the reporting does lead to some uncertainty about this finding. Whoops. And today we recap almost 10 years of effort, going all the way back to the Surfer Health study and the cost-benefit analysis. And yet more information is still needed. We continue to search for a better indicator to protect recreational swimmers. And these studies used HF183 as an indicator of human fecal waste. And it is a reliable indicator. But these studies, however, were not intended to measure the impact to human health. HF183 is the proxy or the currency we're using for human fecal waste. It is not, however, the pathogen that makes people sick. So to fully utilize these findings to protect swimmers, the fate and transport of HF183 related to the pathogens of concern needs to be better understood. Also, the mechanism of subsurface transport once a leak occurs needs to be better characterized. And given the large scope of the problem, how do we address it? The vast network of the collection system alone kind of staggers the imagination. And since the collection system is identified as the largest source of human fecal waste, how do we begin to tackle that? I think we need to work collaboratively to come up with some kind of strategy to address those efforts. Such a strategy may include things beyond the size of the source, but to include proximity to recreational uses, the amount of recreational use, environmental justice concerns, and maybe new information we get about source and transport. I'll provide some brief context now to the challenges and reminders of how we got here. So here's the watershed in question. This is the entirety of the San Diego River. We are talking about the lower San Diego River, the section in blue, 907.1. We are right now situated probably roughly around the bottom right corner of the little rectangle saying water boards. There are several beneficial uses in the water, including Rec 1 and Rec 2, the two uses that are most impacted by human fecal waste. Rec 1 being contact recreation. So that's when you're playing in the water, swimming in the water with a high likelihood of ingestion of such waters. And Rec 2 being when you're close to the water, simply enjoying the view and the aesthetics. Many beneficial uses also at the mouth of the river, again, including Rec 1 and Rec 2. And one of the interesting things is we heard just now that there are hundreds of people living in the lower San Diego River, and some of them may be using that water for domestic supply, even though there is not a beneficial use of municipal supply for the area. There are several Clean Water Act Section 303D lists of impairment involving fecal indicator bacteria, and these include the tributary Forester Creek, the lower river itself, and the mouth of the river at Dog Beach. So there are very many popular beaches at or near the mouth of the river where recreation frequently occurs. These are the closest beaches to several disadvantaged and lower income communities. In 2017, this board adopted a resolution identifying safe to swim as a key use and named oceans and bays as a key area for the safe to swim use. Sanitary sewer overflows, SSOs, especially into these key areas, has continued to be a consistent high priority for the enforcement team. 2 TMDLs were even written to address these indicator bacteria impairments. In short, this board has spent a lot of resources in the challenge to making our beaches safe to swim. Additional studies have also occurred, including the 2014 Surfer Health Study that found additional illnesses beyond people who don't get wet, but people who went surfing within 72 hours were getting additionally sick. And in 2017, this board participated in a cost-benefit analysis to restore the contact recreation. And without too much surprise, source control was identified as the most cost-effective means to get at this. You guys have probably seen this graph before, but the Surfer Health Study led to a follow-on microbial source tracking study in both 2016 and 2017. And what we see here are 2 years of sampling efforts, with the vertical line representing the main stem of the San Diego River. The horizontal lines feeding into it are the tributaries, and the orange dot represents the concentrations of HF-183. What you can take away from this is that HF-183, or human fecal waste, was pretty much everywhere. And some of these concentrations were so high that they were approaching the same concentration as that going into the Point Loma waste treatment plant. All of this led to the issuance of the investigative order in 2019, with the directives essentially requiring the responsible parties to verify the suspected sources, estimate loading rates, identify the circumstances causing the discharges, and to perform those effectiveness assessments with the data to see how well their programs are doing. Here are the potential sources that were identified and the parties responsible to conduct the investigations. I've now lumped those responsible parties into the responsibility they hold. It's important to remember that when we issue a stormwater or a sewage collection permit, it often goes to a city or a county. And it's our expectation that the entirety of the city and county work to comply with that permit. It's not just a department issue. You'll note on this slide that Padre Dam operates a sewer system only. Oops. But that sewer system is connected to a waste treatment facility that produces recycled water and discharges to the lower San Diego River. So with the possibility that HF-183 may be going through a fully compliant recycled water treatment plant, Padre Dam was tasked with quantifying that possibility. The bottom line is they did a bunch of sampling and everything came back non-detect. So this is a slide we'll see a lot today. These are the final results of the loading estimates from the various sources. Along the bottom axis, you'll see the various sources from left to right, from homeless, on-site waste treatment systems, all the way to the far right, which is a sum of the various sources. The y-axis, or the vertical axis, represents the annual mass of HF-183 going out into the environment. Please note that it is an exponential axis. So the bar you see on the far right is the sum of all those sources. They don't merely just stack upon each other as you might expect. The blue range represents the concentration that was measured over several sampling events at near the bottom of the watershed. So we're looking like we're in the ballpark. The sum of all the sources from the various investigations is within the range of what was measured at the bottom of the watershed. So that's pretty good news. So I want to first start though with a source that didn't even show up on that slide because the source was so small that the exponential axis would make it not even visible. And that source is ICID. And ICID stands for illicit connections and illicit discharges. This includes cross connections from toilets to drain directly to storm drains and illegal dumping, such as could come from a motorhome. So on this slide, we have various stations up and down the San Diego River, tributary and main stem. And on the y-axis, we have the concentration of HF-183 that was measured. You'll also notice two horizontal lines in blue and red. The lower blue line represents the limit of quantification. Basically, how low can this sample be measured and we can quantify how much HF-183 is out there. The red line represents a threshold, and this threshold comes from the literature. It's not a water quality objective as approved by a regulatory body. So you'll notice that there are a couple instances where we exceed the threshold value. And in both of those instances, it was traced back to an encampment and to a spill. And after the encampments were cleaned up and the spill stopped, those sources went down. But you'll also notice there's a lot of low-level detections. And these low-level detections in dry weather led the steering committee to initially focus on wet weather discharges for the studies. But those level discharges were found in quite a few of the samples. And we had HF-183 at 53% of the stations and 33% of the samples. And this is not a trivial amount of HF-183 or human fecal waste in the environment. Those known sources are indicative also of the problems we're seeing from both spills from the collection system and from encampments in dry weather. And again, that threshold is not a water quality objective. And I'll remind you that when we're talking about the collection system, there is a standard, and it is a strict prohibition against anything coming out of the collection system and making its way into surface or groundwaters.
So, Mr. Smith.
Yes.
What we're seeing here, that percentage is just of the ICID. So it's a percentage of what we already said was so small, it wouldn't fit on our maps and be visible.
Correct. So to get at what may be ICID, those illegal connections, the illegal discharges, the experimental design was essentially to go out and measure in dry weather and see what's out there. And there was two instances where they knew it was something maybe other than ICID, although maybe an encampment you could include as ICID. But there was a lot of these low-level discharges that, again, I could show this graph again, that maybe we don't know where they're coming from. But one possibility is these low-level numbers below that limit of quantification are simply evidence of what we see in the findings that I'll discuss coming up, that there's a lot of sources and there's a lot of leakage. Dang, I am not good at that. So we'll come back here to that loading slide and we'll start with the biggest source, public sewer sanitary overflows. And these data came from the 2007 to 2020 from the statewide database. And here you see the numbers. So we have on the top, we have the public sewer systems, and on the bottom, we have private systems. Dry weather on the left, wet weather on the right. And the y-axis, vertical axis, represents the number of spills that we see. And there's some good news here. There is a statistically significant trend going down in the number of public spills. And that's good. We've been regulating these for decades, and we would hope that would happen. But now we see that same slide, and we're looking at the volume or the mass of human fecal waste that's out there. The trends don't look so good. And in fact, there's actually no statistically significant trends for the public systems. We do see some increases for the private systems, increases that is, but there's a relatively steady volume of HF-183, of human fecal waste getting into the environment from the public spills that are happening over this time period.
I'm sorry, could I interrupt? Can you tell me exactly what the units are? I can see the volume. It looks like it's 100. What are the units on the y-axis?
It is log copies per, I think it's 100 mils.
Okay, so it's not, they didn't convert the log copies into organisms
No.
per 100 ml. Okay, thank you.
So since this is the biggest source, it's important to kind of put this into context. So how do these trends match up with the larger region? And I was fortunate to be able to have Kate Buckley help me out, who did the deep dive into the database. So here we see it now, the number of SSOs for the entire region in blue, and for the lower San Diego River in orange. So the bottom represents the data we just saw. The blue represents the entire region. And again, for the number of spills, we see the trend going down. Good stuff. Now we switch to what's going on for the entire region when it comes to the amount of waste getting into the environment. And again, we see a rather steady source or steady amount reaching the environment over time.
Steady but going up.
Potentially, there are no statistically significant trends for either the lower San Diego River or for the entire region.
I was looking at the entire region.
Yeah, there is a little bit of an upward trend line, but not statistically significant.
Okay.
So SSOs remain a problem and remain steady for the entire region. Clearly a problem. The responsible parties have committed to an I&I study based upon concerns about inflow to treatment plants. And that is definitely a good study to conduct. But it will not address all or even most of the sanitary sewer overflows. For example, of the last several SSO enforcement cases brought before this board, most, if not all, related to big storms causing big problems. This included things such as erosion that exposed pipes that eventually broke, or even very high flows overtopping walls and inundating treatment plants or inundating pump stations so that they were not even operative. So we need to really consider how a changing climate is already impacting our sewage collection system. So we seem to be experiencing larger storms, and this board just heard all about atmospheric rivers not too long ago. So we have fewer spills, but the same volume. So perhaps that's matching with the bigger storms that we're seeing. And if it is, what are we going to do about it? Back to the results slide again, and now we're going to move on to the second largest source, which is exfiltration, which is essentially wastewater leaking from a sewage collection system into environments through broken pipes, access holes, cracks, or even loose joins. There were 3 lines of evidence that all point to exfiltration being a major source of human fecal waste. The first was the sampling of genetic material in biofilms found in sewage systems versus storm drain systems. And these communities were found to be unique and could be repeatedly sampled. So subsequent monitoring found a small but persistent signal of the sewage biofilms in receiving waters. And it was pretty much everywhere. The next line of evidence was an exfiltration prototype that the SQUIRT team built so that they could actually isolate pipe sections and measure how much volume was being lost. And they were able to come up with a volume loss of about 132 gallons, or here you see it as 1 liter, or 5 times 10 to the second liter per second kilometer as a leak estimate. And we know this is a very small percentage of the amount of sewage that makes its way into the Point Loma treatment plant. But if you think about it over the vast network of pipes and over the entirety of year, this number becomes pretty big. And what's really discouraging is the fact that it seemed to be that all pipe types, whether age and material didn't matter, they were all leaking. Most of them leaking. I can see Ken rolling his eyes back there. The third line of evidence was small urban watersheds. And these were watersheds that were found to not have homeless encampments, no septic systems, and no known ICID. And what they did is there was only private laterals and the public collection system. And they found HF 183 downstream in these watersheds, in all of them. And they used the leakage rate that they found from the prototype sampler and the concentration found downstream to come up with a subsurface transfer coefficient. So basically math, but they were not able to understand the exact mechanism of how that's getting into the environment or getting downstream. And that's something that needs further study. Some dye studies were also conducted in dry weather to see if we could introduce dye into the collection system pipe and measure it downstream, and none was found. So that's good. But once again, we don't really know what's happening because we have these low-level dry weather numbers that may be indicative of that problem. So one working hypothesis could be we have a lot of leakage and it doesn't get mobilized until we have a storm event. But some of it may be showing up in a slide that we see like this. All right, let's turn our attention now to the third largest source of human fecal waste, which is septic systems. Septic systems, also known as on-site waste treatment systems, are regulated by the county through local areas management plans, as you heard about this morning. And the county is responsible for siting and design, as well as complaint response. So to see if there was a problem from the septic systems, again, we looked at 6 watersheds. And this time, these watersheds only had septic systems in them. No public collection systems, no homeless encampments. And all 6 were measured for HF 183, and all 6 revealed HF 183 downstream. But we don't know the extent of that problem. We don't know if it was one lateral or one septic system, 2 systems, or maybe most of them leaking within that watershed. And again, the good news is staff in the county are continuing discussions to look into that. And depending on the results of that investigation, we may need to extend these findings to other areas of the city and maybe even into other counties within our region, especially maybe even Orange County, because they do not have a LAMP. All right, getting near the end of my part, and we're now going to talk about the 2 smallest sources of human fecal waste, which are the private collection systems seen here in both the laterals and the spills and encampments. So private lateral systems were inspected, and about half of them were found to have some type of defect. This included cracks, root intrusion, breaks, and even complete collapses. 10 systems were actually tested for leakage, where they were able to block off the lateral, introduce some water, and see how much was lost over time. And 7 of the 10 were leaking with an average loss of about 0.08 gallons per hour. And as we saw earlier, the number of private sanitary sewer overflows or spills is increasing, but better reporting is needed. Again, for both of these, there's a lot of voluntary reporting. So once it gets to a public agency, they have to report it to us, but most of the public agencies do not require information to be reported to them. And as we heard about encampments a lot in the previous item, we know they're a relatively small source of HF 183 to the environment, but we don't know the relative importance. Some of it may be much fresher, some of it may be much closer to high use areas, and some of it may be affecting the communities or actually discharging the waste themselves. So I want to kind of wrap up with some takeaway points that I think, again, we'll be discussing for quite some time. The collection system is the biggest source of HF 183 and human fecal waste to the environment. And when we have big rains, we have big problems. We have lots of evidence of leaking, but the subsurface transport mechanism is poorly understood. And yes, identifying and quantifying the transport pathway is a requirement of the IO. HF 183 was used as a proxy for human waste in this studies, and it does improve our understanding of collection systems and environmental conditions. But the relationship to human health and to the REC 1 beneficial use is less clear. Additional investigation is needed to increase our scientific confidence and to understand the extent of the septic system and private lateral problem. The program effectiveness assessments are where the real value of this investigation is to be found. And I'm looking forward to hearing from some of the parties coming up next. What are the implications for other loadings? I started off the presentations by reminding us that The sewage collection system has much more than human fecal waste in it. Things like nutrients, pharmaceutical products, toxins are also out there. And unfortunately, a lot of these things may not degrade as quickly as human fecal waste. And finally, what does this mean for the rest of the region? Is the results we're seeing here a microcosm of the larger region? And if so, what do we need to do about that? So that wraps up my presentation. I will now turn it over to Ken, who will talk about the technical findings.
Any questions for Mr. Smith at this point?
I have a sort of an ignorant question, but how, when private individuals are reporting to a public agency, how are they, unless it's severely obvious, how are they realizing that they have root intrusion in their, pipe
Most of them
systems?
aren't, right? You don't know until it's backing up into your bathtub or something like that. But a lot of times when there are some problems like that, it does spill out in other areas, and storm drain folks get notified, and that's how it gets its way into the public system.
And are they able to trace it back to the actual resident? Your business?
Most times when you're looking at water quality data, receiving data, no. But if there is an incident that's right there, that somebody's drain is flooding their front yard or something like that, you'll get a lot of complaints, and then it becomes obvious.
Could I have a quick question? I just would like to know what in the studies of leakage, the laterals were
088. Uh-oh. Dr. Olson, if you can hear me, Ken's going to come up next and go into a little more detail on these studies. And it's probably, maybe your question is better suited for him.
Okay, let's continue. And hopefully Dr. Olson unfreezes.
All right, I think I'm okay now. I'm having a lot of, it wants me to update, and if I update,
don't update.
Wait.
Till later.
Don't go to the light.
No, I'm not going to do, I just want to quick, what was the leakage rate? Well, let me tell you, in the normal wastewater pipes. Okay, never mind.
Are you good?
I think as soon as I talk, it cuts me off. But what was the leakage rate in normal pipes?
Go
ahead. It was 0.088 gallons.
That was from the laterals.
Yeah. And what was
from 10 laterals.
And what were the sewer pipes?
Oh, I don't remember right now. Ken, do you remember? Can we go back to the slides real quick?
I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. There we go. 5 times 10 to the liter, 132 gallons, basically per second kilometer.
Okay.
So they took an individual pipe section based on the length of that pipe, extrapolated over the entirety of the collection system, and average for the entirety of the collection system, and for the time that they ran the water through the pipe to see how much it was leaking.
Okay, and is that a typical flow rate for wastewater?
That I don't know. So I know we're going to hear some differing opinions on how accurate this prototype is when it comes to does the clean water they use mimic actual sewage, and does it behave differently? What is the amount of water that flows through a certain pipe when it's actually in use? Is it constant? Is it only when people flush or do laundry? All of these are some questions that probably need some further investigation.
Okay, we have at least 7 more speakers, so let's keep cracking here. Ken Schiff. Welcome back.
Hi, I'm Ken Schiff. I'm the Deputy Director at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. We all just call it SCORP. It's an honor and a privilege to be back. So great. Thank you for putting my slides up. All right, Scorp's role in this project, we were kind of the independent technical facilitator and implementer with both the City of San Diego, the County of San Diego, and the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board as members of our 14-member commission. We have to stay independent, right? So Jimmy did an excellent job kind of giving the background on why the investigative order, or IO, was issued. The one I want to key on is the third bullet here, which is after the epidemiology study was done, Scorp went upstream and measured over a dozen sites. And pretty much every time we took a sample, we would find some concentration of HF-183, an indicator of human fecal pollution. So we're also finding human-specific pathogens. So before I go any further, let's talk about HF-183 for you or anybody else in the room or online who doesn't know what HF-183 is. It's a genetic sequence in a very common gut bacteria called Bacteroides. And the good thing about HF-183 is that it's very human specific. You don't find it in any other organism. Unlike E. coli or Enterococcus, you can find in any warm-blooded organism, not just humans. So it's a very useful source tracking tool because it doesn't survive very long outside of the human gut. So if you see it, you know it's relatively fresh. And it's, you know, this isn't the first time it's been used. It's been around for a little while. Here's a graphic. It's just a summary graphic of dozens of samples that we collected at Fashion Valley, the last gauging station on the river. The y-axis is the percent of samples that we collected. And then I have two categories. One is Enterococcus, one of your traditional water quality objective-based indicator bacteria. And the single sample water quality threshold is 104 a bacteria per 100 milliliters. And then on the right side is HF-183 measured genetically. And there's a literature-based threshold, as Jimmy indicated, not a water quality objective for HF-183. That's at 500 gene copies per 100 milliliters. And I've broken each of those into dry weather and wet weather. And what you can see is for Enterococcus, we have a lot of exceedances. Doesn't matter whether it's dry weather or wet weather. But for the HF-183, there's a lot in wet weather, not very much in dry weather. And so that tells a big story just unto itself. So one of the first requirements in the investigative order was to write a work plan and a quality assurance plan, which Scorp helped produce. There were two basic questions that mirrored what's in the investigative order. The first question is, what's the load of human fecal pollution from each of these different human fecal sources? These are all the sources that are listed in the investigative order. And the first thing you need to know is that all of those sources will produce HF-183. So HF-183 is really good for human sources, but it doesn't tell you which human source. That's where the 5 years of work came in. So the second question is, how do the loads from those different sources compare? Before I go into any details, I'll just say there are some guiding philosophies, some overarching approaches. First one is that we were using HF-183 as our currency for human fecal loading, and I just explained why. That each of those different sources was its own separate research project, maybe multiple research projects. And so, the main thing is that we looked at them independently, not mixed together. So the third was we're looking at kind of average watershed wide loading. So, in honor of Dr. Barbanel, we also invest in uncertainty as well as what our average is. So how certain are we? And then the focus on wet weather. And the previous graphic I showed you summarizing Enterococcus versus HF-183 explains why we had that guiding philosophy.
What the study did not do was estimate health risk, and it wasn't designed to be a site-specific source tracking, kind of a gotcha kind of thing. It was watershed-wide. All right, so as Jimmy said, this is the Keystone graph in the technical report. It lists each of the different sources with all of the sources summed on the far right bar. The y-axis is load of HF183 in terms of total gene copies, in this case during wet weather for a year, just an average year. And so some are taller and some are less, and Jimmy did a good job of pointing them all out. So the thing that I wanted to point out is we did do a separate study at Fashion Valley, the end of the watershed, and estimated between dry years and wet years what that load might be of HF183. And as Jimmy said, we came pretty close. And given that they were all measured independently, it gave us a kind of a good validation. It also told us we probably weren't missing any other large sources. So in that sense, good news. All right, let's take them one at a time, with the largest bar being sanitary sewer overflows, or SSOs. You know, the state has a database where all SSOs from public facilities are reported. It's mandatory required reporting. As Jimmy said, the private sewers, so that might be a lateral or a private sewer collection system, that reporting is voluntary. So, so that's an important designation. The other source of data we have are water level sensors in the sewer collection system itself, which can kind of see when a pipe is surcharging. The agencies, sewer collection agencies, put out dozens of these across the watershed. So, so to kind of give you a sense of where we're going on this, we looked at 13 years of historical database records, as well as the historical record of the water level sensors. And then we put out a half a dozen of our own sensors adjacent to the river. And so I'll just say right now, after 90 different of these water level sensors, we never saw one that even came close to looking like there was an unreported SSO, that we never even saw anything that looked like an SSO. So all of the data I'm going to talk about focuses on the database. So there are about 267 spills in that 13-time year period, and then we can attribute it by public or private, wet or dry, whether that spill made it to receiving waters. Jimmy showed this graph. I want to go to this one, which is in the technical report. And what I want to do, as he described, the top row are public sewers, the bottom row are private laterals, right side is wet weather, left side is dry weather. And this is the load of HF183 to receiving waters for each of those years. And so, and it's in log copies. The main thing to point out is the upper right. So even though wet weather in public sewers happen least frequently than during dry weather, they have some of the biggest mass loads because they have some of the biggest spills. And just as we heard in the agenda item this morning from Oceanside, when it rains, you have some catastrophic failures. That's what leads to the big volumes and the big loads. So, but they don't happen every year. So this will be my last slide on this source, which is how much certainty do we have in this? Well, we have relatively high confidence because we know the reporting system is pretty robust, right? The collection system agencies get in a lot of trouble if they don't report. So now the volumes they are estimates, they're not measured volumes, but these are people that deal with volumes every day. So the private SSOs are not required to report, and so we just assume they're undercounted. So, and perhaps the increase in numbers of reports over the years is just an increase in reporting frequency. It's possible, but even then, it's probably still an undercount. All right, and then just based on the data, we don't think we have any unreported SSOs, at least in this watershed. So let's go to exfiltration, which is the third bar from the right. And because this one was perhaps the most contentious, was also perhaps one of the newest bits of research. This has, there's thousands of papers in the literature on infiltration and inflow, and there's not many on exfiltration, certainly none in San Diego and none in California. So we think it likely occurs based on 3 lines of evidence, which Jimmy described. The first are the sanitary sewer biofilms, I'll describe in a minute. The volume loss measurements from pipes that are in the ground, and then the small urban catchments. Let me go through each of these individually. Here's a graphic. This is in the report, and let me just explain what it is. The y-axis is essentially the amount of biofilm that we find. The x-axis are a series of different samples. The black bars are samples that were taken from the San Diego River during a rainstorm. The gray bars are actually stormwater samples that have no HF-183 in them, so we assume no human sources, and then we spike them with the sewage biofilm. And so the far left is essentially a 1% spike of sewage, and then the next gray bar, third from the left, is a 0.1, and it goes all the way down to there where that's 0% sewage, no spike. So essentially all the bars to the left of that green circle have some sanitary sewage biofilm in them. We spent 2 years making sure that this biofilm was a really good tracer of just sanitary sewers. We looked at hundreds of samples and dozens of sites across different times of year. We never find a sanitary sewer biofilm in a storm drain, unless it's raining. All of these were in a rainstorm. So when I have a conclusion that we find this sanitary sewer biofilm in the river frequently, but at very low concentrations, less than 0.1% sewage, this is what supports that statement. Jimmy showed a graphic that looked like this, what we call the stick and orange dot diagram. And so he kind of explained the main stem's vertical and the tributaries are from the right and the left. And the size of the dot is the concentration of the HF-183. Well, it turns out we did these samples all in the same storm. And so we started lining them up. Here's the biggest dot, kind of went with our biggest bar of biofilm. And then our second largest biofilm sample went to our second largest dot. And we're going, oh, maybe we got something here. But then we said, what about this big dot on the upper left? What's going on with that one? Because it was essentially zero biofilm until we realized that that particular catchment had no sanitary sewers in it. It was all septic systems. So now we have a pretty good feeling that this tracer would be, could be very useful, not just for this study, but for any other study moving forward. Now, I told you there are 3 lines of evidence. The biofilm was the first one. The second was volume loss measurements from in situ, like pipes in the ground. And as Jimmy said, this was a device that SCORP had to design, a prototype, and perfect. And I appreciate the help from the collection system agencies who not only helped us design and create it, but then do all the testing. So I just have a good cartoon here to explain how we do it. The first thing we do is we put in a plug in the sewer system upstream and then create a diversion to isolate a section of pipe. The next thing we do is fill up our water tanks with over 1,000 gallons of potable water, right? So from a fire hydrant, and then a head tank, which is really good at measuring precise volumes. Then in the upstream maintenance hole, we'll gradually pump in the water from our water tanks so that the pipe is maybe 1/4 to 1/3 full, not surcharge. This is really important because in all the gravity systems in San Diego, they're not, this is about where they run. right? They're not surcharged. So we're not forcing water out of the pipe, and we don't modify the pipe in any way. We don't clean it or scrape it, or we just as it is before the diversion. Then the downstream maintenance hole will pump the water out with a vacuum truck. We'll come back, put it in the water tanks, measure the volume loss or gain in the head tank, and we'll repeat this at least 6 times. And with that, we have a sensitivity of measuring the loss of about 1/4 out of 1,000 gallons. So pretty sensitive. Yeah. And here's the results you get from those tests. Here's 23 different pipe segments, somewhat confusing graphics. So I'm going to slow down and just explain it. So the y-axis is volume loss. So anything in the positive direction is loss. Anything in the negative direction is a gain, right? An infiltration. So each date there is essentially a separate pipe segment, and each color is a different material of pipe. And then just above each bar is 2 numbers. The top number is the age of that pipe since it was installed. So the number below it, the N equals, is how many replicates there are, and you can tell just by how many dots those are the individual replicates. So the last thing is next to the age, sometimes you'll see a little asterisk. And if you see the asterisk, that means it's statistically different from 0. All right, so now that I've taken 30 seconds to describe it, let me tell you what it says. So the first thing everybody notices are the big bars, right? There's that giant bar in, what color is that? Pink. In pink. Turns out that was a pipe that had been taken out of service, right? So it was still in the ground. There was some construction or something where they created a new pipe. So this one had been out of service for a little while, which is why it made a good test pipe. Nobody was going to be putting sewage into it. So, but it had been out of service over a decade. And so we kind of look at that and go, yeah, okay, so this is an unmaintained, unused pipe. The second one that everybody notices is the big one going in the down direction. That's infiltration. Turns out that pipe segment was in Mission Bay Park. And every time we did a replicate or another run, we'd get more volume loss, and the water was really salty. So it was just rising tide, and we were getting saltwater intrusion. So this is what I look at when I see this plot. The first one is there's not a huge difference between the different colors. And the second thing I notice is the oldest pipes, they're arranged from youngest to oldest within each color. There's no real pattern, like the oldest ones aren't the worst and the newest ones aren't always the best. So it really has something to do with pipe condition. I'll skip past this just to speed up. Now I said there are 3 lines of evidence. The first was the biofilm. The second was the volume loss. The third was these small urban catchments. So think of a small catchment, handful of residential blocks, you know, so several dozen to a couple hundred homes. No other sources other than sewer and private laterals. So no septic systems, no people experiencing homelessness. And here's an example of the data that we get out of this. The y-axis is essentially loading of HF183 for each of these 6 catchments we did across the watershed. We can talk about why there's differences and some are higher and some are lower. The main thing to know is we see HF183 in almost every storm from every catchment. So there's clearly a source going on there. So how much certainty do we have in exfiltration? Well, at SCORP, we say it's modest, right? Because we have these multiple lines of evidence. What's uncertain is exactly how much. And that's because, as Jimmy said, we don't know the actual mechanisms of how it gets from the outside of the pipe and into the storm drain. We measured both ends, so we know what happens. We just don't know how it moves through. And that would probably be a source of future work. The last thing then about uncertainty is some of the sewer collection agencies are particularly challenged because we use potable water, like I told you, from a fire hydrant, and they feel that actual sewage might have a different exfiltration rate than we calculated. So it might clog some of the pores, or it's possible. All right, I'm going to continue to try and speed up because it's starting to get late and I know there's speakers after me. Let's talk about private laterals. There's over 100,000 parcels, so 100,000 laterals in this particular watershed. As Jimmy said, nobody seems to think about their lateral until their toilet doesn't flush anymore. So who knows how many are leaking and for how long they've been leaking. So we did a probabilistic based study where we recruited homeowners into the study and then did standard video inspections to look for defects and then kind of standard hydrostatic tests to see how much is leaking. Here's the results of the inspection. We looked at almost 50 parcels. This took us almost 4,000 letters or recruitment invitations, including saying, we will fix your pipe and we'll give you another $50 on top of that. So very low, but it covered a range of ages and places in the watershed. And the bottom results are a little over half have no observed defects. And about 4% had something just structural, or it's collapsed or just full on offset broken. But then that means there's another 40-something% that had some small defect, a root intrusion or a crack or something. So we were taking bets at Scorp of what this number would be, because there's really no place in California, or very, very few cities in California, that make people inspect their laterals. So here's where Jimmy came up with the 0.09 gallons of leakage from private laterals per hour. It was based on these 10 locations we went to. You know, that's less than a can of soda volume, right? So not a huge amount of volume, but there are a lot of properties. And the other thing to notice on this is there are some defects where we measured volume loss. And then there's some where we saw a defect that had no volume loss. So obviously there's more going on here, but since it was such a much smaller source, we kind of just let it be. I'm going to keep going on to the next source, which would be the on-site wastewater treatment systems. There's 6,700 of these. They're located where all the purple areas are within the watershed. We took a slightly different strategy to measure these. We went to a half a dozen sites that had a dozen to 24 parcels or septic systems in them. We measured them for multiple storm events. We tried to make them as representative as possible. And then we would measure HF 183 at their downstream collection point, and then essentially try to extrapolate and normalize that by the number of parcels and the inch of rain. And okay, you get the idea. Here's the graphic that's in the report. I'm not even going to go into any details because the top one is concentration, the bottom one is mass. And once again, we can talk about why some are different colors or different sizes and bigger or larger. But the bottom line is every storm, every site, we measured HF 183. So here's the certainty we have in this measurement. We have some modest certainty that this is a reasonably sized source because of the consistency, but which exact septic systems were the problem, we don't know, right? Was it just one big failure, or was it all of them at a small or something in between? That would be the next step. All right, homelessness is the last source. For this, I would very much like to thank the San Diego River Park Foundation and PATH. You heard from them earlier today in the previous agenda item. They helped us as well. We did multiple census over multiple winters, and it's a few hundred people that are camping along the river corridor based on these census. But we need to know more than numbers of people. We need to know their sanitation habits. So a survey, a questionnaire, a face-to-face questionnaire was done where we went to about a quarter of the population and asked them about their sanitation habits. The bottom line on this one is that a lot of these folks are defecating outdoors, but not all of them are putting their feces into the river. So let me show some data. Here in this particular plot that's in the report is time on the x-axis, going back to point-in-time counts in 2018. The winters we looked at were the winter of 21-22 and 22-23. The gray area is the point-in-time counts or number of people living along the river corridor. So, and then the black line is an accumulation of the data from San Diego River Park Foundation that does their weekly surveys, counts of encampments. So they're not exactly analogous, but you can see the pattern where it kind of dipped in 2019, increased in the early 2020s. I look at this and say, first of all, it's not in the thousands of people. So that perception is not there or has been debunked. And then the second is because the encampments kind of track with the number of people, we don't think we missed big spikes in population. The first question we asked them was, do you defecate outdoors by the river? And 95% of the people we asked this question to said yes. So not every day necessarily, but a lot, almost all of them did. And then of those that did, we said, well, what do you do with your feces when you defecate outdoors? And do you contain it or not? And so 88% of these folks say they contain their feces. And then of course we say, well, what do you do with your containment? And it turns out that about 90 to 95% either throw it in the trash or bury it underground. We didn't have a single person that say they put their feces in the river. So, so when I say this is the lowest contributing source, listen, we look at it and go, well, maybe not everybody tells the truth on these surveys. So even if we assumed every single person put their feces directly in the river, it still doesn't reach the blue box. So certainty. All right, this is my second to last slide. There are 4 large recommendations that are in the technical report. The first one is
Ken,
that.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Betty Olson has a question for you.
Yes.
I'm sorry now, I forgot it. I'll have to think of it again. I'm sorry, I was concentrating on what you're saying.
Oh,
So
good, my strategy worked then.
I don't know.
Feel free to ask any questions. Like I said, this is my second to last slide. So the first recommendation is to do more work on exfiltration. We can always do more pipes to get more certainty, but really that subsurface transport of how it gets from the outside of the pipe into the stormwater, into the river, the creek, or the storm drain, that's an important next step. The second was on sanitary sewer overflows. I said it was one of the largest sources, but I also said it was very infrequent. And so that should be taken into perspective and context as folks are starting to think about what management actions might occur with that. There was some issues associated with the on-site wastewater treatment systems and trying to figure out, we see it every site, every storm, but which actual properties are these? And then our technical advisory committee really wanted to push that additional continued monitoring should occur at Passion Valley to see if that blue box on the graph continues to migrate down as management actions are implemented. With that, I'm going to thank the members of the steering committee and our technical review committee of national experts. That completes my presentation.
Thank you. If you notice, our chairman had to depart for Sacramento, but all of our board members will be reviewing this video, so they're real interested. So we're going to keep going.
All right, thank you, Ken. Next, we're going to move on to hear from both the County of San Diego and the City of San Diego on their effectiveness assessment. So I think it's Neil Searing is first up.
Thanks, Jimmy. So I'm live. Okay, go time. We did have a presentation, I think, excellent. Well, thank you, everyone. Getting towards the end of a pretty long day, so appreciate sticking with us and through this agency perspective. Before I kind of get into the agenda, I just wanted to share a couple things that occurred to me today. I went outside this morning and realized gorgeous day outside, and this is like what we live for here in San Diego. And so I live in Oceanside. Thank God the county has allowed us to commute half time, but I was driving down today and decided to take the coast and check everything out. And just beautiful all along and down the coast. People out surfing, people out paddleboarding, people running along the beach recreating. And it really just occurred to me, well, one, we should do these outside at the beach if we ever have a chance. But two, you know, this is really why I think the agencies and everyone here collectively put forth all this effort into doing what we do, to keep the beaches looking like this, to have these days, our local summer days, right? What we call it. We work for the public. We never lose sight of that. We're public servants. We love it when people come visit in June and July, but you know, locals love it when this time of year. And it occurred to me at some point in our careers, probably early on, either in high school or even in college, all of us, you know, got into this because of kind of days like this, because we want to see water quality continue to be good. We want to improve it. We want to recreate. You know, we love this resource. And, you know, along the line, some of us became regulators. Some of us went in, you know, the public sector. Some of us are research scientists, NGOs. And we're going to hear, you know, from all of those people today, and they were all part of this project. But I really think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing, and we're all kind of, you know, working towards that. And this project has really made me see when we come together to work on things, we can do some pretty good things together. And a lot of really talented people have been part of this project. So just wanted to put that out there, and you can go ahead to the next slide. Oh.
Yep, that one right there.
This,
yep.
The one that's worn down. So agenda today, I should mention the County of San Diego was the administrative lead agency on the investigative order project. And that's why I'm up here today giving these introductory remarks as the administrative agency. So just wanted to give just a few introductory remarks, kind of the perspective from the agencies and county as the admin agency of kind of what this project looked like. A lot of effort that went on behind the scenes to make this a successful project. And then a couple of the named parties today are going to kind of give a little overview of the question, you know, Directive 1D, how we use this data to kind of assess our current programs, looking at things we do good, looking at things we need to improve, what new programs, you know, we're bringing on, and also what studies we plan to do in the future. And so to, you know, because of time, we could be here all night if 10 of our agencies. We're all doing a lot of really good work. But only a couple of the bigger agencies are going to speak today. But everyone who participated in this project is present, and everyone's here available to answer any questions too. And I'm in control, forgot. So just actually from an administrative standpoint, a little bit of a quick overview. So yeah, it's about 5.5 years now. We were all tasked with this pretty major endeavor. Go investigate these sources, quantify these sources, and find out what you're going to do with this data. So a lot of it is first of its kind. So for us, collectively 10 different agencies, the MS4 agencies work together, the sanitation agencies work together, but bringing us kind of all into the same room was a little bit new for us to go and do some of these projects together. So first and foremost, who's going to do this work? Pretty easy to go back to SQUIRP to do the work. City of San Diego and County San Diego are both member agencies of SQUIRP. Myself and other folks with the city have worked in technical advisory groups with the SQUIRP folks for a number of years. So it was a pretty easy decision from our standpoint that SQUIRP really had the knowledge and capacity to perform this work for us. So great, easy part. We got someone to do the work for us. Now comes the hard part behind the scenes. And I think anyone who's been through this, and most of us have in this room, when you have to either go to your elected officials or board with an MOU and a cost sharing agreement, little bit of effort, 10 different legal counsels. So behind the scenes, it took a little wrangling, but really want to thank everyone involved because honestly, they made this really easy when it comes down to it. I shouldn't say it's easy because there's a lot of work, but everyone was great partners, getting stuff in together on time, getting certification statements on time. So from an administrative standpoint, it really made our lives very easy to run this project. So we're off and running. We've got our MOUs in place. We've got SQUIRP. Now I have to go to my board to execute a contract to pay SQUIRP to do the work. No problem. We got that done. So now we're just kind of off and running. We've got our work plans in place. And I was looking over just everything, kind of preparing this presentation today, the history of this project. And there were just kind of a few numbers like I wanted to share with the group today. And one of those on there, 11 agencies in total. And you'll see that next. There were 10 named, and we had participation of counties, environmental health and quality as well on that. And of those 10 agencies, I was just looking through it. There's staff attrition over these 5 years. We actually had 33 different staff that participated in the steering committee over the time of these 5 years. And interesting enough, a lot of those people have moved from one organization to another. So even moving from an organization, they thought they could get out of the project, but nope, they're still in this. And some really valuable people, in addition to the name agencies that participated in this project, are the regional board staff. So we've had 2 lead staff throughout this project. Helen, you started with us, really critical to working with the group to really dial in our work plan to make sure we were doing the right studies, really looking at it correctly and getting us on a really good path to do the work. And Jimmy coming in at the end was really a godsend because Jimmy really just kept us on target, was really transparent with his thoughts with us and the direction he felt we should go and just kind of driving it home and wrapping it together. And also we had 2 NGOs participation with us, Coast Keeper and River Park Foundation, and really invaluable. It was River Park Foundation just for all the work they've been doing in San Diego River, especially with homelessness, and just to get those different perspectives, from all those groups. Both those groups have been doing a tremendous amount of work, in San Diego River in particular, and just to have them there with us, I think was just really good for us. And so that said, I was going through all this, and there's one thing I missed. In the middle of all this, we had COVID hit us, and it got to me. And and I was looking through that, and I said, of all this times we had 6 iteration of work plans that we developed, all approved by the Water Board, I may say. We submitted 10 semi-annual reports. We had 25 steering committee meetings. So an enormous amount of effort went into this project. And when it really boiled down to it, we met every single submittal obligation on time. And so a big thanks to everyone here who participated in that. And that's just not the agencies, that's the NGOs and Water Board also, because they're on the steering committee, they're reviewing these deliverables, providing really valuable feedback. So real big thanks to everyone on that part. And so, as I mentioned, I think we've mentioned a few times, so these are the named agencies. And one of these agencies is Department of Environmental Health and Quality. So they were a collaborating agency, and I guess I should probably get into this now. I just wanted to make a few clarifications on the whole septic piece here. So we were a little dumbfounded at first when this was included. So definitely it's a source. But for us, we were scratching our head a little bit about it, like, well, it's the private homeowner who's the discharger. The systems are built, they're the owners, they're the operators, there's the discharger. And so environmental health was really good enough to come along with us as kind of our participating agency, just to make sure what we were doing was right, and the way we were looking at, septic systems were right. And I think Jimmy said earlier that we're the regulator, which isn't really quite the case, I think, on that. So one of the things that's important to note that we are a local permitting agency for septic. The property owners are using it under a discharge of conditional waiver contained in the regional water boards on-site wastewater treatment system policies. So the county acts as a permitting agency for these systems. And I think that's kind of important to note in the complexity of how we kind of go about in the future and how we address these systems. So this is the one question. There were 4 questions really posed to us in the study. And the 4th question was really posed to the agencies. And so this is kind of what we're here to now talk about, the programs for the County of San Diego and City of San Diego. And it's really just saying how you're going to use this data to assess your programs and then prevent discharges of human fecal material in Lower San Diego River. So with that, I wanted to segue into the County of San Diego's programs. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how the county used the data and some of our programs that we evaluated and some of the new things as a result of this study that we're doing. And so the little pink area is the county's footprint of San Diego. I shouldn't say little, large pink area of San Diego River, but the county is a little bit unique. We mostly are unincorporated county area, which is more of the rural jurisdictions of the county. So we do have some more urban footprints, but not a big urban footprint along the main stem of the San Diego River per se. We are pretty heavy in a couple of the Forester Creek and the Los Coches Creek, 2 of the main tributaries to the San Diego River watershed. Some by the numbers for us. We have about 138 miles of public sewer pipeline within the Lower San Diego River watershed. That's about 13% of the miles of sewer pipeline in the Lower San Diego River watershed. The MS4 or stormwater system, we have 274 storm drain outfalls within the Lower San Diego River watershed. And on the private side of things, we have just under 15,000 private sewer laterals, and those are from single-family dwellings within the county jurisdictional area. And as I think Jimmy and Ken mentioned, there's about 6,700 or so properties that are on septic, on-site wastewater treatment systems.
Wow.
And I usually don't use notes, but I know some of my other colleagues here had some really good information that I didn't want to miss. So I am using some notes today. So, what we learned that multiple sources are contributing to this problem. And I should mention in the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about, so the County of San Diego and watershed protection in particular has been using HF 183 for over a decade now and doing special studies. And a lot of the focus has been in San Diego River. So when you see those low-level dry weather detections, and we see it everywhere in wet weather, it's not a surprise to us. This is what we've seen through our special studies and screenings. But we've always, where are these sources coming from? So that to us was new. We learned that multiple sources are contributing. And most importantly, this isn't a sole stormwater problem. The MS4 agencies are not solely responsible for the bacteria issue in San Diego River. And I think that's pretty obvious through the results of this study. And so also, how would we use the data? So we took this data and looked at a couple different things. We looked at kind of what's our existing programs and strategies? Are there things we're doing well? How are we addressing the sources that we've seen through this study that are some of those biggest sources? And where we saw that there were gaps and things not being addressed, we started implementing new programs or making modifications to some of our programs. And then that kind of leads us to, what's next. So I think some of the big takeaways that we have, at least from a county perspective, is there's definitely some uncertainties and some follow-up work that would need to be done. but also just this role of increasing collaboration. And that's just amongst our groups, but even internally at the county amongst our different divisions that, all work on these issues. So we can't do this alone. It takes a collaborative effort to solve these real complex problems. And that's become very, very obvious to us through this study. And so I'm just going to talk about some of the programs that the county currently employs and evaluates in regards to, the sources we investigated here in the San Diego River. So I should, mention that we've been using HF 183 since I think the first study I could find was 2012, that the county started using that. We do a lot of source tracking work, both dry weather and wet weather. And from a stormwater perspective, we tremendous amount of effort goes into our dry weather programs. We just had a pretty large presentation at one of our stormwater conferences on we call it our dry weather outfall screening effort. And some of the statistics for that is, so over the last 10 years, we screened over 6,000 outfalls during dry weather conditions for the presence of HF 183. And so when I kind of mentioned, we kind of didn't really surprise us, seeing those dry weather results for the IO. This is exactly why we've been doing this a long time, and kind of we know what we see. When we see it, it's very sporadic and one-off. But wet weather, we do see it all over. And as a result of that, the county have done, I went back and looked at them all, over 18 different studies specifically targeted towards human sources of bacteria in the San Diego River alone. And Ken was up here talking about the septic studies and sampling the catchments. Those are actually studies initiated by the county outside of the investigative order that went into this. Our data was leveraged to provide the information for those studies. So we do quite a bit of work. We continue to do quite a bit of work. Good work, I think, and kind of learning more about this problem and the sources. On the wastewater collection improvement, this is where I'm going to put on my glasses to make sure I'm reading the right information here. There's a couple things that we're doing. So we've repaired thousands of linear feet of sewer pipe in the last few years, prioritizing older or undersized pipes near water bodies or MS4. So a really good example of this is one of our largest sanitary sewer overflows in the Los Cochas Creek back in 2018 as a result of a storm event. So that pipe area was immediately replaced after the storm event, but we realized there was segments that were vulnerable, in one of our most vulnerable sections, I should say, of the San Diego River watershed. So we did a replacement of 7,300 linear feet of pipe in the Los Cochas Creek area. And that's I think about 1.5 miles, a good stretch of pipe in our most vulnerable area. And so this section of pipe actually served as the pilot test for the sewer exfiltration portion of this study. So good news was the before, we saw measurable loss. So validated Ken's sewer exfiltration experiment. And the good news is after the pipe replacement, we saw no measurable loss. So once again, it helped to validate the sewer exfiltration experiment. But more importantly to us, it told us our repair was solid and no more issues there. So another example of this that came about the Los Cochas spill. So this is also an area that was possibly losing protection due to erosion that a storm event, caused that pipe to break. So we've been going on and looking at these locations through storm events. They've kind of have these priority locations where they go out and inspect before, during, and after storm events. And that's one of the main kind of takeaways that came from one of the things. So another big project that our wastewater system is, in 2002, we completed a big capacity-wide assessment, flow monitoring assessment to identify areas of high inflow and infiltration. And so this data, along with the CCTV assessments, will help guide our capital improvements to address SSOs and sewer exfiltration risks. Another thing that became of this study, in particular, in that study, looking at kind of the INI study, is the smart cover manhole location. So I think Ken mentioned that was additional part of the SSO study. So we've installed 14 of those in critical locations within the San Diego River watershed, that those are monitored 24/7 by our sanitation staff. Local on-site wastewater permitting program. So I mentioned our program does the permitting and siting design for septic systems for new and replacement systems. This is a complete separate program that the county manages under our local ordinance and local agency management plans. And so these are design standards for new and replacement on-site wastewater treatment systems. And I got my start a little over 20 years ago at the county working in environmental health. And I was a septic inspector back in the day. Don't blame me. But I can tell you, I've seen this, the newest iteration of the local agency management plan, and I've seen how these systems were put in back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And we have gone such a long way in our design, our guidelines, our requirements, our separation to groundwater, separation to stormwater conveyance systems. So just all these things that go into running a program and permitting these systems. I think as we learn more and more, we go a long way with this. And over time, as these older systems in smaller areas fail and we put in good repairs, the problem's gonna solve itself. I'm gonna say we have the programs and procedures in place to kind of repair these things for new systems, the higher design standards. Just a brief mention on structural solutions. So in addition to all these other programs we run and strategies, we also implement structural solutions. So these are bigger BMPs. Some of these are commitments we've made through our double water quality improvement plans. And some of these are opportunistic projects that we look at when we look at areas for improvement. Things that we have developed through our climate action plan at the county and looking for these green infrastructure solutions. So for me, these provide multi-benefit. You're not just going out and addressing one source, you're looking at multiple sources with these structural projects, and you're getting a multi-benefit, not only treating bacteria, but other pollutants too. So large costs associated with this, so we have to be very strategic in how we do it, but very committed to implementing those solutions as well. Just a brief mention on homelessness, because we had a whole take on this. Every year we have this big Department of Public Works, which I belong to, kind of get together. We just had this last week, and one of the programs highlighted was we call it our cleanup and sanitation program. And it's really just cool for me hearing about, I didn't know all the stuff that they do, but they work with our Health and Human Services Agency and our county sheriff. There's a whole team of dedicated folks going out there from the counties and to address homelessness. And I think you heard today some of the county staff is participating with Caltrans and some of the other folks here. But I did write this down because I just heard it the other day that last year they did, even though our the homelessness issue is smaller for the county jurisdictional area in the San Diego River watershed, we did do last year 122 cleanups within the San Diego River watershed, the county of San Diego. So pretty good work going on there. And I know the person who is in charge from Public Works in the program, and she is awesome. She used to work in stormwater, really knowledgeable person, been at the county for a long time. So we definitely have the right person leading that program. So finally, last slide for the county. This is the new and modified study. So, those were some of the things that we've been implementing that we're doing good, that we want to continue, but these are some of the things that as results of this IO over the last 5 years that we've learned, we've started doing better, things that we've started doing. So I mentioned some of those 18 special studies that the county has done. So those are completed. We're doing 2 more right now. They'll be submitted as part of our water quality improvement plan annual report here at the end of January. And they're related directly to the findings that we saw in the San Diego River investigative order. So proactively, the county wanted to go out and see one in a septic catchment area that showed the highest, and trying to answer that question, is this an individual system contributing or are there multiple systems? So we're engaged in a study, we call it the Dunbar Lane catchment study in the upper watershed in the Flynn Springs area. So on the septic side, we're currently conducting that study. And on the sewer end of things, we saw the catchment study for the piece of the exfiltration. So there were 5 catchments there that sampled through the IO that showed HF 183. One of those is our catchment. So we've gone out and we've undertaken, I think this is our 2nd year of doing both dry and wet weather special studies in that catchment to really find if and where that source is coming from. So still a little more ongoing work there, but it looks like it might be a lateral, just
Excuse
saying.
me. Betty Olson has a question.
Go ahead, Betty.
You're doing a study on the vulnerability assessment of wastewater collection systems. So this is exclusive of effects from climate change or large rain events? Or does it include that?
The vulnerability assessment I was just about to get to, but yes,
Okay.
there are two studies wastewater collections doing, and one is directly related to climate change. And yes, I can talk a little bit about that. So the vulnerability assessment study is we're looking at areas and evaluating assets where they cross blue line stream segments and MS4 segments. So that's hoping to guide kind of those areas that are most vulnerable from an elevation standpoint. One of the things we saw through this IO that there was, I think it was over 100 or some areas, you know, in the system where we had these crossings. So for us, we think that's a priority. The other thing I can tell you about in regards to climate change is they're doing a system capacity analysis. So they're using a state-of-the-art dynamic hydraulic model that will kind of simulate the effects of climate change, and they can run through two really like tested system stress tests through this hydraulic model. So they can put two like really intense storms back to back through the model, and that will identify these areas of vulnerability within the system and help us guide those capital improvements.
So it's really looking at internal pipe flow, is that right? What's the load being carried by the pipe and?
Yes, it's looking at the flow through the system and looking at those kind of vulnerable areas in the system. And being able to kind of simulate the effects of what climate change or, you know, maybe like 110% storm or something of that effect.
So one of the, this is sort of a, not exactly a direct question, so please don't worry about whether or not you can answer it, but I wondered, do you do a soil type analysis of where you put pipes? Because as we go closer to the coast, I imagine the percentage of sand in the soil increases, and therefore the movement through the soil of water, whatever it's carrying, will be faster.
I do have folks with my sanitation agency here that could better answer that question for you. I don't want to speak on their behalf, if that's okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Thanks.
My name is Sumedh Behel. I'm with the wastewater management with the county. So I think the first question you have asked about was about the hydraulic model we are doing. And that is, yes, what comes inside the pipe. That's what we are doing. And it's a dynamic model. It simulates how the flow goes through it. And the other part is this is about the climate change. So part of this is getting expert opinion on how the climate change is going to affect in the San Diego area. So using that model and the precipitation of that, and so that is the to calculate the inflow and infiltration into the system. So that has been taken into account. And the third one, like Neil said, that stress testing it, having one storm after another and imposing that and see where we have pipe constraints. So we can enlarge those pipes or do other things, what we can do so we avoid the spills. So that's what the model is done. But there is, you didn't touch on.
So have you already hardened your systems then to excessive rain events that could cause flooding in pump stations, or are you doing that? Are you going to do that, or what's?
We are in the middle of doing it. So we started this, it's about 9 months now. So we are close to the end of the study, the hydraulic model and analysis on that. So pretty soon we will have what pipes might be undersized. So we will then, once we identify that, we look at that and see what we have seen in the field using some of the instrumentation like the smart covers and all that. And then we will design our CIP from there. Okay, so what should be, what order we should do, and based on the financing available, funding available, then we will replace those.
Funding's always the issue. Thank you.
Yes, we can get all the help, whatever. If you can advocate for us and get us some money, we're more than happy to take it.
I'd like to advocate for the regional board getting more money.
Thank you.
All it takes is money.
That's true.
And I'll wrap up real quick. This is my last slide. So another thing, we're seek to participate in the city PUD's inflow and infiltration study. And they're going to talk about that. So I will let them talk about that. The LAMP, as we just local agency management plan, which has the design standards for septic systems. I think we've got some really good updates to that. So I don't need to get too much into that. But the one thing I did kind of want to highlight here is, there were two kind of sources, septic systems and private laterals that, from an agency standpoint, working with private property and people on private, it's difficult for us, to go on private property to engage people and stuff like that. So we looked at, well, what can we do in that arena? What are some of the things that we can just get a jump on and start doing? So it really came to our outreach and incentives program. And we really have a strong team at the county within watershed protection who's doing these things. So one of the things we do is we rolled out a septic rebate program. We're working with licensed septic haulers to pump out septic tanks. And as I mentioned, I was in that line of work for about 10 years, and frequent pumping of your septic tank is the #1 best thing you can do for longevity of your system and keeping your system. And I just pulled some numbers from them today. Where was it? So we've issued it since late 2022 when we rolled out this program. We've issued over 90 pumping rebates in Lower San Diego River. We do this all across the county. So we have pretty small septic footprint, honestly, in San Diego River compared to some of our other areas, but a great job by our outreach team. And we're also doing the same. We're doing a lot of outreach when it comes into maintenance of your sewer laterals. And right now we're actually looking into working with some plumbers into doing like a rebate program when you go out, inspection and rebate if it takes your lateral needs to get repaired. So, two of the tougher things, we're looking at what are some of the small things that we can, do to make a difference. Climate change, I think, we talked about incorporating the effects of climate change, and Sumedh talked about that. And then really the last thing is just this collaboration, and for us at a county, we've got our sanitation district, we've got our watershed protection program, we've got a department, environmental health and quality. So, previously we would meet on special projects and collaborate on certain projects, but this is really kind of told us that, the importance of working together consistently. So our groups meet quarterly now. And if even that's just a meeting to kind of, hey, we're doing this program. But it's really been great because we've seen opportunities where we can help sanitation with funding in some of their projects. Us and environmental health can work on beach water quality issues together and advancing different indicators and things like that. So it's really been great for us at the county to get us to kind of come together and start solving some bigger problems together. So thank you for your time. I probably went a little over, and I'll turn it over to the city now.
I hate to do this to you,
I
but
was gonna say, does anyone need a break?
can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes,
Will people please try and hurry back? It's a senior citizen. I call it a bladder overpressure light. So
You could have waved it. I could stop for you. I've
Go buy a Mercedes Benz for Betty.
They're 185.
Arrow, this one right here.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
My Girl Scouts. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Aurelia DeBrawl, Assistant Director with the City of San Diego's Public Utilities Department. The city's wastewater service area spans over 450 square miles, and we serve 2.3 million residents through more than 3,000 miles of pipelines. In the lower San Diego River watershed, the city maintains approximately 50% of the pipelines where we collect upstream wastewater from neighboring agencies. Today, I'll cover three main areas: the study's findings specific to the city, our actions to address human sources in the watershed, as well as how we're adapting our programs to protect water quality. The city's wastewater collection program includes proactive maintenance, asset management, and a risk-based capital improvement program. Our 5-year pipe cleaning cycle and ongoing inspection programs allow us to identify defects early, with spot repairs extending the useful life of our pipes, as well as reducing exfiltration risks. We have dedicated programs for commercial and industrial users, including fats, oils, and grease and fog management to prevent clogs and industrial wastewater compliant discharges. Our spill monitoring and response program operates 24/7 and includes a public spill hotline and post-spill environmental assessments to determine the environmental impact after a spill. Peak flow management and system-wide meters enable us to monitor and control heavy flows during storms, minimizing overflows as well as risks. When the city is notified of a spill on private property, we ensure the spill is appropriately contained and work with the property owner to ensure it's abated as well. Our current capital improvement program includes over 250 projects and a $2.5 billion investment to prevent spills at our pump stations, our treatment plants, as well as our pipelines. Our planning and design standards are regularly updated to account for climate adaptation, and we also have a city policy that prohibits placing of sewer pipelines within environmentally sensitive areas. Over the past decade, we've made significant improvements in our wastewater management program. Since 2001, we've rehabilitated an average of 40 miles of pipeline per year. Currently, 98% of our pipelines within the San Diego River watershed have a remaining service life of more than 20 years. We also heard a little bit about climate change. As part of our climate change adaptation at the city of San Diego, less than 2% of our pipelines we're predicting to be infiltrated by 2050. So overall, we take climate change into all of our planning that we do.
Good.
These actions overall, they really help reduce potential exfiltration from our wastewater system, and overall have reduced the number and volume of sanitary sewer overflows. So Jimmy, I was excited to see your charts because I too like data. So these next two slides show the effects of our programs have had on reducing spills in the San Diego River
Excuse me.
watershed.
I'm sorry, Betty Olson has a question.
Oh, yes, Betty.
Yes, I wanted to just ask a quick question. When you do your TV monitoring, have you integrated that with artificial intelligence systems yet?
We have not.
Okay.
Are we using the AI as part of our CCTV?
No, because we're waiting for
Oh, this is Kent VN with our wastewater collections. Yes.
You want me to answer that?
Yeah. So say your name.
Ken Vian, Assistant Deputy Director, Wastewater Collection. We have not implemented AI intelligence because we're waiting for the AI governance to be passed by the city of San Diego for it to allow to use AI. But it is one of the things that we are looking at to do when we're doing our CCTV assessments.
Yeah, it really reduces manpower time.
Yep.
Thanks. Oh.
Okay, so these next two slides show the effects of our programs have had on reducing spills in the San Diego River watershed. The darker bars represent the total spills, and then the lighter bar represents the category 1 or the spills that reach surface waters. Overall, the number of spills have significantly decreased. Comparing the first 7 years with the second 7 years of the investigative order study, the total SSOs have decreased by 128% and by 267% for spills that reach surface water. However, regardless of whether spills occur in wet weather or dry weather, our team conducts thorough evaluations, root cause analysis, and implementing corrective measures, including repairs. We adjust our cleaning schedules and additional investments in our capital improvement program. Yes. Betty, you're
Betty,
muted.
we can't hear you.
So I think I asked this, I think I saw this slide before, and I wondered, do you have data past 2020? Does it continue to show this downward trend? Does it level out? Or how does this,
We do. And I don't have those slides with me today, but the next time we present to the board, we can bring that updated information. For this
I
presentation.
really appreciate it because
Of course.
sometimes you can't predict spills.
Yeah, of course. And that's why I think the trend lines are really important. And this next slide shows the volumes, which as Jimmy spoke to, we really is a concern because of the infiltration from rainwater. So just looking at the same, let's go back. So the volumes, when we compare the first 7 years of the study to the last 7, the overall spill volume has decreased by 40%, but we do see a much better curve on the spills that reach surface water, with the volumes have dropped 200%. And this really is a testament to less pipeline breaks, more enhanced maintenance, more monitoring programs. But our network transports sewage from elevated areas like hills through canyons to our large treatment facilities. One of our major pump stations transports approximately 50 billion gallons of wastewater per year. And that's in comparison to the 2020, you see it's about a 9,000 spill. So overall, the system is really doing its job. But during the recent storms, especially in January of 2024, we saw rates 300 to 400% what our normal dry flow capacity is coming through our facilities. And we recognize that additional capacity is needed as well as efficiencies in our pump station. And that's why you'll see the investment in our CIP program, especially at our larger pump stations, to really make them more efficient so they can handle the flows and keep it moving throughout the system to the treatment facilities. So based on the findings of the investigative order, we're partnering with the Metro System agencies on an inflow and infiltration study. The study will help us identify sources of infiltration and potential exfiltration. The results will guide us in determining if additional monitoring meters should be added to our system or if new CIP projects are needed to reduce spill and exfiltration risks in targeted areas. Recognizing that maintenance holes and clogged pipes can contribute to spills, we are upgrading our manhole covers to reduce inflow and reviewing cleaning and inspection schedules. We've strengthened our coordination internally with the city stormwater department to improve stormwater as well as wastewater management. Key actions include developing a program to clean our MS4 storm drains impacted by our SSOs and updating the sewer overflow tracking plan in the sewer system management plan. We are always continuing to evaluate better ways to share data and insights from our team's investigations, inspections, and spill responses to further reduce risk. And our proactive approach to maintenance, strategic capital upgrades, and collaboration will ensure the long-term reliability of our wastewater system, as well as partner to enhance water quality, not only in the San Diego Rivershed, but throughout our entire service area. So if there's no additional questions for me, I can turn it over to Brianna from City Stormwater.
All right, good afternoon again, Brianna Menke, Deputy Director with City of San Diego Stormwater Department. So you've heard from Jimmy and Ken already, just reiterating this information. ICIDs were investigated as part of this investigative order, and overall the frequency of ICIDs during dry weather appeared low. However, in all cases where HF 183 was detected, the city performed follow-up investigations into these sources. The city stormwater department plays a key role in these source investigations. We have a robust IDDE program, which spans multiple groups, including our enforcement, inspections, and monitoring groups. In fiscal years 23 through 24, our code enforcement team investigated 995 IDDE cases and issued 392 enforcement actions in the San Diego River watershed alone. To continually improve on the effectiveness of our ICID program, we formed the Water Quality Response Team. This team consists of 5 dedicated full-time multidisciplinary staff that respond to elevated levels of bacteria and conduct source investigations. The primary objective of this team is to identify, track, and abate sources of bacteria and other pollutants that enter the city's MS4, especially those that pose the highest risk to human health and the environment. This team uses monitoring data at MS4 outfalls and in receiving waters to prioritize investigations, and now is also actively using data from the San Diego River investigative order results and data from our enhanced bacteria TMDL TSO monitoring sites to reprioritize where they are initiating their investigations. The Water Quality Response Team brings together monitoring experts, inspectors, and enforcement staff to implement a holistic approach to investigations. They assess entire catchment areas, conduct concurrent sampling and enforcement, and confirmation sampling. Specifically, when FIB exceedances are identified from one of our routine monitoring programs, that location is then assessed at a catchment level where FIB and HF 183 paired sampling is conducted at each branch of the catchment and outfalls. This sampling is then used to initiate source identification and abatement, followed by confirmation sampling to ensure the source has been eliminated. Additionally, this group leads collaboration across various city divisions and departments, as well as outside agencies, and is a central location for strategic investigation and abatement actions. I'm just going to give one quick example of a recent coordination event. So recently, outfall monitoring results for a location in the San Diego watershed area showed elevated FIB levels, which triggered the initiation of an investigation by this team. The team's initial sampling showed low levels of HF 183 were present. So in response, the team coordinated with our Public Utilities Department to conduct a joint investigation, which included dye testing and closed circuit TV inspections to better understand flow dynamics and pinpoint areas of concern. Then, as a preventative measure, our PUD department deployed Vector trucks and proceeded with a preventative application of linear patching at strategic areas of concern, including pipe segments. The Water Quality Response Team is continuing to monitor the outfall to determine if these actions abated the presence of HF 183 or if additional source investigation and abatement is needed. Since it was established, the Water Quality Response Team has completed over 47 investigations and is currently working on 14 active cases, 4 of which are in the San Diego River watershed. So with that, I will turn it over to Neil, unless there's any questions for me, to close out the city and county's presentations.
You got me back up here. I never get away from this admin stuff. Is never going to end for us. But so I guess just in closing, kind of just wanted to highlight like some of the lessons learned and next steps collectively, you know, for the group. So what it did, and I think we've kind of mentioned this throughout the slides, just really improved our understanding of human waste from what we're seeing in the watershed and the sources that it's coming from a wastewater, you know, standpoint. You know, asset management planning, preventing these SSOs, and doing further studies to really fill in some of the uncertainties that we're seeing through these are going to be critical. A couple future studies worth mentioning that are already in the works. We heard about the I&I study, you know, with the city of San Diego, which also has exfiltration benefits. You know, the theory is if it's getting out or if it's getting in, it should be getting out through the same types of defects. So I think you'll have co-benefits to that study. Another thing worth mentioning is we touched on this a little earlier, I think, in either Ken or Jimmy's presentation. You know, we've been using HF 183 for quite a while. We have a pretty good understanding of what it does, and what it doesn't do is really give us that health risk. So through the Stormwater Monitoring Coalition, I know I'm going to get this wrong, but I think we have about 30 member agencies now from Santa Barbara down. These are some of the things that we've been investigating. There's some publications right now that will be published through SCWRP that are helping to answer that question. Is that how much HF 183 is too much, and where is that risk-based threshold? Some publications coming out. I think we still need to do some work on that. But you know, coming up in the next 5-year research planning, that's one of the things highlighted in the Stormwater Monitoring Coalition. So these things are still going to be worked on. They're priorities not only for us in this region, but for folks in other regions as well. And I think one of the biggest takeaways for all of us really is that, you know, it does take all of us collectively working together to solve this bacteria problem. And that means the regulators too. That means the NGOs too, and all of us not losing sight. At the end of the day, we all want the same things, you know, and we want to be able to work collectively. And most importantly, we all want to get on the same page. Really, there's been a lot of things that have been going on for years about the bacteria. We've seen it come up in triennial review after triennial review about the TMDL, you know, that right now the MS4 agencies are shouldering the load of all the, you know, receiving water limitations in and out of San Diego River. We need to work collectively with the regulators to really solve this, and how do we move forward. So I'm really interested to hear some of the other presentations today on how they're looking at this problem too. And I think most importantly, it's, you know, the water scale coordination, but even regional, I think coordination needs to happen. I don't think we're seeing here is unique to San Diego River. You know, it's an urbanized watershed, and I think up and down the coast, East Coast across, we're going to see something very similar to what we're seeing here. But it also needs coordination, you know, within our jurisdictions and at the watershed scale, but not just amongst sanitation or MS4s, but all of us collectively. And I should mention, all of us have seen the value of working together, and we've all committed, these 10 agencies in this group, to continuing this group working together. In fact, we have the first of our non-IO steering committee meetings next Monday to kind of look at some opportunities moving forward, how we can work together as a group, what studies we might be looking at as a group, and just kind of looking at the structure of how we want to take this forward. You know, do we want to open it on a regional level? What can we learn from some of our other partners? What other studies are out there for us to leverage? And I think moving forward, that will be really critical to us and everyone to solve the bacteria problem. So I really thank everyone here giving us this opportunity today. After a lot of effort in a long study, I'm sure there's tons of stuff I missed. Like I said, all the 10 agencies through this I've learned are doing a lot of really good work, spending hundreds of $million collectively trying to solve this. And we all care. At the end of the day, we all want, you know, I want to be able to go surf on a day like this instead of sitting here and presenting. So maybe I can retire and have clean water and just do that all day. So appreciate it, and thank you so much. And everyone has been part of the study is here as well to answer any questions anyone may have. So welcome them.
All right, we're going to shuffle our agenda a little bit. We're going to bring in the academic perspective now with Dr. Natalie Mladenoff. So thank you to some of our other steering committee members who are letting us kind of change this due to some timing. And to show how important this is, Natalie's foregoing a ceremony where she's getting an award to come here and talk to us about human fecal waste and contamination in the San Diego River. So Natalie.
All right. Well, thank you. I am Natalie Mladenov, and I'm here with Matt Verbila. We're both professors of environmental engineering at San Diego State University. And let me start by saying thank you to the folks who let us jump in ahead. Matt does have to pick up his child from school, and I have to get back. Actually, I also have to teach class. So I really do appreciate it. All right, so the work that we're presenting today is actually a study that we started a long time ago, started in 2018. This was the San Diego River contamination study that was really motivated from the hepatitis A outbreak. And there was some concern, you may remember, about hepatitis A being in the water. That was one of our 5 goals of this project, was to look at water quality, and we looked at a number of microbial and chemical markers, fecal markers, and pathogens as well, hepatitis A, norovirus, a number of other parameters in the San Diego River and its tributaries. So I want to also acknowledge our team, which consisted of other professors here at San Diego State University who you see listed, and our students that did the real heavy lifting on this project. It was funded in part City of San Diego former council members Zapp and Sherman. It was also partially funded by the Water Board and the San Diego River Conservancy. So thank you all for the funding. And it was also co-designed by Helen Yu at the Water Board, and we did a quality assurance project plan for this project. All right, so let's see if I can move forward. All right, so there were actually a number of studies that came out of this, 3 that I'm showing here. There was a few more, and so they're here for your reference if you want to look at them. We are highlighting some of the key findings from these studies, and I guess I should go back and say that our focus is on the water quality during storm events and whether we can use the chemical and microbial markers to differentiate these really all human sources that we're interested in. And some of the markers we're going to be talking about are markers that the Water Board has used. Caffeine, you all did a really big study with caffeine. We followed up on that. We looked at sucralose as well, and also HF183. Matt will talk all about that. All right. So the reason we're all here is we see these elevated concentrations of fecal indicator bacteria. We all know in this study, it's a different approach, and the goals are different also, of course, from the SCORP study. But this is a deep dive into the San Diego River and its water quality and the water quality in its tributaries. Very different from the approach that SCORP used, which was really bottom-up approach, estimating all of the different sources and their relative contributions. So in this figure, we see, our E. coli and Enterococcus bacteria. We see that they kind of increase at the start of the storm event. Then there's a little dip from dilution, and then it increases again and stays pretty high towards the end of the storm. This is not unusual. We saw this many times for many storms. When we multiply by the discharge, which is that gray line showing the kind of the storm and the volume of water, then we get the mass loadings, right? So in the beginning, they're pretty low. There's a little peak, but then they increase and are actually quite high at the end of the storm. So why is that? Why are we seeing that? And I think Ken did a fantastic job. They did an amazingly huge study, and I, kind of not to, I guess, to give you our conclusions, but we really do see a lot of, our results are very aligned with what the SCORP study found. So, but what are those sources of the fecal indicator bacteria? So those were outlined really well. I'm going to turn it over to Matt. This is his cartoon, and he has a few more things to say here, but, and then I'll come back to you with the storm results.
Thank you. So my name is Matthew Verbila. I'm an associate professor at San Diego State University. So we're all familiar with the different sources here, but that could be contributing HF183 and pathogens and fecal pollution to the river. But I want to point out some of the differences between them. One, that the subterranean sources, sewer exfiltration, septic system, leach fields, have to pass through soil first before they can get to the river. Then we have runoff, which would potentially be washed away during a storm event as the rainwater, washes over soil that's been contaminated either by sanitary sewer overflows or open defecation. We can also have direct inputs by sanitary sewer overflows or direct discharge from storm sewers or treatment plants. And one of the things that Natalie mentioned, our sampling approach, we sampled throughout the storm event so that we can understand how the concentrations change throughout a 24-hour or even longer period during a rainfall event. And by connecting that to what we know about the different phases of a storm, starting with runoff from the surface, then moving into infiltration of the soils as it kind of carries potential pollutants that are subterranean through interflow or flow of water through the vadose zone, reaching the river, and then, returning back to base flow after the storm has receded. That's how we kind of drew some of the conclusions from this study. So another thing that we looked at a little bit differently is by looking at, in addition to the bacterial human fecal marker HF183, looking at some viral fecal indicators and pathogens, and in particular, the ratio between the bacterial and the viral pathogens, as well as the ratio between chemical markers that are biodegradable and persistent, like caffeine and sucralose. So combining the look at these biodegradable markers relative to the more persistent markers, combining that with the sampling approach, which partitions the rain event into 24 different samples collected over 24 to 48 hours, we were able to draw some interesting conclusions. So some of the findings, and this is from research from that original study, plus some studies since then, this ratio between HF183 and a viral marker PMMOV, which is much smaller than the bacteria that carries the HF183 gene, but also is much more persistent in the environment. So we found that in sewage, the ratio is consistently high. We conducted a study over the course of a year and found that it's consistently very high. So when we see high ratio, I think it's consistent with sewage. In open defecation flushes, so when we have kind of soil that's been contaminated with a fecal source, either open defecation or simulating what happens if a sanitary sewer overflow reaches soil and then, different amount of time passes by, we've seen that ratio decreases with time because the decay of these two biomarkers is different. HF183 decays much more quickly than PMMOV. And because HF183 is a marker from a bacteria and PMMOV is a virus, the ratio also decreases when passing through soils. So if that interflow moves through the vadose zone, that can also change the ratio. We're still doing some ongoing research with these biomarkers and additional biomarkers to try to find ways to distinguish these various non-point and diffuse sources from the direct and point sources. We did some work with the caffeine sucralose ratio, finding that in sewage, the ratio was consistently high. And in flushes of soils with open defecation, the caffeine to sucralose ratio was lower. And that's again, due to the preferential decay of caffeine and the persistence of sucralose. So really affecting how that ratio looks like in different sources. And some of this comes from published studies in the literature. So for caffeine sucralose, if it's direct discharge from storm sewers or wastewater treatment plants, that could be a low ratio. Runoff from open defecation, if it's been out there in the environment for a while, that could be a low ratio. Direct input from a sanitary sewer overflow or sewer exfiltration, because these are chemicals, they move through the soil the same way, those should be higher ratios. So now combining this evidence from caffeine, sucralose, HF183, and other biomarkers, we can really start to distinguish these sources using samples collected at a particular point. So yeah, in summary, the caffeine and HF183 are short-lived in the environment. They're markers of fresh sewage, not necessarily more decayed sources. And the high ratios indicate fresh, more recent fecal sources, whereas lower ratios would be sources that have decayed. Turn it back over to Natalie.
Thanks. Can I just ask a quick question regarding that? The open deficit is low. It makes a lot of sense. But septic tank, how frequent do people clean that out, would the bacteria be still there? Are they able to live that long? I thought the HS, whatever number it is, it's a short-lived.
Yeah, I'll just say, we don't have data from septic tanks
Oh, you
on
don't.
HF183 PMMOV. Yeah, this is from the literature on caffeine sucralose ratios being low from septic tanks. We didn't do a specific study with HF183.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that data though, that little number one there, there's a footnote that came with that, and it's not in this, I don't know, it's not showing up there, but there is a reference for that. And the caffeine is low because it's going through the sand layer, and there's biogeochemical processing of it. So the lifetime of caffeine is really quite low in the environment. It's a half-life of 1.5 days. So it's really short. Yeah.
This is Betty Olson. I just like to make a comment. HF183 is a genomic marker. It doesn't mean the organism is alive. It means that they can get intact DNA, which they may assume is from a cell, but the cell may not be alive.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. All right. So given this knowledge, let me just talk about this picture for a really quick moment. These are our students. They worked with San Diego River Park Foundation folks who were out there, and thanks a lot to the San Diego River Park Foundation for taking our students out to find these locations of open defecation. It's really not that easy to find, actually. And so we did these flushes with synthetic rainwater, flushing across the across the feces, and then collecting the downstream waters. And that's what we analyzed, that water sample. And that's how we know caffeine is really low. I mean, this material's been sitting out in the open for a very long time. There were some, we did quite a long study on that. And in fact, saw that the different fecal material quality, it was varied from over time, and some of it was fresher and some of it was less so. So what did we do? Well, for the storm sampling, we did 5 storms for the San Diego River down at Fashion Valley Gauge. Our team was they were storm chasers, and then they set up these auto samplers in the San Diego River and 2 of its tributaries, Alvarado Creek and Forester Creek. We did get 2 storms in Alvarado Creek, 1 in Forester Creek. We also have this high resolution sampling that Matt mentioned at 1-hour intervals or 3-hour intervals, depending on the storm. All right. So what did we see? Well, first of all, we didn't only look at those markers that Matt mentioned. We also had a lot of other water quality parameters that we evaluated in all of these storms. I know you can't see the axes here, and that's okay. The point was just that there was a lot of data to sift through and try to evaluate and synthesize. Okay, so here are just 4 of the storm events that show that, E. coli and Enterococcus, they're variable. It depends on the size of the storm. And it is true, the larger the storm, the more, the higher loadings we get of the microbial markers and really many other things. I want to focus on this far right graph here, which is the February 2018 storm event. And I'm also showing the rain at the top there coming down, 14 millimeters of rain for that event. And you can see the rain started, and this is the same storm. What we see is after several hours, the caffeine increases, the caffeine to sucralose ratio increase. Once again, these are the biodegradable markers that increase. This is kind of moving at a rapid, I don't know, I guess I need to talk faster. So the caffeine and caffeine sucralose ratio are markers are biodegradable markers. Those are increasing with discharge. And the ratios in wastewater are between 2 and 20. So these are really, the C to S ratio is very high in this storm event. And this is one representative event. Like I said, we did this for 8, altogether 8 storms with the if you count the tributaries. HF183 also increased, also concurrent with that same increase in the caffeine to sucralose ratio. Okay, so from this, we conclude that the increase in these biodegradable biodegradable markers reflects recent sewage. It can't be explained by feces and open defecation. It really can't be. This is, again, the dominant source for the storm events. This isn't parsing out the sources with different percentages. This is just telling us what's the dominant source that we can see from these data during a storm event. So our study does support SQUIRT findings of high contributions from exfiltration and sanitary sewer overflows, which are those fresh sources of microbial pollution. I do wish we could see this figure on a not log transformed y-axis. And I think what you'll see, it would be the first four sources would not even be visible, right? And those last two, the sewer exfiltration and the sanitary sewer overflows, really are the dominant sources. All right. One more thing from our high resolution temporal monitoring, we can look at other data that we collected to provide other insights into what's happening. So there are two optical indices I want to talk about really quickly. One is the specific UV absorbance, or SUVA, that's used a lot. USGS uses it, EPA uses it. It's an indicator of aromaticity. And when that increases, that means we have more aromatic organic matter that is representative of humic material that can be in soils. Another index is the fluorescence index. This is a source index that's also been used for about 25 years to indicate sources of organic matter. When that decreases, it's a shift to more terrestrial sources. So these two together, and it got a little bit hard to see there. It says inner flow or soil sources. So those two indices, they are in opposition, but they're telling us the same thing, that the water is passing through soils, picking up soil-derived organic matter. That switch to high SUVA and low fluorescence index occurs at the same time as that switch to caffeine sucralose, which is the second figure there from the left, the same one that you saw for that February 2018 storm event. And then the volumes as well, we can plot those and then multiply volume times the concentration. We have our bacterial loading. We did an end member mixing analysis, and we can parse those sources. The E. coli in that striped red bars there, that's the loading that is occurring at the same time that is due to that is concurrent with that water flow through the soils, most likely through the vadostone as inner flow. All right, last thing is we did a dry weather sampling as part of this. We thought it was also important to share these results because they do pertain to the SQUIRT study. So once again, I'll turn it over to Matt, and it's just two more slides, and I'll let Matt end the presentation.
So this study was done at a few different sites. I'm going to focus mostly on Forester Channel. And it was actually done by former student Morelli, who is now here at the Water Board, and I know is here today. This was her master's thesis. So we collected samples upstream and downstream from an area where there were known encampments, large populations of people residing, and really no other major inputs. So by isolating those encampments and collecting the samples immediately upstream, immediately downstream, we compared the water quality using conventional water quality parameters, but also microbial water quality parameters. We tested these samples for HF183. It was not detected. But the results here show the difference in the concentrations upstream and downstream for E. coli and Enterococci for two different sites. And basically, if the bars are really high, that would mean that there's a huge increase downstream. But none of these were actually significantly different from zero. So even though there were 1 or 2 days where the E. coli or Enterococci concentrations downstream were a little bit higher, they weren't significantly different from zero. And furthermore, we sequenced the samples and looked at the entire microbial community upstream and downstream from the encampments and found no significant difference in the community composition. So that just, confirming the findings presented earlier that homeless encampments are not a major source of pollution. And I think that's it. Yeah. Just like, yeah. Want to acknowledge the funding sources that Natalie mentioned before. as well as a really large number of students that were involved in this project. You can see at the very last bullet. And then, oh yes, for more information, yes, the Natalie's website, the Weebly site there, you can see has links to all of the reports that have the full detailed results, as well as the papers, which are, for the most part, if not all of them, open access, can be downloaded. You've got our emails and anything else?
We submitted the study to the water board.
Oh, yes, yes.
April 15th.
Right, yeah, that, we submitted the study to the water board in April 2020. So that is that report has been submitted to the water board as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I don't know if I understood it all, but I appreciate it. Go to your students, go get your young student out of school, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Moving on with their agenda. I guess we'll go with San Diego Coast Keeper. No, or see a point. Oh, how about San Diego River Park Foundation is next then? I'll be short.
Hi, everybody. Rob Hutzel. What am I? President and CEO of San Diego River Park Foundation. I should start off with a little context. I was one of the founders of the organization some 24 years ago. So perhaps, except for Gary, I may have been doing San Diego River watershed planning for longer than anybody here. The river is my life, and it's something that I've invested most of my life too. I'm not a scientist. I'm an urban planner, but I can bring to you 24 years of experience living and breathing the river every day. Our organization, as you've heard, is instrumental to kind of understanding the condition of the river and how to move forward to the standards that you live up to, which is the Clean Water Act. And that's the part that I want to remind people about. I think Jimmy mentioned it, but the Clean Water Act is pretty clear. We're working to a standard that's not just hitting the highest targets, but everything. Our goal is a river that has no pollution in it. No, zero. And so when we start to look at the solutions and strategies, that's the challenge. How do you do all of this? And how do you be effective with the limited dollars and resources that you have? It's a huge challenge. I don't think anybody has an answer for that. But so sometimes it is hitting the low-hanging fruit, while bigger things that take decades or 20 years to finish can advance. And it's a daunting challenge, for you all to think about that. But the Clean Water Act is really, reminds me of how we started. In 2000, there was the largest sewer spill in the state's history along the San Diego River. A lot of people don't know that. That's how our organization was born. And so sewage is our life. It is something that is near and dear to all of us at the San Diego River Park Foundation, is how do we work collaboratively? I've heard that word a lot today, and I appreciate that. That's how we started, to move forward to solutions, not just studies. And 20 plus years of studies is kind of what we've been doing here. And it's time to continue to move forward, study what we need to, but figure out how to begin to have an impact and achieve the vision of the Clean Water Act. And I'll say that I can nitpick the study. I sat in all those meetings. I do appreciate the fact that we were invited as a non-voting member. It was nice to be able to provide our perspective and to listen and to learn from a lot of very smart people. And we do appreciate that. And Dave and everybody here, we do appreciate your huge undertaking here. I think it is a cutting edge. It is ground, whatever you want to call it, but it is way ahead of its time in terms of the amount of work that you're asked to be done here today. So of course it's not perfect, but there is so much in here that we can all learn for and use. The little things that I would kind of nitpick on maybe are the emphasis on wet weather. If we're ever going to get to zero, we have to focus on dry weather and wet weather. And this study really focuses, Ken mentioned it, that there's a focus on wet weather. And that should be noted. The other thing is there was a focus on the end of the pipe. and not everything else. And the investigative order was very clear. It talked about the entire section of the lower river, its tributaries, and the beach. The San Diego River, as you probably know, has a vision of a public park for this entire length. And so these issues are really critical because these are going to be public parks, publicly accessible areas. And we need to figure out how to make sure that the public actually can go to them. Because right now they can't, and you've heard me say this before when I've been here over the years, much like we post the beaches, we should be posting the river. When the river's not something that you should be in or near, it should be posted. There are people fishing out there, there's people living out there, doing a whole bunch of other stuff every day. And yet we don't post it when the water should be closed. That should be an immediate action, to be honest with you. And so I'm optimistic, but I'm also realistic in the sense that I know that there's years and years and years of work ahead before this study becomes reality. There are some wonderful things that'll come out of it. I think we heard some simple things that may not be easy, but they're simple in being straightforward. Every time you sell a home, you have to televise your sewer, your lateral, and that has to be part of the record. That's done in a couple cities. That should be explored here, right? That's a simple thing. If there's something coming out of that, when you sell your home, people are going to find out. That's part of the transaction. It's disclosed. I had to do it when I bought my house. I'm a good owner. I want to know what the condition is. We bought a house in North Park. Half of the pipe was gone. And so those are sort of things that maybe there's some practical things that we can think about. Look to the city of El Cajon and what they're doing. That in itself was very, very helpful. So I appreciate that. The things I would want to mention is Mission Bay. There was acknowledged no connection to Mission Bay, even though the water comes from Mission Bay sometimes into the San Diego River estuary. There was very little discussion of the pump stations that bring water from outside of the watershed into the estuary. There are pump stations down on the south side of the estuary at Old Town and close to the sports arena area. Those are pumping water all the time, and those come well outside the watershed. Those weren't studied either. And so there's a watershed boundaries and effective watershed boundaries. And I think as we move forward, we have to look at all sources of potential contamination. The other thing that we've talked about before, and it was great to hear San Diego State talk about it because they have studied it, is the alluvial transport and groundwater issues associated with this, and whether HF 183 is the appropriate source or marker for that. We have expressed concerns about that, and we agree with that potential finding. The only other thing that I just wanted to mention is I just really wanted to appreciate everybody here who was involved in this. Jimmy in particular, he's a wonderful calming presence sometimes, but also incredibly knowledgeable. And Dave, I applaud you for doing this. Thank you very much. I could go on, but I really short my remarks down because I don't know about you, it's getting kind of late. The last thing that I did want to mention, because it was touched upon, and I've said this when I was back in DC talking about issues, homelessness is an environmental justice issue. And there are people, and I believe there's some state guidance on this, there are people that do live in the San Diego River. And the water's polluted, but they get water there for cooking, they get water for cleaning. We see people out there bathing themselves in the river. These are all things that are environmental justice issues. And if that water is not clean, it can't be too healthy for them. And so I just really encourage ongoing conversation and discussion, but most importantly, action. It's time. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. I'm going to add a comment to what Rob just said about people in the river. Years ago, I was on one of Rob's cleanup teams down behind where Qualcomm Stadium was. There were a bunch of homeless camps. And there was a clothesline hanging across between two trees. And there was a whole set of white uniforms from people that were serving food at Qualcomm Stadium and living down there in the river and washing their clothes down there before they went to work every day. Just saying.
All right, our next speaker will now be a joint presentation. Oh, no, by Patrick of San Diego Coastkeeper. Both? Yeah. Coastkeeper.
You afraid of me now? It's fine. All right. Thanks everyone for sticking around. My name is Patrick McDonough. I'm the senior attorney for San Diego Coastkeeper. Also have Philip Musagas with me. With the timing and shuffling and us having to be in multiple places, didn't exactly know who would be here at a certain point in time. So I've prepared this presentation. I'll go through Coastkeeper's remarks, but Philip actually sits on the technical advisory committee for this study. So if you have any other questions, or perhaps he will also just chime in with his own input as we go through it. Cool. All right. Okay. So as a brief bit of background, Coastkeeper has been very involved with this issue for many years. Even before the issuance of the investigative order in 2019, we have done our own HF 183 sampling. We've identified human sources of bacteria ourselves. We've been involved in commenting and the input of the actual specifics of the investigative order that led to this report. And then, of course, our executive director has sat on that technical advisory committee for a while, Philip, and then before Philip, Matt O'Malley, our prior executive director. So the scheduling has actually kind of worked out because are we almost last? But we've heard from a lot of folks about a lot of things today, and I want to pull back a little bit and discuss some big picture issues and takeaways from this report. This should work. Huzzah. All right. First, let's not forget, as we're digging into specifics of where everything's coming from and whether everything is quantified specifically. Rob was just kind of getting to this. There's human poop, there's human fecal matter everywhere. It's particularly problematic in wet weather, but it is also present in dry weather. This visual presentation of the data is also very important. Visual presentation of data is something that Coastkeeper works on pretty regularly, not just for this data set and study, but analyzing the gajillions of other data sets that are related to our work and what this board does. But yes, this is a logarithmic scale, and it is noted in, so this is from the first few pages of the study, that yes, this is a logarithmic scale. However, we all have our inherent biases. There's a natural human tendency to look at this figure and say, okay, you know, we can see some of these sources are greater than others, but we can't really tell the difference in the sheer magnitude of these based on how this is presented. And this figure is still called a comparison of the average fecal loading of these specific sources. And because it's labeled that, I feel like it's a little misleading. And I personally, this is really interesting that Dr. Mladenov, who just asked for a linear table, sorry, I'm not a scientist, I don't have a PhD, instead of a logarithmic scale. So I went ahead and did that in preparation for this presentation, and this is what it looks like. And I also added the actual numbers themselves before, which are also very telling, because then you can actually see the log scale and the orders of magnitude of the quantities that we're talking about. So public sewer SSOs over on the right obviously is dominating this graph and this some of this conversation as well. But sorry, I did want to point out that the private laterals number, it was hard to find all of this information. And I do want to give Jimmy Smith here credit for pointing me out to the correct numbers to put into this chart. There was no table of numbers next to the logarithmic scale that was included in the report and many other presentations. It was in different sections of the report, and then some of these weren't even in the technical report itself. They were in the responses to the request for additional information. So it was scattered about. I don't think I got the private laterals number correct. I think it is like it says 4.5 times 10 to the 11th. I think that should be 6. Wait, I prepared for this. 6.2 times 10 to the 12th. However, that still gets to about 1/4 of the septic or the on-site wastewater treatment system. So the third largest bar, if we're visualizing this, the private laterals number should actually be about 1/4 of that third largest bar. Okay. Now moving forward, it's not just that the two largest contributors are from the public sewer collection systems. It's that they account for 92 to 93% of all of the wet weather loading. So this here image and those figures tell a very different, and in my opinion, more complete and more accurate story than the prior chart right here. And I think that's, again, very important as data presentation and the conveyance of this to the public and to decision makers like this board. So visualizing this stark difference is critical. Also, that's the next slide. We heard from I think multiple presenters that there's a tremendous year-to-year variability in the sanitary sewer overflows from the public system. Those can be extremely high or just nothing for certain years. So I also made a chart that just removes it. So there's no SSOs from the public collection system on this chart. And as you can see, it is still heavily dominated by the public sewer exfiltration. And again, we'd have to tweak the private laterals, but the overall loading from public sewer exfiltration is, I believe, 70 still accounts for 72% of all loading from all of these sources. All right. Then looking at some of the numbers, these are included in the report. I think it's not that surprising that we're seeing the overall loading quantities dominated by the public sewer collection system, by SSOs and by exfiltration. We're looking at 506,000 people, over 1,000 miles of sanitary sewers, over 130,000 parcels. This is like the private laterals number or issue. Only about 6,700 with septic systems. So septic systems are kind of outperforming their sheer magnitude as far as the number goes. So it's something to potentially pay attention to. And then only about 350 unhoused people living directly in the river corridor, which when you're comparing that with these other numbers is just minuscule. And I want to stop here and call attention to this, noting specifically that the exfiltration number is exactly 2 orders of magnitude higher than the homelessness number. It's 100 times higher than the contributions from encampments or homelessness or however that's specifically described. And there's been a lot of scapegoating of the unhoused populations in discussing just bacteria in general for a long time. And then also with regard to HF 183 loading for a long time. Coast Keeper has heard that in multiple conversations in our work kind of across the region, not just regarding this study. And I would like to advocate for that to stop, for everybody to be very cognizant of pointing the finger at unhoused encampments with regard to HF 183 and raw sewage contributions. Now, we just saw another presentation about trash. That's a different story. So I want to be clear on what I'm advocating for, but exfiltration from the public system being 100 times higher than the unhoused population, which was also, by the way, just supported, or it was supported by the 2020 study from the SDSU professors who are just explaining their findings as well. And finally, I'd like to drive home some. Oh, I see that Board Member Olson has a question. Pause for a moment.
I'd like to do it at the end of your presentation, please.
Okay. So this is basically the last slide I have as well. So I really want to drive home something that Rob also just mentioned, is that the actual, and something that Jimmy mentioned at the very beginning of this presentation, is that human fecal matter escaping or being discharged from the public sewer collection system, that that legal threshold is 0. There's just a flat out discharge prohibition. Actually, there are multiple discharge prohibitions that I have on this slide. There are actually multiple under the basin plan discharge prohibitions. There's a regional general waste discharge requirement prohibition, and statewide that was just updated, I think, in 2022. It's active in 2023. General waste discharge requirement prohibition that doesn't allow for this 500 gene copies per 100 milliliters. That's something that is not scientifically a valid proxy for human health, like the well-vetted fecal indicator bacteria standards. We've covered this in the dry weather bacteria, TMDL, TSO. Coast Keeper has submitted comments, and then this board and this board staff also rescinded the potential option for an HF 183 only standard. That may come further down the line, but right now we don't have a valid proxy for such a standard. And for that reason, these prohibitions exist, and that is something that Coast Keeper, I would like to echo Rob Hutzel, that we don't want any pollution in our waterways. The prohibition exists for a reason. We're not interested in seeing an allowable amount of raw sewage in the San Diego River or any other of our waterways. So moving forward, also echoing Rob, sorry, we didn't get to fully coordinate all of our presentations, but thanks for your comments. We are also very much supportive and would like to see solutions and not studies. You know, we've heard that there is a need for additional information, but simultaneous to any additional studies, we should be seeing something like the county implemented, where they replaced an entire section of pipe and then they saw their exfiltration decrease immediately. That's the type of in-ground improvements that we can make as we are studying other facets of how HF 183 moves and what are the best proxies for human health. I think that's where I'm going to wrap up. Do you have any other comments, questions, concerns? All right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes.
Before you leave, let's Betty ask her question.
Oh,
Betty?
yes.
Yes. When I think you've made some good points. I first of all, I want to commend you for going through and looking at this report and looking at it from a different perspective and putting together some numbers. I agree that when we go from different kinds of information, like 500 liters per second kilometer to 0.088 gallons per hour, it's hard for us to make comparisons. And so I think that's very useful. I don't know if all your calculations are correct, and forgive my academic side that's asking our staff to look at it, but I think that your main points, even if you're off by some amount, are well taken. Now, I've been just looking at our number of sewer overflows for years. And it's clear to me that there was an issue. And Dave kept telling me, just wait, just wait. Well, today, I guess, was my day to get that filled in. I do appreciate what you did, but I am going to ask our staff to look at it and put it in some kind of form that maybe we can interpret as well as some of my questions with the report as a whole. But I'd like to thank everyone. I mean, you certainly all really put in due diligence. I do want to thank the San Diego River Foundation. Whether or not you're an urban planner or a scientist, I think what you do with trash is so remarkable. So I think you've outlined it. The board has some work to do, and I think we're willing to do it. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll just briefly note, or is this on still? Yeah, yeah. I got a lot of the figures from Jimmy, but I have a brief Excel sheet on, just putting together those basic bar charts. Happy to pass those on to your staff and they can manipulate and verify from there.
Well, I just, you presented a different viewpoint. I think that's what was most important about it. And I'm sure Jimmy will give me the adequate information. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can you guys handle 10 more minutes? Awesome. And I always talk really fast anyway.
I think they're important, though.
All right. So, hi, my name's Chiara Clemente, Senior Environmental Scientist. And as the enforcement coordinator, I have some familiarity with circumstances behind many of our larger sanitary sewer overflows. Separate from that role, I have the privilege of facilitating an internal work group of San Diego Water Board staff from various programs, all focused on improving the key beneficial use of contact recreation. I'm going to refer to this as our Rec 1 work group. The work group was designed to discuss Rec 1 related information that may be relevant to all our programs, like information regarding the current water quality conditions or beneficial use restrictions, the latest science on pathogens and indicators, and what we know about the sources of human pathogens. All right. So when the investigative order findings came out, which identified and quantified the load of human fecal waste from these 6 sources in Lower San Diego River, the work group took some time to discuss possible actions that could be taken to alleviate the loading. This presentation is intended to recap those discussions, but it's important to note that there are many additional efforts in play beyond what's been discussed so far, like the continuous review of monitoring data, compliance assessments, updates to our TMDLs, 303D listings, and so on. When we did discuss possible actions, what we quickly found out is that these actions tend to fall into one or more of 3 hoppers. The first hopper is the regulate hopper. This is the one that comes naturally to water board staff. What can we do to regulate better? But in order to regulate better, there are some areas where we need more information. This is what I'll refer to as the research hopper. And as we discuss some of these sources, it becomes readily apparent that they don't all fall neatly into a regulatory program. Sometimes the most meaningful changes are outside of our agency's sphere of control. These actions are what I would put in the encourage hopper. So for the rest of my slides, I plan to summarize the actions we discussed in the context of these 3 hoppers, starting with the biggest load contributor and working our way down. All right, so based on the Lower San Diego River IO findings, our biggest load of human fecal waste comes from public SSOs. This one is relatively straightforward. As you've heard, we've been regulating collection systems for decades, first through a regional permit, then also through statewide waste discharge requirements, and yet SSOs remain the largest source of human sewage, at least certainly in Lower San Diego River. So resources permitting, from a regulatory perspective, apparently we need to do more. We can increase collection system audits to incentivize compliance and direct attention to program deficiencies. We can increase SSO enforcement to deter noncompliance by ensuring that dischargers know there is a cost and consequence to noncompliance. We can also update our regional permit requirements to add clarifying language, regional specific considerations, and impose additional preventative measures. And we can continue to issue investigative orders similar to this one to develop a better understanding of the conditions in our region, which kind of bleeds over into the research hopper. What information do we need or want to know relative to SSOs and their collection systems? Well, I think today we've acknowledged that big rain equals big spills. So it makes sense for all the dischargers to focus their resources there. Do the collection systems have a good understanding of where their capacity limitations are and will be? Where is I&I happening and what is it affecting? And what can be done to safeguard the collection system so they don't fail at or near our sensitive areas like beaches and creeks? In addition to these measures and outside of our sphere of control, we'd like to encourage our dischargers to work together on source abatement. And I think I'm going to skip this part because you heard a lot of good examples today about collaborative efforts, but there can always be more, and it should definitely be focused on source control. Next, our next biggest load comes from public sewer exfiltration. Same collection system, but a different pollution pathway. And we know very little about this pathway. So the recommended actions stack heavily, or at least heavier, in the research hopper. We need to know more. Under what circumstances does this happen? How far, and when does it travel? I'll refer to that as fate and transport. And once we know more about fate and transport, we can better identify where exfiltration poses the highest risk to our recreators. And even if we know all that today, then what? What tool or best practices can be implemented to minimize exfiltration? A confounding issue that also needs research, and I know you've heard it already today, across all the source categories, is selecting the best indicator to correlate to the pathogen pathways that make people sick. This is critical to a better understanding of risk, fate, and transport for all our sources. From a regulatory perspective, although we may be able to get some of these answers with investigative orders, and we may someday be able to update our regional permit requirements accordingly, right now, the best thing we can do to address exfiltration is to continue to collaborate with the regulated entities to try and resolve some of these research needs. Our third biggest source is on-site waste treatment systems or septic systems. This one's even more complicated because, like exfiltration, we don't know a lot about how it's happening, and we don't currently regulate the smaller or individual septic systems, and to do so on an individual scale would be extremely challenging. So this too stacks heavy in the research needs. The most fundamental research need is to work with the counties to better characterize the sources. How many are there? Where? How old are they? How big are they? And how do they fail? And once we know more, we can wrap our head around fate and transport and relative risk and regulate accordingly. From a regulatory perspective, our options are somewhat limited. We can work with the counties to revise future iterations of the LAMPs based on the results of these investigations. And meanwhile, we can follow up on complaint investigations related to leaking septic systems to ensure that they're addressed while we start looking for some common themes. But there are things that can be done outside of our sphere of control to reduce the load right now. Rob, thank you for pointing that one out. For example, it would be great to have a legislative proposal that requires inspection of septic systems at the point of sale. And like elsewhere in the state, another way to address loading from septic systems is to offer funding incentives like the SRF to try and get them connected to the sanitary sewer collection and treatment system, recognizing full well that we may just be shifting the load from one source to another. And again, it would be great to see more collaboration between the counties and the MS4s to hone in on source characterization and abatement. Next, our fourth and fifth largest load contributors come from private laterals, both private lateral sewage discharges or PLSDs and exfiltration from private laterals. From a regulatory perspective, we already have the ability to enforce against private lateral sewage discharges and would do so if we came across a large private spill. But the loading here is coming from many small spills, which makes it more difficult. What's really challenging is that based on the current requirements, as you heard, the loading from PLSDs is likely underreported. So another thing we could do from a regulatory perspective is to evaluate how PLSDs are identified and reported through the collection systems and the MS4s and look for a system that works best. Meanwhile, when it comes to exfiltration, much like septic systems and public sewer exfiltration, we're still trying to wrap our head around the problem in terms of source characterization. When is it happening and how much? Fate and transport, where does it go and how does it travel? And relative risk, which exfiltrating areas are posing the highest risk to our recreators. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, there are things that can be done outside of our wheelhouse that we believe could alleviate the load, like a legislative proposal requiring inspection of the private lateral at the point of sale, or funding for lateral rehabilitation. Outside of our region, there's been at least a couple of SSO enforcement actions where SEP funds were spent to do this type of rehabilitation work. And of course, we continue to lean on our cities, counties, and collection systems to educate owners on the proper care and feeding of their private lateral. The smallest of the 6 loading sources is from encampments along the river, and I think this has already been sufficiently discussed in the prior item. But suffice to say, it falls largely in the encourage hopper. Incidentally, the photo you see here is of a makeshift toilet that we encountered doing some field work in the San Diego River, not too far from here, just sharing it as evidence that poop happens. So in closing, to recap, more research is needed. Right now, we have more questions than answers. Much of the work is outside of the Water Board's sphere of control. Within our sphere of control, more can be done than our resources permit. And when I talk about resources, I talk about resources in terms of both staffing and available funding. And the things we can do with the resources that we do have are improve collection system requirements, increase compliance and enforcement on contributing parties where we can, and collaborate with the local agencies to gather more information. Things that others can focus on include collaboration to address source control, filling in some of the research needs wherever funding opportunities permit, and supporting legislative change to address sources from septic systems or private laterals. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Jimmy, are we done?
That concludes the formal presentations. I do believe there is one speaker card.
Steve Jepson.
Good afternoon, board and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name's Steve Jepson, Executive Director for Clean Water SoCal. We represent 80 public water, wastewater agencies in Southern California. And I'll be brief. I know I'm the one holding everyone up from saying goodbye. So I just want to say the wastewater sector has major concerns with some of the findings in this investigative order, specifically in terms of public exfiltration. I've spent 40 years in the collection system world doing studies and as a consultant. And me and my colleagues have worked on many exfiltration studies, sometimes finding it, sometimes not, even in very obvious locations, even in locations where there was visible defects in the pipe and a known impaired area. And we excavated down and took soil samples underneath the pipe, brought them to a state certified ELAP lab, and no evidence of human fecal matter or HF183. So the point here is that it's a very confusing and not a linear problem. And the other thing I wanted to point out that Ken touched on is these exfiltration measurements with the device used to circulate the water were done with potable water, not sewage. that was, had additional chlorine added to it. So I get it, no critique. This was in the middle of COVID, and let's be safe with all the people doing the tests. But when you compare raw sewage with potable water, for example, pouring it through a filter, like a 0.40 micron filter, similar to a coffee filter, pour a cup of water through, goes right through. Pour sewage in the coffee filter, you get about a quarter of the cup, and then it clogs up and stops. So the point here is tests were done with potable water. As Ken mentioned, the first step was to flush a few times through, priming the system. I witnessed some of those tests. The water became browner. The superchlorinated water became browner, flushing away that biofilm that grows inside the sewer underneath the water line. It's called a collimation layer, well documented. There are studies on it. It seals up defects. So that's been flushed away. And now we have this leakage measurement that is applied to all the pipes in the river basin. So it's a highly exaggerated potential exfiltration number. So like I said, I've been involved in studies where it was found, I've been involved in studies where it was not found. The point I want to make here is we want to be thoughtful about the approach to address human fecal matter in the river. It's super important. We're all for it. We're all for clean water, and we're all for preventing sewer spills. I think the point here is to make sure we don't dive in headfirst without checking the depth and understanding a little more about sewer flow characteristics, the exfiltration measurements, and ways to evaluate that. We've got 23 sites that were looked at by SCWRP. What a great opportunity to investigate those sites more specifically and look at the soil, take soil samples, and see if we find any evidence of exfiltration in those soil samples. So there's several other factors that the wastewater community had issues with the way exfiltration was measured. I see I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Look forward to collaborating with you more. And I think collaboration is a good theme today.
Thank you very much. I think that's everybody.
That wraps it up. These conversations will be continuing. We're meeting with Steve next week. You heard from Kiara, and we had this internal work group this meeting. Maybe we'll be invited to the county's conversations that are beginning next week as well. But thank you for your time.
I want to make one observation that was commented about Rec 1, and we've always been talking about homeless people along the river. I've personally observed several places, lots of places along the river where there's a nice fiber or a wooden ramp comes down from the bike trail or a walking trail along the edge. And these are residential areas. It heads out over the water. And there's a bunch of 2-liter empty 2-liter Coke bottles laying around. So what's that about? And then I walked down one day and there were kids coming down off that hiking trail over the ramp on their bicycles with these Coke bottles strapped to it so their bike wouldn't sink when it hit the river and they land in the river. And I can tell you that in addition to that, there's probably a half a dozen places that I could point to you today where there's a nice rope swing to swing out over the river and let yourself go. And I'm sure that's true with all the other streams and rivers and ponds in the county. So it's not just homeless people that are exposed to bacteria in the river or pathogens. It's our kids, our neighbors' kids, grandkids. We need to fix this. And with that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.